Volume 7. Chapter 600, Invitation. Chapter 600, Invitation. What's your name? The middle-aged scholar asked Yi-Yun while looking at him. Yi-Yun was silent for a moment before saying the three words in a deadpan manner, Zhang Idao. This is your title. I'm asking for your name. On the way here, the middle-aged scholar had already heard of the proclamation by Yi-Yun that he never needed to use a second saber attack against a genius at the same level as him. This tidbit was quite interesting to him. Yi-Yun said without batting an eye, "This title is my name. If there is ever a moment when I am unworthy of this title, then a name would be useless to me." The middle-aged scholar's eyes narrowed slightly before he laughed lightly. Indeed, the young are brash. Gongsun Yang, who was by the side, gritted his teeth upon hearing this. This Zhang Idao king didn't know who his father was or what his surname was anymore. He had seen many overbearing people in his life before, but this was the first time he had seen someone's overbearingness reaching such a degree. This person dared to say such flaunty words in front of the Martial Alliance's ambassador and had just injured people in Heaven Martial City, brutally beating the law enforcers up. Yet, despite these circumstances, he remained so overbearing? Who did he think he was? Gongsun Yang only wished that Yi-Yun would offend the Martial Alliance's ambassador, eventually earning him a slap that sent him to his death. However, the next sentence that the middle-aged scholar said made Gongsun Yang nearly bite through his tongue. The middle-aged scholar clapped his hands gently and said slowly, "It is normal for people with talent to be arrogant. I like such people. However, if you lack the talent, then being so overbearing is just foolishness. If you show me what you are worth, I can let you enter the Heavenly Tao Union." Heavenly Tao Union. The moment Gongsun Yang heard this, he felt a trepidation in his heart. He had gone through so much effort and had yet to enter this organization. But now, this valuable vacancy was given to Zhang Idao by the middle-aged scholar? A person who had destroyed their fire sex shop, and a criminal who deliberately caused trouble in Heaven Martial City had managed to get such an opportunity, while he himself. The middle-aged scholar's words made Gongsun Yang turn listless. He could not accept this fact. At this moment, many elders from the large factions who stood beside the middle-aged scholar had previously a vague premonition of this possibility when the middle-aged scholar continuously used the word interesting to describe Yi-Yun. Although what had happened was not to their liking, they were also not too surprised. Only Gongsun Ding's face turned ashen. He found it unacceptable. This kid who had ruthlessly smacked their fire sex face could enter the Heavenly Tao Union, making him feel like he was a joke to the people surrounding him. However, in front of the middle-aged scholar, he did not dare express his slightest objection. Heavenly Tao Union? When Yi-Yun heard the middle-aged scholar's words, an undetectable strange beam flashed in Yi-Yun's eyes. Yi-Yun was not surprised that he had the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Tao Union. His talent was more than enough to gain him entry. In fact, from the beginning, Yi-Yun had already considered such a scenario. Using his own strength, he would draw the attention of Blood Moon, so as to enter the Heavenly Tao Union. And in the Heavenly Tao Union, he would have more routes that aid his interaction with the core secrets of the Heavenly Tao Union. However, Yi-Yun never expected that everything would go so smoothly. Although he had received the qualifications, Yi-Yun did not immediately agree. With his young, arrogant persona, he would be doubted by others if he immediately accepted such solicitation. This was not his persona's style. Go through a test to enter the Heavenly Tao Union? Yi-Yun smiled. You think I want to enter the Heavenly Tao Union? I know of it. It's a place which many attempt to enter by all means. But that is even more reason for me to lack the interest in entering such a place. How can there be such a good deal in the world? You provide resources and inheritance, and as long as someone has talent, they can enter and cultivate there? Benefits all around? In this world, no one does things without benefits. I will definitely need to pay a corresponding price for the benefits I obtain when entering the Heavenly Tao Union. After Yun said this, the middle-aged scholar narrowed his eyes again, as an indescribable strange beam emitted from his eyes. However, a cold flash appeared in the eyes of the handsome youth behind the middle-aged scholar. "What are you saying?" As a proud Heavenly Tao Union member, he could not tolerate letting Yun slurring the object of his pride. "How my Heavenly Tao Union acts is not up to an ant like you to question." While speaking, the handsome youth took a step forward. A long sword appeared like a ghost in his hand, as he pointed the sword tip towards Yun's eyebrows. "You seem to have said that you never need a second saber attack against geniuses your own age. If someone forces you to make the second saber attack, you wouldn't even need an aim. Then if you can't even win with a second saber attack, or even be defeated, are you even planning on not living on?" The handsome youth said coldly. He could not stand for Yun's overbearingness. Although he too was overbearing, he remained respectful in front of the middle-aged scholar. He did not dare cross the line, but this savage thought too highly of himself, for he even belittled the middle-aged scholar. "Despite being at the early stage of the Tao Seed realm, you actually dare leap levels to battle me?" Yun chuckled. "It has always been me leaping levels to battle others. I have never seen someone leap a level to fight me." This handsome youth was only about 17 years old. He was famous for having such a cultivation level and extraordinary insights into the laws at this young age. But in the eyes of Yun, that was nothing. "Oh?" The handsome youth's gaze turned sharp immediately. He did not think lowly of Yun. Regardless of everything else, Yun's cultivation level was higher than his, so it would be very difficult to leap levels to defeat such a genius. If Yun was at the same cultivation level as he was, with the handsome youth's personality, he would have already made his move. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar said, "How my martial alliance acts does not need to be explained to a member of the younger generation like you. But since you asked, I will also talk about it. Tianyuan world might look peaceful now, but in fact, there is a turbulent flow underlying us. A calamity is about to break out. Tens of millions of years ago, there was such a calamity. It destroyed whatever martial arts civilization the Tianyuan world originally had. The repercussions of this calamity were far-reaching, and far exceeds your imagination. It caused an unknown number of martial arts heritages to be severed. Not only martial arts heritage, even the historical records were left in vestiges. Such a calamity might not happen again in the future, but the desolate race that glares at us with covetous eyes, and the gigantic eye of destruction lurking within the eternal whirlpool may very likely be the cause of the calamity. With so many premonitory signs, my martial alliance naturally had to do something. We established the Heavenly Tao Union, and took out the inheritance accumulated over tens of millions of years so as to nurture a batch of imperial kings, or even peerless great emperors. This is not for my martial alliance, but for the Tianyuan world. It is for the Tianyuan world's warriors, the commoners, all living things under the sky, and for the entire human race." The middle-aged scholar's words resounded in a radius of several miles. The voice was powerful with bold undertones. Many surrounding warriors could not help but give their kudos when they heard it. Indeed, the instigatory words he said easily stirred the hearts of people. "It's not easy on the martial alliance." An old man sighed. "Over the tens of millions of years, the martial alliance has always been keeping a low profile, with no intentions of hegemony. But in recent years, they had no choice but to rise up. Other than the martial alliance, I believe no one else can shoulder this responsibility." The gigantic eye of destruction that appeared in the eternal whirlpool had shocked the entire Tianyuan world. With a calamity before them, the human race needed a leader. And the martial alliance was the best choice. This young man is too brash. To think he questioned the martial alliance, he really doesn't know the good in people's hearts. The crowd's comments naturally aligned themselves with the martial alliance, isolating Yun. Seeing this scene, the handsome youth turned prideful and sneered, like a knave who uses his own yardstick to measure the motive of an upright man. "You only have such capabilities. Give me another 3 years, for when I step into the late stages of the Tao Seed realm, defeating you will be no different from slaughtering a chicken." Against the one-sided onslaught at him, Yun did not say a word. He appeared as if he did not know how to respond to the middle-aged scholar's words. Yun knew very well that if he remained rebellious in front of the middle-aged scholar, he would end up in a tragic state. "Why? Are you not speaking?" Seeing that Yun had clearly been repressed, the handsome youth asked arrogantly as he turned aggressive in his tone. "You have only obtained some opportunities in the Southern Sea, yet you think so highly of yourself. To think you dare accuse the acts of the Martial Alliance. What a joke! The Martial Alliance's foundation and the responsibility it shoulders far exceeds your imagination. You only managed to defeat a few clay chickens and pottery dogs, and you think you are invincible?" When the handsome youth said those words, Gong Sun Yang nearly blew his top. Clay chickens and pottery dogs? Wasn't this referring to him? Ian narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the handsome youth. "What's your name?" "You do not need to know my name. Just call me Jian Wushuang, no second, sword," the handsome youth said coldly. "Jian Wushuang?" Yun was stunned before he immediately realized that this person had just came up with this name. It was a plagiarized version of his name. Only one sword attack, never the second, hence Jian Wushuang, no second, sword. This was a mockery of his own title. Compared to his straightforward title, the title of Jian Wushuang was clearly more pretentious. This was probably a result of this handsome youth's character. This person naturally wanted a name that sounded more poetic sounding. It is quite a skill to imitate the moves of others, but you even imitate a title? Are you saying that you do not need to use a second attack against people your own cultivation level? Yun asked with a smile. The handsome youth said lightly, "In 3 years, you can try me." 3 years? There's no need. I can now suppress my cultivation level to the early stages of the Tao Seed realm. The moment he finished saying that, everyone sensed Yun's aura rapidly repressed. Soon, he had caused his cultivation level to be suppressed to the early stages of the Tao Seed realm, just like the handsome youth. Early stages of the Tao Seed realm against early stages of the Tao Seed realm. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up. Yun had only suppressed his cultivation level, but his insights into the laws were difficult to suppress. The battle would turn meaningless if he had completely suppressed his nomological insights. Most of the time, battles between young geniuses was a competition of their insights into the laws. From a certain point of view, the person who repressed his cultivation level still held an advantage. But it was because of this, one could tell who was the stronger of the two. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 601, Yun's Saber Attack. Chapter 601, Yun's Saber Attack. They are going to fight. Gong Sun Yang, who had been suffering from the pangs of anguish, was pleasantly surprised seeing this scene. Be it Jiang Yidao or Jian Wushuang, Gong Sun Yang felt extreme hate for them. All he wanted was for the two of them to end up dicing each other in an internecine struggle. Now, their fighting made him overjoyed. He would be able to vent his anger regardless who the vanquished was. When the middle-aged scholar saw this scene, he was also full of smiles. He did not plan on stopping them as he needed to witness Yun's strength. I have already suppressed my cultivation level, but laws can't be suppressed. I will not use my aspect totem, so in that way, I would not be taking advantage of you. With Yun saying that, Jian Wushuang's eyebrows narrowed. What nerve! Clang! Jian Wushuang suddenly brandished his sword and attacked without any warning. At the same time as he made his move, his body was enshrouded in bright lightning bolts. Crackle! Jagged bolts of lightning wantonly forked around like countless snakes. The handsome youth practiced the thunder elemental laws. Amongst the wind, rain, thunder, lightning that formed the creation laws, the thunder element had the greatest offensive power. Xie, A sword beam brought with it a thunder strike that seemed to rip the sky in half. The sharp sound of an explosion reverberated through the clouds, piercing the eardrums of the onlookers. A figure that moved like the wind, and a thunderous sword beam could be seen. Jian Wuxuan was in no way incautious with his attack. Although he spoke arrogantly, he knew that Yi Yun was not someone easily warded off. So, the pointed sword tip conjured sharp yuan qi as it approached Yi Yun's face. At this moment, Yi Yun moved. A saber flash appeared before transforming into 1,000 saber flashes. It streaked across spacetime and appeared before Jian Wuxuan in a blink of an eye. With a saber flash against a sword beam, the perturbed yuan qi resulted in circular ripples spreading out to its surroundings. If these ripples hit an ordinary Dao Seed Realm warrior, they would be seriously injured, if not totally destroyed. Pang! An explosive sound suddenly happened. At that moment, Jian Wuxuan only felt an immense force that was unrivaled approaching him. It made his body recede in succession. As for Yi Yun, after he slashed out that attack, he kept his saber back into his sheath. Oh? He had caused Jian Wuxuan to retreat? People were shocked. A saber had slashed out 1,000 saber flashes and sent Jian Wuxuan retreating. This already proved how powerful Yi Yun was. If it was considered as sparring, this was equivalent to winning by half a move. Yi Yun's title was Jiang Dao. He had previously proclaimed that if he produced a second saber attack, then he would not even use his name. Hence, he had kept his saber. But even so, Yi Yun had one. Jian Wuxuan felt extremely humiliated after being sent retreating. Especially when he saw Yi Yun keep his saber, he felt an overwhelming sense of ridicule and indignance. The difference of half a move was actually not a huge difference. A moment of carelessness, or a failing to express a move to its peak standard could result in losing by half a move. It was extremely normal. You think that is considered as defeating me? Jian Wuxuan gave out a clear cry. Kang! Like a lightning bolt's explosive blast, more than 1,000 sword beams bloomed out. A thunderous cloud that spat out lightning bolts appeared behind Jian Wuxuan. And out from the cloud came a purple thunderous bird that had its wings spread out. This was Jian Wuxuan's aspect totem. Originally, when Jian Wuxuan saw Yi Yun not using his aspect totem, he decided not to use his too, but now, he had to rein in his pride, and summon out his aspect totem. By summoning his aspect totem, it would bridge the nomological gap that arose from the age differences between them. This way, it was considered a fair fight. Under the augmentation of the thunder lightning power, Jian Wuxuan's sword seemed to gain a certain spiritual intelligence. It was engulfed in yuan qi, and amidst the flashes of lightning, Jian Wuxuan stabbed at Yi Yun. Die! Jian Wuxuan charged at Yi Yun with an indomitable force. However, Yi Yun exceeded everyone's expectations by not drawing his saber despite the sword nearing him. When the onlookers saw this, they were momentarily stunned. When peerless elites sparred, their lives were on the line. Especially in a battle where anger had arose, it was all about fighting with one's all. It was very common for one side to kill the other. Previously, Jiang Yidao had won by half a move, but it could not be said that he had completely suppressed Jian Wuxuan. Furthermore, Jian Wuxuan had conjured his aspect totem, increasing his strength greatly. If Jiang Yidao did not draw his saber because of what he had boasted previously in such a situation, it would be too dangerous. In the blink of an eye, no one had the time to think too deeply. At this moment, a loud and sonorous howl rumbled from the sky. In the sky, the 1,000 saber flashes Yi Yun had sent out had not dissipated yet. Instead, it slowly changed its direction and converged together. Oh! People were alarmed. Typically, once a sword flash was sent out, it would mostly dissipate after a strike. The remaining would then disappear along the strike's trajectory. A scene of saber flashes converging together once again before their eyes was rarely seen. In just 1,000th of a second, the 1,000 flashes had merged as one. Wah! The atmosphere tore apart, as the saber flash finally condensed into a golden saber beam that was without parallel. This saber beam brought along with it an indomitable aura. It was like an avalanche that came roaring down at Jin Wuxuan's thunderous cloud. The purple thunderous bird within the thundering cloud screeched. It spread its wings and followed the sword beam slashed out by Jin Wuxuan to meet the golden saber beam head-on. Pang! The lightning bolts shattered while a resounding blast happened. Yi Yun's saber remained unchallenged. The look in Jin Wuxuan's eyes changed. His yuan qi was being drained rapidly, as his sword beams scattered in the sky, while his body quickly dodged within the lightning bolts. However, no matter how much he expended his yuan qi to dodge, the saber beam seemed to home in on him. Eventually it reached his chest. This was the second time the saber flash had attacked him, yet he could not block it. Jin Wuxuan retreated again and again, and finally, he had no choice but to gather another bout of yuan qi so as to slash out his third sword attack. As for Yi Yun, his saber was still within its sheath. He had only sent out one saber attack from the very beginning. With no way of avoiding, Jin Wuxuan could only forcefully face it head-on. However, Jin Wuxuan's third sword attack was done in a haste, so how much yuan qi could he have gathered? Bam! With a loud boom, Jin Wuxuan was immediately struck by the saber beam. His protective yuan qi immediately shattered as he let out a grunt before flying backwards, while spitting out a mouthful of blood. And from the place he flew out from, the saber beams left long marks on the ground, as if they had been burned to a crisp. Jin Wuxuan's body tumbled for a few hundred feet before he slammed into a shop's signboard. Only by using this reactionary force did he manage to forcefully stabilize his body. Jin Wuxuan's sword hit the ground, scratching out a long trail of sparks. One of his hands held himself to the ground, in a half-kneeled position before he managed to fully stabilize his body. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth as he gave Yi Yun an alarmed stare. One saber move. Indeed, he had only used one saber attack. He had been defeated. No matter how indignant Jin Wuxuan was, he had to admit defeat. Yi Yun flipped his hand and the saber disappeared into his interspatial ring. He looked at the handsome youth and said lightly, "It's best you use your original name. You can't use this name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 602, The Designation of Young Demon Lord. Chapter 602, The Designation of Young Demon Lord. You. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Jin Wuxuan, who was already injured, nearly spat out another mouthful of blood from this provocation. "It's best that you use your original name. You can't use that name." This sentence resonated in Jin Wuxuan's head. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. He had made up that title so as to mock Yi Yun, but who knew that after being defeated by Yi Yun with one saber attack, this title would become a joke. Not only Jin Wuxuan, even the onlooking warriors were at a loss as to what to say. Zhang Yidao was too overbearing. Many people were tempted to rush in and beat him up. However, how could they win? Furthermore, although Zhang Yidao was overbearing, what he said was the truth. Be it his title or the words he said to Jin Wuxuan, no one could retort it. Not a bad saber attack at all. The middle-aged scholar said with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yi Yun with a faint smile. Being able to show off your ability and act in undue confidence because of your talent is both good and bad. Your ability and confidence can let you lead a high-spirited life. With each and every victory, it would coagulate this sure-win notion into your bones, forming a forceful stance of yours. As such, your strength can increase by leaps and bounds, with nothing to stop it. But this invincible stance will not last forever. There will be one day when you fail. And at that time, the higher you climb, the worse the fall. And when that happens, you will lose your edge. Lose my edge? Yi Yun glanced at the middle-aged scholar and he only chuckled once, while having a nonchalant expression. The air he gave off made the onlookers shake their heads. He is too arrogant. There are so many geniuses in the Tian Yuan world. Since ancient times, many geniuses have been born who were considered kings of their generation, but these geniuses might fail to fully mature. Many of them failed midway. What sort of experience does the Martial Alliance's ambassador have? To think he doesn't listen to such advice. I think that this Jianyidao would soon meet failure. He may be a good piece of jade, but it can't be polished. People began discussing. However, Ian stood in the middle of the crowd, turning a deaf ear to everything. You seem indignant about it? The middle-aged scholar gave a beaming smile. This largeness of this world exceeds your imagination. Let's not talk about things far away, just the Heavenly Tao Union is enough to open your eyes. Heavenly Tao Union? Ian lightly flicked his cuff and said nonchalantly, after all that incessant drivel, aren't you just trying to arouse my interest in the Heavenly Tao Union? When Ian said this, the crowd turned speechless. Arouse his interest? There were people who yearned to enter the Heavenly Tao Union but they could not. Did this person think he was the Son of God? However, the middle-aged scholar was not annoyed. He shook his head and said, the Heavenly Tao Union is established on the Martial Alliance headquarters Greatsword Mountain. It is up to you to enter. I will not insist. Ian laughed. If what you said is true, that I would broaden my horizons by entering the Heavenly Tao Union, then there's no harm doing so. However, if there is some soul contract needed for entering the Heavenly Tao Union, then forget it. I won't do it. Ian said those words in an extremely insolent tone, causing the surrounding people to roll their eyes. So what if he was a genius? He was just a Tao Seed Realm warrior. Do you think you are a peerless great emperor? But even so, the middle-aged scholar was not provoked. He smiled while rubbing his hands. Don't you worry. There are no soul contracts. You will be free in everything you do. After the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, he turned around and left. The surrounding entourage glanced angrily at Yi Yun before leaving with mixed emotions. Especially Gong Sun Ding, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. As for Gong Sun Yang, he was like a shriveled eggplant, as if he would never to recover from his setback. He had hoped that Yi Yun and Jian Wuxuan would engage in an internecine struggle, but the difference in strength was too great. The irritating fool, Jian Wuxuan, may have been beaten, but Yi Yun had become even more arrogant. He actually spoke to the Martial Alliance ambassador in such a provocative manner. Even though Yi Yun had obtained the right to enter the Heavenly Tao Union, the thing that he had always dreamed of, Yi Yun still showed complete disinterest, as if him entering the Heavenly Tao Union was giving them face. The amount of depression Gong Sun Yang was feeling was imaginable. In 10 days, I'll be waiting for you at Greatsword Mountain. At the moment the middle-aged scholar's figure disappeared, an ethereal voice transmission entered Yi Yun's ears. Yi Yun did not display any anxiety or enthusiasm to the Heavenly Tao Union spot that countless Tian Yuan world elites coveted. He turned around and strode into the Six Swords Inn, returning to his room. After closing the door, Yi Yun quietly sat on the bed. His facial expression slowly calmed down as he looked completely different from the Jianyidao that considered everyone beneath his notice. Heavenly Tao Union. Yi Yun muttered the name. As he previously mentioned, he suspected that there was a purpose behind the establishment of the Heavenly Tao Union. From Blood Moon's standpoint, why would they use their own resources to nurture elites of the various large factions in the Tian Yuan world? There was probably a nefarious plot hiding behind the existence of the Heavenly Tao Union. Those elites, who joined the Heavenly Tao Union, might not end up well. It was just that Yi Yun wasn't sure what Blood Moon was trying to do. The Martial Alliance was a faction that Blood Moon used to showcase themselves on the surface. It had been established and running for years, but now, with the Martial Alliance making their move, they managed to quickly establish their authority in the Tian Yuan world. With the longevity-extending pills, inheritances and resources that might have come from the 12 Empyrean heavens, it was not difficult for the Martial Alliance to accomplish all of this. The Martial Alliance was too attractive. Even if the Heavenly Tao Union did not do any recruitment, there would naturally be numerous geniuses who tried to enter by all means. In addition, in all other aspects, the Blood Moon was enjoying great success. Although Yun did not believe anything the middle-aged scholar said, Yun knew that the so-called calamity was probably not far off. I'll first enter the Heavenly Tao Union. Yun calmed his heart and expirated Yuan Qi. His energy circulated slowly according to the Great Empress Heart Sutra. The chaos that happened in the Six Swords and was talked about in the days that came in Heaven Martial City. Yun stayed in the Six Sword Inn, but no one came to challenge him. The process of how Yun defeated Jin Wuxuan was spread throughout Heaven Martial City. Maybe there were people who were jealous, so Yun's image and the rumors were not that good. Some people said that not only was Zhang Yidao strong, he was also impudent and he had terrible moral standards. Once defeated by him, not only would you suffer the humiliation of defeat, you would even be mocked by him. Just that overbearing attitude of his was enough to waver your martial heart, or make you question the meaning of life. As the rumors proliferated, Yun's image turned into one of a young demon lord. Some elites fantasized about defeating Yun, to become famous in one battle, but none of them had the courage to do so. Yun did not care about all of this. Instead, the Six Swords Inn that had been smashed not only did not pursue the matter, it even waived Yun's lodging. All sorts of spiritual food was provided free of charge to him on a daily basis. It was not a lot of money, but it also reflected the attitude of the Six Swords Inn. This was a result of his strength, as Yun's future achievements were limitless. As for Yun, he fulfilled his promise and took on Yo and Ayu to Treasure House to buy all sorts of divine medicine that could improve talent. As for the youth in his 20s, his mind went blank seeing them spend the Empyrean relics. However, he did not dare to have any greedy thoughts. After all that had happened, he was completely apprehensive of Yun. He did not dare to say a word while following him. If I have the chance to return the favor, the two of us will certainly not shrink away. Yo and Ayu said solemnly. Now, they were too weak and they were unable to return the favor to Yun. Yun waved his hand, while he suggested a few large factions that included the Lin family for the siblings to go. It was up to them to choose, for he believed that these large factions would be happy to take them in. It was also time for Yun to leave Heaven Martial City. At Treasure House, he bought some herbs and relics that were suitable for the 9 neonate. These relics barely caught Yun's eye. He also heard that there were even better treasures that were kept in the Martial Alliance. To take elites in, the Martial Alliance did not sell these treasures, but used them to nurture these geniuses. While leaving Heaven Martial City, Yun stopped by the towering divine tree. Yun glanced at the divine tree that resembled two peerless experts fighting. He felt an intense and chilling murderous intent surge at him. He tensed up, and with a cold breeze blowing across him, he suddenly regained his focus. A true divine tree. Yun stared at it deeply. Although the Tian Yuan world was just a sealed world, it was a place with amazing traits. Yun moved forward. His body pranced around the path, and soon, he disappeared onto the cloud-shrouded path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Greatsword Mountain. Chapter 603, Greatsword Mountain. Yun arrived at Greatsword Mountain exactly on the 10th day. Greatsword Mountain's peak pierced the clouds, making it impossible for birds to traverse it. While standing on the base of Skyward Path, Yun looked up at the mountain peak, his eyes glaring with icy coldness. Blood Moon was at the peak of the mountain. These people wanted him, as well as Lin Xintong and Zhang Xiaro, dead. Yet, they did not know that he was now right before their very eyes. By stepping into Greatsword Mountain, his entry into the Heavenly Tao Union would be fraught with dangers. However, Yi-Yun had already made up his mind. He wanted to enjoy the Martial Alliance's resources and treasures, and in turn, rain disaster on them. Yi-Yun's goal was very clear. He was here to cause destruction. Of course, there was no free lunch in this world. The Heavenly Tao Union definitely had its motives, and Yi-Yun knew this all too well. As Yi-Yun began scaling the mountain through the skyward path, the wind grew stronger, to the point that it was as if he was in a squall. Steep cliffs bounded the path on its two sides. If a person lacked the requisite cultivation level, he would easily be swept away, crashing to the bottom of the mountain. Yi-Yun used his movement technique, and the flow of Yuan Qi within his body allowed for him to treat it as if it were flat ground. At this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Through the strong winds, he discovered some people who did not wear the attires of the Martial Alliance. They were likely young elites from other factions. Yi-Yun could hear the conversations of some of them. Our applications to join the Heavenly Tao Union had been approved for days, but only now can we officially join the Heavenly Tao Union. It is such a rare opportunity. That is right. The list of new recruits into the Heavenly Tao Union has already been publicized. I had been waiting at the bottom of Skyward Path for everyone. Since our family clans are friendly with each other, we should take care of each other when we get in. With so many geniuses gathered in the Heavenly Tao Union, an alliance is necessary, else it will be difficult to survive. Upon hearing their conversation, he immediately understood the situation. Today was the day the Heavenly Tao Union took in a new batch of geniuses. It was the official date of recruitment. Back then, when the middle-aged scholar transmitted his voice, telling him to meet in 10 days, he had not specified it only for Yi-Yun. These people's attires were embroidered with different family clan emblems. Taking a glance at them, he noticed a familiar emblem, Totem Mystic Race. Back in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Panther Lady, who Yi-Yun met, was from the Totem Mystic Race. And later, in Heaven Martial City, the wanted poster that targeted him, which he had seen, included the Totem Mystic Race in its inscription. This proud son of heaven of the Totem Mystic Race was a young man. His face was covered in a mysterious tattoo. It was the Totem Mystic Race's runic mark. As Yi-Yun sized them up, they also noticed that there was an additional person behind them. The Totem Mystic Race's man turned around with a glance. Who is that? He looks young, and he does not wear the attire of the Martial Alliance. He should be the same as us and is here to join the Heavenly Tao Union. I know less than half the people on the list of new recruits into the Heavenly Tao Union, and I have never seen him before. These people did not hide their conversations from Yi-Yun. Friend, why not speak your name? Which family clan are you from? A few people asked Yi-Yun. Everyone who joined the Heavenly Tao Union were competitors to one another. These people had already formed an alliance amongst themselves to share the benefits. Towards a stranger, all of them were wary, but they also wondered if there was a chance of forming an alliance with him. Unfortunately, they did not expect that Yi-Yun would just move through them after giving them a glance. Yi-Yun could not be bothered to answer these people, especially people from the Totem family clan. This family clan was involved in the death warrant for Lin Xintong, Zhang Xiaro and himself, so it was already nice of him not to cause them harm from the shadows. Yi-Yun's movement technique was adroit, so moving through them was just a matter of a blink of an eye. By the time they were brought to their senses, Yi-Yun's figure was far ahead of them. This person, the man from the Totem family clan, was immediately infuriated. What impudence! He is too arrogant. This person had ignored them and had passed through them despite their questions. All of them had their family clan's emblem embroidered on their clothes, yet this person had ignored them. By doing so he was belittling their family clans as well. Chase after him. These people looked at each other and were furious. They wanted to chase up to Yi-Yun, not to argue with him, but because of the competitive streak young elites had. Yi-Yun did not even turn his head. He could not be bothered with them and only used his movement technique to move forward in the squall like it was flat ground. He did not deliberately increase his speed, but as he was too powerful, he quickly left the young geniuses in his dust. He is so fast. The people behind him could only stare on. One of them, who had a weaker cultivation level, was already panting from a lack of yuan qi. This path up the Greatsword Mountain was a small entry test. In this squall, the higher one went, the more draining it was on one's stamina. They wanted to strive for vindication, but they realized that they were being left behind, and their protective yuan qi were being shredded by the fierce winds. As for Yi Yun, he had long since disappeared. He specializes in movement techniques. This person is too arrogant. Just because he has an advantage with his movement technique, he desperately charged forward, just to get the better of us. He sure is childish in his hope to prevail against others. TSK. He is just young and aggressive. Everyone has their own fortes, so it is nothing to be proud of. These people said in indignance. They seem to have forgotten of their own hopes of prevailing against other. Only when they realized that they could not beat him did they take on a pure and lofty stance that such competition was meaningless. Less than an hour later, Yi Yun managed to arrive at the peak of Greatsword Mountain after traversing the skyward path. With Yi Yun's speed, he could have taken less than 5 minutes to scale the mountain, but he had been delayed because the mountain peak was covered with arrays. He turned back to look at skyward path, as he quietly thought to himself that the path was a good cultivation ground. If an ordinary warrior climbed it and continuously practiced his movement technique, his yuan qi would become denser. Looking around him, a part of the peak of Greatsword Mountain was a large but flat stony platform. Just after Yi Yun finished scaling the mountain, he landed precisely on this stony platform. At this moment, there were quite a number of proud children of heaven gathered on the stony platform. Upon Yi Yun's arrival, many of them darted a glance at him. Their glances consisted of a hint of wariness and scrutiny. Although it was calm and peaceful, Yi Yun could feel a sense of animosity coming from the numerous geniuses. As these geniuses came from various large sects or family clans, there was an intricate and complex network of relationships between them. Yi Yun scanned the crowd. Back at the great Empress Mystic Realm, only people of the younger generation from a small number of family clans had gathered. Now, however, the gathering had expanded to people from all over the entire Tianyuan world. Despite that, they were no different than a smaller number to Yi Yun. At this moment, the people from before, including the man from the Totem family clan, finally arrived. The moment they reached the platform, they immediately looked for Yi Yun. And when Yi Yun sensed their gazes, he only gave a nonchalant glance back and did not mind them further. This rascal! The young man from the Totem family clan looked at Yi Yun with displeasure. This conflict was not something serious, but it was enough to make him want to settle scores with Yi Yun. Yi Yun only cared about himself before finding a spot to sit down to meditate. However, at this moment, he felt something. A certain baffling chill rose up from his heart, giving him a fight-or-flight response. This is... Yi Yun immediately opened his eyes. He sensed an extremely familiar aura, but he could not figure out where he had encountered such an aura at that very moment. This made Yi Yun ponder. After he practiced martial arts, his memory had been superb. He had an eidetic memory, so even if he had previously seen an unimportant person once, he could recall if he thought about it deeply. This time, however, he could not recall where he had encountered it before. What could it be? Yi Yun scanned his surroundings. Many of the elites present were silently discussing through voice transmissions in sporadic groups, or meditating alone. Nothing seemed odd. Yi Yun did not know if the person who had given him such a mysterious feeling was within this group of people. Yi Yun made a note to be careful. Since this was the Martial Alliance's headquarters, he could be said to have entered the tiger's den. The moment his identity is exposed, the consequences will be unthinkable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Masked Man. Chapter 604, Masked Man. More and more people gathered at the square of Greatsword Mountain. Although Yun looked calm on the surface while meditating, he was actually constantly alert towards his surroundings. After a few other batches of paragons arrived, it was already noon. The sun hung high in the sky, but when its rays shone down, it appeared weak. It was as if the sun's rays had been greatly dispersed by Greatsword Mountain's solemn aura. Oh! There is someone. Yun suddenly frowned. He sensed that, at a spot about dozens of meters away in front of him, there was a slight yuan qi fluctuation. Yun could feel a furtive observation coming from that spot. However, when he scanned at it with his eye, the spot only had a lone stone pagoda, with nothing else surrounding it. Yun narrowed his eyes, for he sensed that there was something special about the stone pagoda. Is it an array? Yun closed his eyes to sense it. The energy fluctuation seemed to conceal itself within a distorted spacetime, and felt like an array. Hence, Yun opened his purple crystal's energy vision. Under the energy vision, nothing could hide, for everything could be seen at a glance. In the energy vision, there was no stone pagoda. Where the stone pagoda stood, there was actually a palatial grand hall. And on the two sides of the grand hall there stood two demonic stone sculptures. On the top of the grand hall, there was a signboard with the three words Demon God Hall written on it. There were 4 youths wearing the Martial Alliance's attire beneath the signboard as they pointed towards the crowd. These 4 people looked like Heavenly Dao Union's elites. Their cultivation level were also at the Dao Seed realm. By standing within the array, no one could detect them. At this moment, a short youth pointed towards Yun. The reason why Yun had sensed the furtive observation from before was due to being pointed at by this short youth. If not for that, Yun would not have immediately seen through the array set up on the Martial Alliance's Greatsword Mountain array, no matter how sensitive he was. He is that guy, right? The short youth pointed at Yun and said in a derisive tone. Right, that is him. He looks ordinary and countrified. A tall youth, who was standing beside the short youth, said while laughing. Why is he looking over here? Just as they were discussing Yun had looked at them. However, the tall youth was in no way bothered even while looking straight into Yun's eyes. He said in a very assured manner, "What can he see? It is merely a coincidence." This illusion array was set up by an Imperial King Array Master. Do you think that he can see through it? The few of them took the array's concealment for granted and began criticizing Yun, and did not mince their words in any way. Being able to criticize, peep and mock the paragons that entered the Heavenly Dao Union without them knowing, gave them an indescribable feeling of superiority. Yun silently circulated the Great Empress Heart Sutra. He was unable to hear their conversation because his perception could not penetrate through an illusion array set up by an imperial king. However, with the energy vision, he could see their mouths clearly. As such, even though their voices were isolated by the array, Yun could lip-read every single word they said. Despite hearing these malicious conversation, Yun remained unmoved as he carried on meditating. This Jiangyadao does not look special in any way. To think Lord Ambassador gave him such a high evaluation. Do not look down on him. He managed to defeat junior brother Wuhan with one saber attack. Wuhan is too young and too arrogant. It is not surprising for him to suffer under Jiang Yidao's hands. If it were me, he would definitely be the one suffering. You might not be able to beat him. However, his days won't be smooth sailing. Although Lord Ambassador had given him an exception to enter the Heavenly Dao Union, his character is too overbearing. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Dao Union will not allow such a person to exist. No matter who it is, they have to be obedient upon entering the Heavenly Dao Union. If not, wouldn't it be a smack to the elders' faces? Wait and see, for there will be times when he will suffer. We can just enjoy the show when that happens. Just watching a show is too boring. As a Southern Sea savage, he is not familiar with other family clans or sections. When he gets repressed to the point of being left high and dry, we can take the opportunity to help him. He might even be overwhelmed by our kindness till he shed tears of gratitude. We might even get some benefits as a result." As they spoke, they began to guffaw. Following that, they stopped talking about Yi Yun as they changed topics to talk about the women who were about to enter the Heavenly Tao Union. They even began to evaluate each girl's looks and figures. It was full of debasement and sexually degrading remarks. With the isolation from the array, it was another form of thrill to these youths as they frivolously talked about the proud ladies. Yi Yun was in no way interested in this. He only silently made the decision to remember them, especially the tall and short youths. Just as Yi Yun was planning on closing his energy vision, his heart suddenly sank. He saw a few figures stride out from the black-stoned Great Hall. And those youths, who had been gesticulating at the elites present, under the Demon God Hall signboard, immediately wiped their frivolous expressions and turned respectful the moment they saw these figures. "Lord Inspectors." The youths began to bow. The figures they bowed to all had very powerful auras. The moment they walked out the God Demon Hall, a powerful surge of demonic energy rushed out in a manner that caused apprehensions. Among those few, the leading person wore a dark, golden face mark. His aura was gloomy and terrifying. In front of him, the youths, who previously had sharp tongues, were so afraid that they did not dare to breathe. The golden masked man coldly looked at the young elites gathered on the square. These young elites were still grouped up in 3s and 4s. They were either privately speaking through voice transmissions or meditating. They were oblivious to all of this. Except one person. Yi Yun. Yi Yun took a deep breath as he narrowed his eyes. He did not look straight at the golden masked man, but locked onto this person using the purple crystal's energy vision. He finally knew where that familiar chilly feeling came from. That feeling came from this person. Coldness, evil, cruel. This aura. It was that evil energy. Yi Yun was enlightened. Back when he uncovered the treacherous plot the Shintu family clan scheming against the Lin family, he had extracted evil energy that could rapidly cause a life to age from the relic. This evil energy was extremely strange. Back then, all the Lin family elders failed to detect its existence, but it was controlled by the purple crystal. Back then, Yi Yun sinisterly implanted this evil energy into Shintu Nanshan's body, which no one discovered. Following that, when Yi Yun killed Shintu Nantian, he left the evil energy inside Shintu Nanshan's corpse. And now, on this masked man's body, Yi Yun actually felt the existence of that evil energy. It was just that, compared to the past, this evil energy had undergone a bizarre transformation. This transformation was what made Yi Yun unable to link the cold and evil feeling to the evil energy in the beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Entry. Chapter 605, Entry. Lord Inspector, this is the latest of batch of geniuses from various family clans and sects who are joining the Heavenly Tao Union. A sallow-skinned man with eyes that lacked luster said in a deep voice. The masked man nodded. As the man spoke, he was already observing the crowd of geniuses. Ever since the Heavenly Tao Union was established, with the longevity extending pills, the numerous resources, and with the condition that there was no need to abandon their own sects and family clans, it attracted numerous geniuses. Some future household heads or sect leaders, who were secretly nurtured by their respective factions, even joined the Heavenly Tao Union. Almost all of the Tian Yuan world's geniuses are basically here. The deep-voiced man carried on. The power of the Martial Alliance could now be said to be unprecedented. At this moment, the golden-masked man took out a token. With a bright flash from the token, the array immediately became ineffective. When the light dimmed, the palatial black-stone grand hall suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Upon seeing this scene, the geniuses, who were waiting, were taken by surprise. Especially when they saw the golden masked man and the few peoples behind them, they were even more appalled. They were on the platform, but they had not discovered that their surroundings were shrouded by an array. They also did not know that these people were standing not far from them, observing them. The auras emitted by these people made the geniuses present tense up. The masked man had a full face mask on. It even obscured the eyes. The features of the dark, gold mask were only a few simple lines, but it exuded a cold and eerie feeling. By looking at those narrow holes that replaced the mask's eyes, it felt like their breaths were being drawn out. It's the Martial Alliance. They must be important figures from the Heavenly Tao Union that are responsible for receiving us. Just as these geniuses were about to stand up and pay their respects, the people behind the masked man suddenly attacked. Multiple sharp saber beams came falling from the sky and instantly covered the entire area. How could this be? Why are they suddenly attacking? The elites immediately shrunk their pupils as they dodged or tried to withstand the beams. Some tried resisting hurriedly after a moment of panic, but they failed to completely withstand them and immediately cried out. One of the people that Yun encountered on the way up skyward path had been struck by the Yuan Qi and was sent flying backwards, while mangled flesh and blood spilled out of his chest's cavity. And when this Yuan Qi flew at Yun, who was meditating, remained motionless before sending a punch straight at it. Bam! The 9 neonates' strong body and strength collided with the golden Yuan Qi. As the golden flash vanished, the Yuan Qi shockwave was immediately dissipated. What? What the hell is this? My hand is broken. They are too ruthless in their attacks. Many of the injured geniuses whined. There was no forewarning before the sudden attack, and the attackers' cultivation levels were much stronger than theirs, so how was it possible for them to withstand it? These elites thought that some important figure had arrived and they were trying to greet them. They hoped that they could leave a good impression on them, getting better treatment in the future or even a bit more resources. However, what awaited them was just a Yuan Qi blast. After the Yuan Qi dissipated, these people saw the situation in the square. A majority of the geniuses had been swept away by the Yuan Qi blast, and some of them were even covered in blood. However, there were a few of them who managed to resist the attack. From the looks of it, they did so with ease. There were about 7 or 8 of such people. They were all elites, but the difference in strength was too great. Amongst these 7 or 8 people, there was only one young man who was sitting on the ground in a corner, meditating. He looked ordinary and he carried a saber on his back. The other elites were all standing, but he was still sitting. Before the Yuan Qi blast, he was sitting on the ground meditating, and he had just finished his meditation. His clothes were dustless as if the blast from before was a breeze gently caressing him. He barely felt it. It's that rascal we met on the way up the mountain. The people from the totem mystic race recognized Yun. On the way up Greatsword Mountain, they had taken the initiative to befriend Yun, but he ignored them. Due to Yun's belittlement of them, they were very displeased. They believed that Yun was only good at his movement technique, allowing him to leave them in the dust on the way up Greatsword Mountain. But from the way things were looking now, Yun was a lot stronger than them. In the attack from before, one of them was seriously injured, while the others were also in miserable states. They were not on the same level as Yun. This made them look at Yun with extremely complicated expressions. Yun's present strength allowed him to resist a Yuan opening realm warrior without him revealing any hidden cards that could expose his identity. Yun himself could not estimate how strong he was if he really played all his cards. In fact, Yun looked forward to having a battle that he could fight to his heart's content. That person is a saber user. A few elites beside Yun noticed the saber on Yun's back. Despite him being a saber user, him having such a vicious fist attack attracted their attention. Even those elites, who had withstood the attack with ease, glanced at Yun and secretly made a mental note of him. At this moment, the golden masked man at the door of Demon God Hall coldly said, "Anyone who is wounded can leave." What? These elites were stunned. Someone asked subconsciously, leave? To where? The situation had already made them faintly sense what was about to happen, but they could not accept it. Isn't that nonsense? Of course, go back to wherever you came from. You have been eliminated. The tall youth, who had previously derided Yun while hiding in the array, chuckled. Eliminated. Many of the elites were stunned when they heard this word. They had employed painstaking means to obtain the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Tao Union, and they were feeling high-spirited. But now, they were being sent back just after arriving at the Martial Alliance? They never expected that the sudden attack from before was a test. They had never heard of an entry test when entering the Heavenly Tao Union. The faces of those who failed to avoid the attack immediately turned ashen. They could not accept it. TSK. This round of recruitment by the Martial Alliance is several times bigger than the previous one. Do you really think that all of you can enter the Heavenly Tao Union? Such naivety. The tall youth said with a gloating sneer. These new geniuses had suffered a disastrous outcome just as they were about to enter the Heavenly Tao Union. From hope to despair, and their ambitions being shattered, this gave the tall youth the pleasurable feeling of schadenfreude as well as augmenting his superior status. However, he noticed Yun as well. He was quite displeased that Yun had easily passed the test. Against a person who was ostentatious and was also better than him, the youth was filled with jealousy. He wished that he could see Yun suffer a crushing defeat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, The Strange Evil Energy. Chapter 606, The Strange Evil Energy. Go back? My application passed, and I traveled a long distance to get to Greatsword Mountain. I will not accept you turning me back. An injured genius said with his face beet red. The golden masked man turned towards the genius youth and did not say a word. Suddenly, a swift and forceful sinister aura passed through the mask and surged forward. It was as if a pair of cold and sinister eyes was staring right at that genius. This genius' eyes immediately turned glazed, and when the glazed blankness left his eyes were transfixed with terror. Interacting with that strange energy made him feel like he had a near-death experience. He did not dare speak a single word. I'll be leaving now, right now. The youth muttered with a face as white as a sheet. When the other indignant people saw this genius' actions, they could vaguely guess what had happened. Although they remained disgruntled, they did not dare to protest. They had spent a lot of effort to join the Heavenly Tao Union, but now, they had been sent packing the moment they arrived at the peak of Greatsword Mountain. It was very difficult for them to accept it. And at this moment, Yun slowly stood up. He quietly looked at the masked man and narrowed his eyes. He had already opened his energy vision. He could completely perceive that evil energy. He previously believed that the evil energy was lurking in the golden masked man's dantian, and it would slowly feed on his vitality. However, it would be several hundred years later before it would really do anything. But now, by the looks of it, that was not the case. In the energy vision, Yun could clearly see that the evil energy had rooted itself deep in the golden masked man's brain. In a sense, the evil energy was already in control of the masked man's soul sea. Once it acted up, the masked man might be controlled by the evil energy. As if sensing Yun's gaze, the masked man turned to look at Yun. The cold but empty expression from the golden mask gave people an inexplicable sense of horror. Is there anyone else who is unconvinced? The golden masked man's gaze landed on Yun. With the Star Transference Heaven-Changing book, Yun did not possess a single flaw in his disguise. The golden masked man could not see through Yun, but Yun could see through the other with his energy vision. He was surprised to find a familiar face underneath the mask. Shin Tu Nan Tian. Yun's pupils constricted. His first reaction was that it was impossible. In the Great Empress realm, he had killed Shintu Nantian with his own hands. How could a dead person rise from the dead? Yi Yun had confirmed that Shintu Nantian was dead. Rising from the dead was impossible even for the Blood Moon. Oh? Yi Yun suddenly realized something. He had a vague feeling that the person in front of him only had the same looks as Shintu Nantian. However, the air he gave off was completely different. As Yi Yun were sworn enemies with Shintu Nantian, Yi Yun knew Shintu Nantian very well. It was easy to change one's looks, but it was much harder to change one's aura. Hence, the top-grade disguise techniques required one to change one's aura. Of course, the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book far exceeded such a category. He might not be Shintu Nantian, but yet, he looks exactly like Shintu Nantian. Could it be that a soul is possessing Shintu Nantian's corpse? When Yi Yun thought of this possibility, he realized that even a small mole that Shintu Nantian had was on the same spot as the person in front of him, so clearly this was Shintu Nantian's body. And with the evil energy residing in his body, it gave this theory greater weight. The soul that had possessed Shintu Nantian's body did not sense the presence of the evil energy. By foolishly possessing it, it had become influenced by the evil energy. And Yi Yun could only think of two people who could possess Shintu Nantian. They were the two Blood Moon members who had entered the Great Empress with the swarthy youth. They were inspectors, so it would be very common to change their bodies. With all these indicators, Yi Yun had already guessed what had happened. However, Yi Yun did not know what sort of strange transformations the evil energy had undergone. Why did it grow so much in just a few years? Yi Yun hesitated slightly as he sank his perception into the purple crystal. He activated the purple crystal's vision to its limits as he probed deep into the origins of the evil energy's transformation. And at this moment, phew! The evil energy that had pervaded the masked man's soul seemed to receive a stimulation as it suddenly shrunk. From this contraction, Yi Yun realized that the evil energy had split into numerous filaments and it had infiltrated the entire soul sea of the masked man. Now, all the filaments were being withdrawn. These filaments were extremely thin, like hyphae. And the evil energy was like a parasitic mushroom. It spread out its numerous hyphae deep into the masked man's soul sea, and it absorbed his energy without a trace. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun felt a chill. This scene was indeed eerie. The evil energy very quickly shrunk into a ball. It had become very alert. Yi Yun understood that it had sensed the existence of the purple crystal when he probed it with his energy vision. The purple crystal was the nemesis of all energy. The purple crystal was the archenemy of such an evil energy. Just sensing a tiny bit of it was like a mouse encountering a cat. This was a repression that came from a survival instinct. However, Yi Yun had only used his energy vision to probe it. The aura that came from the purple crystal was still too veiled. The evil energy had still not evolved into a living organism. It only had its instincts, but no intelligence. When the purple crystal's repression disappeared, the evil energy slowly restored itself to its original calm state. Soon after, it silently stretched its energy filaments out and with an extremely slow speed, spread them throughout the masked man's soul sea. And throughout all this, the masked man did not seem to discover any of this. The cold and eerie masked man and the evil energy that resided in his soul sea. One was animating a corpse, while the other was lodged deep in the soul sea, silently devouring energy. This combination gave one the chills. At this moment, the golden masked man's gaze had moved away from Yi Yun. With no one daring to object, the masked man sneered, "Very good." The tall and short duo behind the masked man understood his intentions. They walked towards the square with a smile hanging on their faces. They checked the injuries of the people present. Anyone who was injured by the Yuan-Chi blast would be sent down Greatsword Mountain, no matter how minor the wound was. Those geniuses that were eliminated were sent down the platform with resignation and a sense of indignant. They had came here in high spirits, but now, it was more humiliating than those whose applications had failed. Now, all those who are still standing on the platform, you have passed the test and you can formally join the Heavenly Tao Union. However, don't assume that you can sit back and relax. In the world of desolate beasts, only the strongest desolate beasts have the right to enjoy the best food. In the world of us warriors, in the Heavenly Tao Union, we follow the same principle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Ancient Heritage. Chapter 607, Ancient Heritage. The geniuses present did not react to the golden masked man. The law of the jungle was an extremely common principle in the martial world. To train in martial arts, warriors had to compete with one another. It was very normal for the weak to serve as prey for the strong. This also suited the intentions of these geniuses. Everyone wanted to become the strongest. While cultivating in the Heavenly Tao Union, there are times when your lives will be at stake. If you are afraid, you can quit now. After the golden masked man said that, he scanned the geniuses present. No one wants to quit? Very good. Then let me congratulate you on becoming the new members of the Heavenly Tao Union. After he finished speaking, he turned around and said, "Follow me." The masked man's footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but with only a few steps, he covered a great distance. When the geniuses saw this, they went after him. A few of them were lacking in their movement techniques, so they had to use their cultivation techniques so as to catch up. The black-stoned Grand Hall was the entrance to the Martial Alliance. After passing through it, a large region of buildings came into view. The peak of Greatsword Mountain was very wide. Looking far into the distance, they got the feeling as if they were on the same level as the heavens themselves. It was quite a stunning experience. Amongst the buildings, there were tall stone pagodas that seemed to be akin to swords, standing erect above the ground, a sharp aura rushing out from them. The golden masked man led them to a stone pagoda and then stopped. These stone pagodas looked like small hills from afar, but they were palatial when seen from up close. Standing before these pagodas, they could feel a heavy oppression coming from the giant stones that were used to make these buildings. This will be where you will stay. As new Heavenly Tao Union members, you will receive privileges of the Heavenly Tao Union from now on. There are arrays set up inside the stone pagodas that gathers the heaven-earth yuan chi of this area to form a pure and dense, endless stream. It is also a top cultivation ground. The golden masked man's words lit up the genius's eyes. These cultivation grounds were much better than where they came from. Which was all thanks to the exquisiteness of the arrays set up within the stone pagoda. However, Yi Yun was uninterested. These stone pagodas were far worse than the great Empress Mystic Realm. In addition, as the golden masked man's words paused, he brought the new Heavenly Tao Union members to another stone pagoda. There were many stacks of shelves within the stone pagoda, filled with various relics, cultivation techniques, jade scrolls, weapons, treasures. It was dazzling, and too much for one's eyes to feast on. This is where you exchange treasures in the Heavenly Tao Union. Take a look yourselves. The golden masked man said nonchalantly. The geniuses present had seen all sorts of treasures, cultivation techniques in their own family clans. Some large factions even had similar treasuries. There was everything one could wish for when it came to cultivation technique manuals, weapons, and pills. Hence, when they saw this dazzling array of exhibits, these proud children of heaven were not impressed. They did not react too drastically. Quite a number of people walked forward from the crowd and began to nonchalantly flip through the jade scrolls on the wooden shelves. At the beginning, they were just doing so casually. However, slowly, their expressions changed. This cultivation technique ensures that you will become an imperial king once it is mastered? A girl who was in her 20s was stunned when she saw the introduction of an internal heart sutra. In the Tian Yuan world, Imperial King was an impressive title. It was even higher than that of Sage. In a large faction, there would only be a handful of people who were imperial kings. Once they were given the title of imperial king, they would be considered to be amongst the top cultivators within the entire Tian Yuan world. This girl had her doubts and flipped the Internal Heart Sutra open and began reading. The cultivation technique jade scroll before her eyes were protected by an array, so she could not read the full thing, but she was able to preview a small portion of the first volume. This girl was a paragon herself, and had amazing perception. The moment she read the contents of the cultivation technique, she was deeply attracted by it. Fascinating! The girl exclaimed, attracting the attention of numerous people. And following that, to be in control of the power of space. This is a cultivation technique for the spatial dimension laws. Another gasp sounded out not far from the girl. Spatial dimension laws. In the Tian Yuan world, spatial dimension laws were extremely mysterious. It was extremely rare to hear of someone cultivating in spatial dimension laws. Even if they did, they often only scratched the surface and went no further. This was because there were too few techniques that allowed for one to cultivate the spatial dimension laws in the Tian Yuan world. And because there were so few techniques, they were classified as confidential amongst the various large family clans, preventing them from spreading out of the family. It was very difficult for any ordinary person to come into contact with it. This caused the spatial dimension laws to be synonymous with mystery. It must be a fake. Many people refused to believe it. They gathered around to take a look. From the description of the laws within the Jade Scroll, it was clearly not made up. The scroll contained the description of Great Tao, making their hearts palpitate. It is real, someone said with utmost belief. These elites were all people with great discernment. They could tell what was genuine and what was fake. And following that, they discovered many cultivation techniques that assured the ability to become imperial kings. They also discovered manuals that described the spatial dimension laws, as well as other shocking inheritances. These inheritances had never before been seen in the other large factions of the Tian Yuan world. Incredible! How does the Martial Alliance have all of these treasures? Just a few of these manuals alone would cause a top faction to feel envious when brought out into the world. Many were alarmed. Although the Martial Alliance has existed for a long time, it had always maintained a low profile. Now, despite it coming forward into the world, few people had a deep understanding of them. From seeing these manuals, they felt as if their eyes had been opened. Furthermore, they were curious as to why the Martial Alliance had never taken them out in the past, despite having such a heritage. While listening to them talk, the golden masked man sneered and said, "The cultivation techniques and treasures you see before you are only a portion of the Martial Alliance's foundation heritage. There is no faction in the entire Tian Yuan world that can compare with our Martial Alliance. You may be wondering where these inheritances came from." When the masked man said this, he paused. The elites present pricked up their ears. They were indeed curious. You might have heard that, in ancient times, martial arts enjoyed a golden age. During that era, there existed numerous elites, and also many splendid heritages. The Tian Yuan world of that era was filled with sacred grounds and numerous experts. Amongst the best, there was someone like the ancient Great Empress. When the masked man said this, the elites present were enlightened. The ancient Great Empress absolutely exceeded any faction's patriarch in the Tian Yuan world. She was of a completely different level. As for that golden age of martial arts, people could only speculate about it due to the loss of history. There were few who really understood what had happened in that era. Yet, from what the masked man was saying, there clearly was such a golden age. You probably did not imagine that our Martial Alliance descended from that ancient golden era. We are the only human faction to have survived from that ancient golden era, and as such, we have a great store of ancient heritage that the rest of the Tian Yuan world does not have. When the masked man said these words, he said it with great gusto as the words reverberated in all the elite's ears. What? A faction that had survived from the ancient golden era? How old could it be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Heavenly Blood Union. Chapter 608, Heavenly Blood Union. Many elites looked each other in the eye and felt disbelief. The ancient golden era of martial arts had been severed for unknown reasons, but the Martial Alliance had managed to survive all that time? Since they had so much heritage in store, why did they keep the heritage all these years, never making it public? The eyes of the geniuses lit up as their breathing sped up. Their intuition told them that something the masked man said was problematic, but, with the heritage in front of them, they checked it and its authenticity was real. Even if it was not like how the masked man described, there was no doubt that they had a store of heritage from the ancient era. The heritage owned by the Martial Alliance definitely exceeded what any large faction in the Tian Yuan world had. Such heritage was enough to tempt them. As for them, they had already become members of the Heavenly Dao Union. Which is to say, they too had a chance to obtain such heritage. Upon realizing this, they became excited. Why was the ancient martial knowledge severed? Why did you sit on this heritage for millions of years without releasing anything, causing our human martial knowledge to deteriorate so much? Someone could not help but ask. The masked man sneered and said, the ancient martial knowledge was ended due to the calamity I mentioned. As for why this heritage was never released, I have no need to explain. The coldness in the masked man's voice caused the questioner to shrink back. He no longer dared to ask anything else. Yi Yun sneered. The deterioration of the Tian Yuan world was probably what the Blood Moon wanted. If a peerless great emperor like the ancient great empress appeared again, the Blood Moon would encounter all sorts of difficulties. Their entire organization might even be destroyed. Only with the deterioration of the Tian Yuan world could the Blood Moon use their so-called foundational heritage to do as they pleased in the Tian Yuan world. After all, without the Eye of Destruction supporting them, the Blood of Destruction were just mere pawns. How can we obtain these heritage? A genius could not help but ask. Everything was sealed in an array. They could only see a portion of the contents, and it was probably something that would not be easily given to them. The masked man said, desolate beasts need to hunt in order to get food. It is the same for you. With the best delicacies in front of you, it will all depend on your own ability to obtain them. This. With a flip of golden masked man's hand, a blood-red piece of jade appeared on his palm. This is a blood jade. It is something only our Martial Alliance possesses. In the Martial Alliance, blood jade can be used to exchange for these cultivation techniques, weapons, and treasures. Blood jade. The eyes of many geniuses turned into a blade-like narrow slit. They were all focused on that tiny piece of jade. Can it also be exchanged for something from the ancient heritage? Many people asked with bated breaths. The golden masked man chuckled. The ancient heritage is the Martial Alliance's core secret. Allowing you to join the Heavenly Dao Union is the Martial Alliance's contribution towards the upcoming chaos. If you want the ancient heritage, don't you think that's being too greedy? Oh? No access to them? The hearts of the elites present sank slightly. However, the golden masked man suddenly said, it's not impossible to obtain the ancient heritage. In this world, there is no benefit that comes without rhyme or reason. To obtain the core secret of the Martial Alliance, you will have to pay a price. In the Martial Alliance, it is split into the Heavenly Dao Union and the Heavenly Blood Union. The Heavenly Blood Union is where the true core lies. To become a Heavenly Blood Union member, you will have to bind yourselves to a soul contract to pledge allegiance to the Martial Alliance. Only then would you become directly related to the Martial Alliance. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Blood Union. Isn't that Blood Moon? And to bind oneself with a soul contract. It was most likely that one could never escape from the Martial Alliance's soul contract once it was bound. Using the ancient heritage as bait, they lured these geniuses in. And these people did not know that the reason for the ending of the ancient martial civilization and how those ancient heritage entered the hands of the Martial Alliance was all orchestrated by the Blood Moon. Seeing the geniuses looking hesitant, the masked man added on, "Don't worry. You do not need to abandon your existing sects or family clans when you become a Heavenly Blood Union member. You can still work in service of your existing faction, but you have still to pledge lifelong loyalty to the Martial Alliance. You are not to betray it and you have to perform missions for the Martial Alliance. However, you can be rest assured that the Martial Alliance would never send you to do fatal missions. These will also be written in the soul contract." Upon hearing the masked man's words, the elites present turned restless. The ancient heritage not only needed blood jade to exchange for it, they also needed to join the Heavenly Blood Union. Although they had not seen the soul contract's details, even if one used one's knees to think, they would realize that the restrictions of the Heavenly Blood Union were definitely much harsher than those of the Heavenly Tao Union. Joining the Heavenly Blood Union meant losing a lot of freedom. To warriors, soul contracts were things that weren't easily signed. They had to think very carefully before doing anything that had to do with soul contracts. At this moment, everyone understood everything. The matter about joining the Heavenly Tao Union without needing to sign any soul contract or fulfill any obligations was actually a lie. This was because the thing the Martial Alliance placed weight on was the Heavenly Blood Union. The Heavenly Tao Union was just a preparatory reserve, so the Heavenly Blood Union was the goal. To put it bluntly, the establishment of the Heavenly Tao Union was in fact just a trap. However, the Martial Alliance did not force anyone. They had only put out bait, but joining the Heavenly Blood Union was voluntary. Everyone had the right to choose. Either one wanted absolute freedom or endless resources. Especially those, ancient heritage. With the ancient heritage before their eyes, many of the geniuses were tempted. They did not want to bind themselves to a soul contract, but they also wanted the heritage. If they could learn a few parts of the ancient heritage, they could become imperial kings or patriarchs. As a result, their lifespans would be greatly extended several times. They would become influential figures of the Tian Yuan world. On the contrary, although they were proud, they knew themselves. With their talent, most of them would cease to progress after the peak of the Yuan opening realm. A warrior's cultivation was fastest before their 100th birthday. But after 100 years, their life's potential would slowly deplete. With various bottlenecks, they could be left stuck in a certain realm, with no way to improve. Many people could not cross the vast chasm that separated the peak Yuan opening realm and an imperial king. Many people were in a dilemma. How should they choose? Freedom was valuable, but at times, strength was even more alluring. At this moment, a few people suggested to look at the contents of the soul contract. This proved that they were already tempted. Regardless of anything, it was best to read the contents of the soul contract first. They could give up if they could not agree to it. The masked man waved his hand, causing blood-red contract to appear out of thin air, in front of one of the elites who asked. The people around him immediately gathered to read it. Their hearts were in a fierce struggle. There was no such thing as a free lunch. To reap the harvest, one had to pay the price. Ian only looked on in disinterest as the scene unfolded in front of him. Soul contract. The Blood Moon did not want the human race to become strong, so they kept the heritage of ancient times away. And now, even though the Blood Moon was implementing its plans by finally taking the heritage out, the heritage was given to only those who signed a soul contract. Besides, Ian suspected that the soul contract had been tampered with. An ancient faction, and one that was strongly hostile to the Tian Yuan world, would not trust anyone. How was it possible to expect that their contracts were fair? Furthermore, with the Blood Moon's abilities, it was probably not difficult for them to prevent these elites from realizing that the contracts had been tampered with. When Yun thought of this, he secretly shook his head. He had already saw this coming. The Blood Moon's goals in forming the Heavenly Tao Union were not that pure and simple. And what had been revealed was probably the tip of the iceberg. Yun nonchalantly flipped through the Treasury's cultivation technique manuals. A few manuals indicated the number of blood jade required for them to be exchanged for. Many of the ancient manuals were limited to Heavenly Blood Union members to exchange for. And there were some manuals that did not have a limitation, but Heavenly Blood Union members could exchange it for a much cheaper price. The difference in prices were several times lower, and sometimes lower by 10 times. Under such circumstances, those geniuses who did not join the Heavenly Blood Union would probably find it hard to survive. The Treasury's heritage indeed exceeded the existing heritage of the Tian Yuan world. Some of them were ancient heritage, and some of them even came from the 12 Empyrean heavens. However, they couldn't be compared to the collection of the Azure Yang Lord. The Azure Yang Lord was once an illustrious figure of the Yang God Empyrean heaven, so he was nothing that these evil demon pawns could compare to. Hence, Yun was not tempted by any of these heritage. Furthermore, Yun cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra. It was derived from Supreme Great Tao that originated from the 12 Empyrean heavens. Although Yun was not tempted, these elites could not help but be tempted. Especially when they realized that the soul contract did not seem as bad as they had imagined. There were already some who could not repress their temptations in the crowd. However, they could not make up their minds to stand forward. Many people were waiting to see how others chose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, The Experienced Member of the Heavenly Blood Union. Chapter 609, The Experienced Member of the Heavenly Blood Union. Many of the elites were indecisive about joining the Heavenly Blood Union. The masked man did not hanker them either. The Heavenly Blood Union never forced anyone. There would always be others willing to join even if they didn't. The Heavenly Blood Union had no shortage of people. On the contrary, this high-handed means tempted the elites even more. Even if they were not tempted before, after seeing the strength of those who joined the Heavenly Blood Union increase, they would naturally be unable to withstand the great contrast. They too would then scramble to join. Having just joined the Heavenly Tao Union, we will first give you 100 blood jade. However, any future blood jade earned will depend on yourself. The golden masked man said before clapping. At this moment, a figure walked out from the recesses of the stone pagoda. This person was carrying a blood-red jade box. This person looked in his 20s. He was dressed in white, and a fierce aura emitted from his whole body. It was as if he was a sword, emanating sword chi that threatened others. Upon seeing this person, Yun was surprised. Gongsun Hong? He never expected to meet someone he knew from the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Back in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Gongsun Hong had intentionally used Yun as a shield, but he ended up being hoodwinked by Yun. That was how their enmity was forged. It was quite normal for Gongsun Hong to join the Heavenly Tao Union. He had performed well in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, so it was reasonable for him to pass the Heavenly Tao Union's tests. Compared to his previous self in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the current Gongsun Hong gave off a completely different feeling. It's the Li Fire Sect's Gongsun Hong. I know him. Other than Yun, quite a number of people present recognized Gongsun Hong. Although Gongsun Hong was inferior to Shin Tu Nantian amongst the younger generation of the Tian Yuan world, he was still a famous figure. Dear senior brothers and senior sisters, junior brothers and junior sisters. I feel honored to see everyone here. Also congratulations on joining the Heavenly Tao Union. As Gongsun Hong spoke, he opened the blood-red jade box in his hands. He looked very confident and one could feel a faint sense of superiority from his speech. After the jade box was opened, there were rows of red jade stones that were the size of corn kernels. Every 100 jade stones was stringed together. These small jade stones were apparently blood jade. Every new disciple would obtain a string of blood jade. At this moment, the tall youth standing beside the masked man, who had previously derided Iyun in the array, introduced him with a chuckle. "This is junior brother Gongsun Hong. In the next year, he will be responsible for taking you around." "Taking us around?" When the elites heard this, they were stunned. Gongsun Hong was on the same level of standing as them. Some of them believed that their talent was not worse than Gongsun Hong's, yet they were being taken around by a kid after just entering the Heavenly Dao Union? They were naturally indignant against Gongsun Hong. However, since it was an arrangement by the Heavenly Dao Union, they did not say anything further. "If that is the case, we will need to rely on junior brother Gongsun to take care of us." A few people who had just entered the Heavenly Dao Union said lightly, clearly insincere. Upon seeing this scene, Gongsun Hong laughed without a word. The tall youth chuckled and said nonchalantly, "I know you are indignant. Firstly, junior brother Gongsun Hong will just teach you the rules of the Heavenly Dao Union, and not martial arts. Secondly, even if we let junior brother Gongsun Hong to teach you martial arts or cultivation techniques, he probably has the qualifications to do so. Junior brother Gongsun Hong has joined the Heavenly Blood Union for 3 years now, and during this time, his performance has been excellent. He has already cultivated several ancient heritage from the Heavenly Blood Union. Now, his strength has increased by leaps and bounds, and he can no longer be compared to his past self." Heavenly Blood Union? When they heard this, they looked at each other. So Gongsun Hong had joined the Heavenly Blood Union and cultivated ancient heritage. It was no wonder his aura was so formidable and the reason for his self-confidence. I think, you must be wondering, how do you obtain blood jade? In the Heavenly Dao Union, there are many ways to obtain blood jade. For example, joining the Heavenly Blood Union. You will receive a one-time reward of 1,000 blood jade. Or you can pass some trials of the Heavenly Dao Union to obtain blood jade. And there is also, defeating an old member of the Heavenly Blood Union to obtain a corresponding amount of blood jade as a reward. Especially defeating the old member that brings you around, the rewarded will be increased, which is to say, defeating me. When Gongsun Hong reached the end of his sentence, his voice changed and a formidable force swept through the venue. The hearts of people sank. At that instant, the formidable sword chi that erupted from Gongsun Hong had pierced straight at their eyebrows. Such an overpowering presence made the elites present frown. This Gongsun Hong was a bit overbearing. However, for him to say this, he naturally had the necessary abilities to do so. If not, his bombast at such an occasion would be utterly shameful if his face got smacked here. With Gongsun Hong joining the Heavenly Blood Union and cultivating the ancient heritage for 3 years, his insight into the laws has probably exceeded ours greatly. When cultivation heritage reflected the difference in effective combat power, it was usually down to the insight into the laws. When warriors practiced martial arts, they would eventually have to manipulate the powers of heaven and earth. If the cultivation technique was weak, the power of their moves would naturally be limited. Although the elites present were prideful, they knew that against Gongsun Hong, they were unlikely to win. For the martial alliance to let Gongsun Hong lead us, it must mean that Gongsun Hong's strength is stronger than we thought. To obtain blood jade, one of the ways is to defeat senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union. The martial alliance is clearly trying to make it the strength of the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union clear to us. Many geniuses discussed privately through Yuan Qi voice transmissions. If they wanted to obtain the blood jade, they had to battle the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union, and once they were defeated, these elites would realize the gap between the Heavenly Dao Union and the Heavenly Blood Union. That would then strengthen their resolve to join the Heavenly Blood Union. This was the goal of the martial alliance. Many people figured this point out. For the Martial Alliance to let a Heavenly Blood Union member like Gong Sun Hong to hand out the Blood Jade, it was clearly to let the new members to see the edge that the Heavenly Blood Union had. They were not afraid that one would not feel tempted when one saw the gap in strength. Knowing that Gong Sun Hong's strength was certainly exceptional, and with the Blood Jade as reward, many people could not repress their feelings. Someone asked, "Junior brother Gong Sun, you previously mentioned that the third method of obtaining Blood Jade. If we defeat you, how many pieces of Blood Jade would we receive?" Someone wanted to make a move. The number of Blood Jade received is different depending on which senior member of the Heavenly Blood Union you defeat. Defeating me gives you 1,000 Blood Jade. Gong Sun Hong said, however. Every challenge of a Heavenly Blood Union member requires 100 Blood Jade. Regardless of the outcome, this 100 Blood Jade is not refunded. Oh? We still have to purchase the right to challenge? When they heard this, they were all put into a dilemma. They had just entered the Heavenly Dao Union and they only had 100 Blood Jade. Once they lost, they would be left penniless. And winning only gained them 900. However, it was probably not easy to win. The masked man watched this from the sidelines without uttering a word. He allowed Gong Sun Hong to control the situation. Letting the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union battle the newly recruited Heavenly Dao Union geniuses was considered a hazing process. Only by doing so would they be able to quickly break their spirits, showing them of the benefits to joining the Heavenly Blood Union. Ha ha! Upon seeing everyone's dilemma, Gong Sun Hong laughed. Having just entered the Heavenly Dao Union, it's best to cultivate earnestly. As for defeating me, the easiest method is to join the Heavenly Blood Union. After exchanging a few manuals from the ancient heritage, and with me being young, through the combination of other aspects, all you senior brothers and sisters still have the advantage. Oh? Upon hearing Gong Sun Hong's words, the elites present did not feel good. Advantages obtained from the combination of other aspects? Wasn't that just the advantage due to age? To put it bluntly, he was saying that they were old, so who would enjoy hearing that? This Gong Sun Hong is taunting us just because he is young. Such arrogance. Many people could not stand seeing this. Amongst them, Gong Sun Hong was really considered young. So if an older person really fought a younger person and still lost, it would be indeed shameful. This junior brother Gong Sun, I wonder how old are you? At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the crowd. Everyone turned back to take a look. The person who spoke was Yi Yun. Yi Yun's words attracted the attention of many people. Even the masked man glanced at Yi Yun. Unfortunately, I am only 24 this year. Gong Sun Hong said proudly. This age was extremely young amongst the people here. 24? That sure is young. Compared to junior brother Gong Sun, I feel ashamed. I'm older by junior brother Gong Sun by 3 years. What a waste of my years. Yi Yun shook his head and sighed. In fact, Yi Yun's real age was 23, 1 year younger than Gong Sun Hong. However, he had used the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book to change his age. If not, a coincidental age of 23, which was the same as Yi Yun, could arouse the suspicion of the Martial Alliance. Furthermore, if Yi Yun had such strength at the age of 23, it would be too monstrous. Yi Yun was afraid that his act would be too preposterous, making the Martial Alliance find it unacceptable. Ha, this brother is too modest. Being older than me by 3 years isn't much. If you were to join the Heavenly Blood Union now and work hard at chasing up, these 3 years can be completely wiped. Maybe this brother's talent is astounding and you can progress rapidly when cultivating the ancient heritage. Maybe in a year, this brother will be able to catch up. Gong Sun Hong said without haste, as if he was giving Yi Yun some pointers. However, Gong Sun Hong said those words taking it all for granted. He was in no way feeling arrogant. That was how he really thought. It was the confidence that was a result of the Heavenly Blood Union's inheritance. Junior brother Gonsun makes a great point. I indeed am interested in joining the Heavenly Blood Union. I think I still have a chance to make up the 3 years. However, if you say to catch up with junior brother Gongsun in 1 year, that's thinking too highly of me. Junior brother Gongsun has already cultivated in the ancient heritage for 3 years, and I believe that your strength has reached an unfathomable stage. Your insight into the laws must be at the acme of perfection. I definitely cannot compare myself to you. Yi-Yun said it with a modest and learning attitude. His words pleased Gongsun Hong, but Gongsun Hong said, Here. This brother is being overly modest. I wonder which faction this brother comes from. It looks like this brother has a solid foundation and is promising. You might even enjoy double the results with half the effort by cultivating the ancient heritage. Translator's note: to see how Gongsun Hong tried to use Yi-Yun as a shield, refer to chapter 452. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Pig Slaughtering Saber. Chapter 610, Pig Slaughtering Saber. Junior brother Gongsun, you are putting me on a pedestal. The talent endowed to me is nothing much, and I come from humble origins. How can I have the ability? The Heavenly Blood Union's ancient heritage must be supreme techniques. I really want to learn it, and I wish for junior brother Gongsun to give me some advice. I want to see the extraordinary power of the ancient heritage. I am willing to pay the 100 blood jade to broaden my horizons. It will also let the elites present to witness the excellence of the ancient heritage, so as to join the Heavenly Blood Union together. The meaning behind Yi-Yun's words was that he was willing to pay the price of 100 blood jade so as to witness the power of the ancient heritage. If the ancient heritage was powerful, he would naturally join the Heavenly Blood Union, but if that wasn't the case, he would not necessarily join. Gongsun Hong's mouth formed an arc. He was confident that he could broaden Yi-Yun's horizons, fully convincing him of his prowess. As a leader of this new batch of Heavenly Dao Union members, it was one of his duties to demonstrate the power of the supreme inheritance of the Heavenly Blood Union and attract them into joining. Having a battle with the Heavenly Dao Union members was the best way of demonstrating that. Gongsun Hong was initially afraid that these Heavenly Dao Union members had their misgivings about the 100 blood jade, and they would be afraid to challenge him. If that was the case, it wouldn't look good on him. With someone leading the pack, that was the best. Ha. I won't call it advice. However, the ancient heritage I cultivated is indeed quite powerful. I can only demonstrate 1/10 of its power, but it's already no trifling matter. Since this brother wants to try, I won't be holding back. As Gongsun Hong spoke, he pulled out a long sword. As for Yi-Yun, he slowly pulled out his saber. Junior brother Gongsun must be joking. Any simple move from the ancient heritage junior brother Gongsun cultivated would probably be extraordinarily powerful against me. However, I will do my best. As Yi-Yun said that, he held the saber in an exaggerated and uncouth manner. Just this manner of handling made Gongsun Hong chuckle in his heart. This person's saber technique did not look up to mark. It did not resemble anything like a saber technique from a Tian Yuan world top faction. He looked like the way he had described himself, that he had come from humble origins. I will use a move from my heretic god's 36 swords. Watch it well. As Gongsun Hong spoke, he attacked. He was determined to show off. This move was actually the most gorgeous attack that Gongsun Hong had cultivated. When he slashed his sword, 36 sword shadows appeared with a flash of light. Every sword shadow was a flying sword that was controlled by Gongsun Hong's aura. From the way the sword beams interleaved to form Tao and Truth, they had formed a profound formation. The heretic god's 36 swords was in essence a sword formation. Oh, such a move? The elites present were all people capable of discernment. From the way the 36 swords moved, they had a general understanding of the profoundness behind this attack. By using his sword to establish a sword formation, it would be able to demonstrate the power of a sword formation. It was quite fascinating, as expected of an ancient heritage. Sword formation? Yun had spent 7 years in the God Advent Tower, and he had read through many of the heritage left behind by the Azure Yang Lord. Although Yun did not have time to master all of the heritage, after reading through them, he had a general level of understanding. This resulted in Yun's extraordinary level of discernment. He could tell at a glance the approximate level of Gongsun Hong's move. Maybe in the ancient Tian Yuan world, this heretic god's 36 swords was not a bad technique. However, compared to the 12 Empyrean heavens, this sword technique was nothing remarkable. With a thought, Yun used the purple crystal origins to see through all the energy flows of the sword formation. By being able to see energy and knowing its fundamental form, Yun could immediately tell that Gongsun Hong could only demonstrate a tiny portion of the sword formation's power. Due to the various limitations in Gongsun Hong's strength, cultivation level and insights, the sword formation he demonstrated was not perfect. There were many flaws. After Yun cultivated the sword technique from the Pyongyang Sword Palace, his understanding of sword Dao had far exceeded Gongsun Hong's. At that instant, Yun was unable to immediately figure out the most accurate manner to crack the sword formation. However, locking onto a few weak spots in the sword formation was extremely easy for Yun. Seeing the sword about to hit him, Yun held his saber with his 2 hands and sliced upwards. Compared to Gongsun Hong's gorgeous sword moves, Yun's saber technique looked too simple. It was like a butcher chopping and splitting bones. People stared with their eyes wide. Previously, many people had seen how Yun had displayed his strength in the entry test. Yun was definitely not weak, but such a corresponding move looked too perfunctory. How could he win? Gongsun Hong smiled. He felt that the battle was already over. Although his opponent wasn't strong, he could still defeat him in one strike, which was enough to stun the crowd. Just as he was about to hit Yun with his sword attack, his expression suddenly changed. Oh! Yun's saber attack was indeed very normal, but Yun was too strong. Just this simple saber attack was injected with the power to flip mountains. At the instant the saber beam met the sword beam. Ka-cha! With a clear snap, the sword beams that was flying in the air, interweaving Tao and truth, all shattered. Crackle! With a series of explosions, the saber beam proceeded forward in an all-conquering fashion. And a series of chain reactions happened to the sword beams as they all began to shatter. Yun's saber attack had attacked a weak spot of the sword formation, allowing it to proceed forward in an indomitable fashion, all the way to Gongsun Hong. What? Gongsun Hong was greatly alarmed. He never expected that his sword formation would be broken in such a devastating manner. He forcefully gathered Yuan Qi and slashed his sword out to block, but as the saber beam was too fast, it was already too late for Gongsun Hong. Pang! Gongsun Hong's protective energy was directly shattered as he screamed. His body was slashed by the saber beam from his shoulder to his ribs. His clothes burst open and the blood flew out. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken thread, slamming heavily into one of the walls of the stone pagoda before bouncing off it. Gongsun Hong had been overthrown. Blood was coming out of the corners of his mouth as he was completely stunned. He had subconsciously believed that Yun was not strong, and he had demonstrated his most gorgeous attack so as to dazzle everyone. His cultivation in the heretic god's 36 swords was actually not deep enough. However, who would have thought that a country bumpkin-like person like Yun had managed to slash the heretic god's 36 swords formation open with one saber attack? How could this be possible? Gongsun Hong was filled with disbelief. Not only Gongsun Hong, even the new recruits of the Heavenly Tao Union were dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape as their throats twitched. It was as if they had been petrified. This included Yun as he fitting entered a shocked state. It was as if he never expected his saber attack to be this strong. He looked at his saber in a daze and then, he looked at Gong Sun Hong, muttering, "Isn't the ancient heritage very powerful? How can it be broken by this pig-slaughtering saber attack of mine?" Yi Yun had a look of innocence. However, when the other Heavenly Dao Union members heard what Yi Yun said, they immediately felt their stomachs churn, especially Gong Sun Hong, who had nearly vomited another mouthful of blood. Pig-slaughtering saber? What was the name of his attack again? There were some powerful moves that were named like things of the mortals. They sounded second-rate, but it was not surprising. After all, there were some experts who created such moves that liked to keep a low profile. For example, there were movement techniques like flying over the grass and reed traversing rivers. There were also body cultivation techniques called muscle tendon forged bone punches. Some profound cultivation techniques might have lowly names, but they were just reserved, and they could still be used. But pig slaughtering saber. Just from hearing this name made many speechless. What sort of mighty figure would name his saber move as pig slaughtering saber? Could that mighty figure's ancestor be a butcher? Furthermore, the name of the attack could belittle itself, but it even cursed the opponent. Wasn't anyone who ever got slashed by the saber attack become a pig? Translator's note: all sponsored chapters in the queue has been cleared. Thank you to all sponsors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Pray. Chapter 611, Pray. Junior brother Gong Sun, are you alright? Seeing Gong Sun Hong sent flying by a single saber attack, the tall and short duo rushed over to check on Gong Sun Hong's condition. Gong Sun Hong was actually not seriously injured, but he looked terrible. Yi Yun's saber beam was too sharp, so Gong Sun Hong's white robe was turned to shreds from his collar to his crotch. It was to the point that if he did not hold on to his robe, he would have exposed himself when standing up. When many of the female disciples saw this scene, they felt embarrassed and subconsciously turned away. Gong Sun Hong's face flushed like a pig's liver. If Yi Yun's saber had focused its attention at the spot between his legs, Gong Sun Hong may not have been left impotent, but his lifeblood would have been injured. When that happened, he would become famous in the martial alliance. You. Gong Sun Hong gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Yun, but Yi Yun had a none-of-my-business look on his face. This made Gong Sun Hong speechless as he stared. In a fair fight, losing just meant that you were inferior. He could not seek revenge on Yi Yun as a result. Yi Yun hurriedly said, "Junior brother Gong Sun, are you alright? I noticed how powerful your attack was and how gorgeous it was something I could not resist. So I slashed out madly with all I had. I never expected junior brother Gong Sun to deliberately efface yourself. I never expected you to be hit by the saber beam, resulting in such a situation," Yi Yun said in a sincere fashion. Gong Sun Hong's intestines twisted together when he heard the phrase deliberately efface. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not deliberately effacing, but I used a move I was not familiar with just now. I only mastered a tiny portion of that heretic god's 36 swords move. I was too careless. Let us have another go. I will use my most powerful combat strength," Gong Sun Hong said with his face flushed. Many geniuses, who were watching by the sidelines, began to despise him. In a fight between warriors, defeat meant defeat. How did being careless matter? Are you going to say that you were careless when you died while out exploring mystic realms after encountering dangers? Would you be revived as a result? However, since this was the Martial Alliance's territory, Gong Sun Hong represented the Martial Alliance's Heavenly Blood Union, so it was not appropriate for them to say it out loud. Heavenly Blood Union members do not seem as strong as expected. Ancient heritage may be good, but it all depends on yourself on how well you can cultivate it. Right. I think we still need to seriously consider it. The ancient heritage are cultivation techniques from tens of millions of years ago after all. It might not be the case that it is compatible with the present martial arts system. Many people began having such thoughts. Many things in this world were decided based on the results of success or failure. Their decision to join the Heavenly Blood Union would not be affected as a result of Yun defeating Gong Sun Hong, but at least, upon seeing Yun's strength, it had calmed these geniuses down. They would ponder over it more as they weighed the advantages and disadvantages of binding themselves to a soul contract. Not entering the Heavenly Blood Union did not mean that they would be inferior to those from the Heavenly Blood Union. Another time? Upon hearing Gong Sun Hong's words, Yun was stunned and he was a bit hesitant. It was as if he did not have any confidence battling Gong Sun Hong a second time. He touched his saber and said, "If junior brother Gong Sun wants another round, I can wait for you." But until then. Yun paused upon saying this as he glanced at Gong Sun Hong's embarrassing state. He said awkwardly, "Why doesn't junior brother Gong Sun change his clothes first?" The moment Yun said that, a female disciple could not help but laugh. Gong Sun Hong's face was so red that one would think that he was bleeding. Ever since he came out of the great Empress mystic realm, this was the most shameful day he had experienced. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be smug. My second attack will use all my strength." Gong Sun Hong was indignant. Just as he wanted to battle Yun again, a cold voice suddenly echoed. "Enough, you have already lost." This voice reverberated strongly, causing the frolicking atmosphere to cool down immediately. With everyone shutting up immediately, they all turned to look over. The person who spoke was the masked man. The masked man looked at Yun, but his cold and unchanging mask did not reveal a single expression. Yun looked right into the masked man's eyes calmly. He was not afraid of him. "You are really not bad." The masked man gave such an evaluation without head or tail. Such an evaluation prevented people from guessing what the masked man's emotions were. They felt that it was not genuine. The Martial Alliance clearly intended to let the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union teach the newcomers a lesson, but with Yun coming forward to cause trouble, he had smacked them in the face right there and then. A battle that was meant to showcase the power of Heavenly Blood Union's senior members ended up turning into a joke. Even if Yun did it unintentionally, this situation would definitely displease the masked man extremely. This kid is quite daring. He offended the Heavenly Blood Union the moment he entered. I couldn't understand his saber attack from before, but it can't be as simple as what it seems. He is an expert, and he might be intentionally playing the pig to eat a tiger. The elites present were also guessing that with Yun's strength so strong, it was most likely that he had made a fool of Gong Sun Hong. "Lord Inspector, I can still fight," Gong Sun Hong said indignantly. However, the masked man shouted out coldly, "Leave." Gong Sun Hong paused. He could only obey the order while swallowing his pride. He shot an angry glance at Yun. He had lost to Yun because of deliberately trying to dazzle, so he was indignant at his loss. "You have very good discernment." The masked man evaluated Yun. Others might not be able to tell, but he could. In that split moment when Yun attacked, he had locked on to the weak point of Gong Sun Hong's attack. This allowed him to defeat his opponent in one strike. The Martial Alliance believed that the Heretic God's 36 swords was one of their secret techniques, so outsiders definitely did not know anything about it. So it was impossible that this youth had previously seen the manual of the Heretic God's 36 swords. This meant that the youth's perception and discernment had reached an extremely horrifying standard. He could tell, in 1/100th of a second, where the weakness of Gong Sun Hong's attack was. How could such a person not be able to tell the difference in strength between Gong Sun Hong and himself? From the beginning to the end, this person had treated Gong Sun Hong as a fool. A newcomer that could make a fool out of a senior member of the Heavenly Blood Union piqued the interest of the masked man. The way he looked at Yun, hidden beneath the mask, was like him watching a delicious prey. In the masked man's opinion, Yun was too cocky, and he did not know himself nor knew how big the world was. This sort of person, who thought himself as clever, nonchalantly making a fool of others, was easily doomed while regarding himself as infallible. No matter how high a frog could jump, it could never jump out of the deep well it was in. You are destined to become my prey. The mouth of masked man curled upwards underneath the mask. So what if you don't sign a soul contract? Even if you don't join the heavenly blood union, you will never escape my grasp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Reincarnated People. Chapter 612, Reincarnated People. All of the masked man's expressions were hidden beneath his mask. His mask, with its hollow holes, looks extremely cold and ruthless on the surface. To the geniuses present, the pressure the masked man gave off was immense. Even his praise made them feel as if their hearts were in their mouths. 2,000 blood jades as your reward. I appreciate youths with talent. As the masked man said, a follower beside him carried a jade box over. When it was opened, one could see 29 strings of blood jade neatly lined within. As for the other 900 blood jades, they were the reward from defeating Gongsun Hong. To start off with 2,900 blood jade right away, Yi Yun's wealth was more than all of the other newcomers added up. Many geniuses turned envious on seeing this. These blood jades could be used to exchange for large amounts of ancient heritage and treasures. From today and onwards, each and every one of you will receive a corresponding blood jade salary. Initially, you will receive 10 blood jades monthly. If you join the Heavenly Blood Union, you will receive 50 blood jade monthly instead. In the Heavenly Tao Union, there are a variety of trials. By passing them, you will obtain a corresponding number of blood jade as reward. Your salary will also increase. And for the same trial, a Heavenly Blood Union member is rewarded 5 times that of a Heavenly Tao Union member. Your salary will constantly accumulate. If you become a core member of the Heavenly Blood Union Corps, it would not be surprising for you to receive 1,000 blood jades monthly. However, if you lose to a newcomer in battle, just like Gongsun Hong just did, then, the reward given to that newcomer will be deducted from your salary, and you will receive double the penalty. The masked man said coldly. Then, he looked deeply at Yi Yun and gave an insidious chuckle before turning around and walking away. The penalty will be 2 times that of the reward value? Many of them were secretly horrified. Yi Yun defeating Gongsun Hong won him 1,000 blood jades, ignoring the challenge cost. In that case, Gongsun Hong was going to have 2,000 blood jades deducted from his salary? It could be guessed that Gongsun Hong's salary was not that high. This was quite a disastrous loss for him. Yi Yun played with the blood jades in his hand. He was not interested in cultivation techniques, but the treasures of the Martial Alliance were not bad. It would be stupid to not use them. However, Yi Yun also knew that it was not going to be that easy to take advantage of the Martial Alliance. It was not too much to describe this place as a dragon's watery lair and a tiger's den. After the masked man left, Gongsun Hong had still not left. He was completely overwhelmed with humiliation and feeling the pinch he was in. That was 2,000 blood jades. Just thinking of it made Gongsun Hong's heart ache and bleed. He finally understood that he had been treated as a retard by Yi Yun earlier. He was no match for Yi Yun, and even if he had gone all out from the beginning, it was unlikely that he would win. Kid, what's your name? Gongsun Hong gritted his teeth as he asked Yi Yun. Yi Yun glanced at Gongsun Hong and said, I do not use my name, but I do have a title, Zhangyidao. Zhangyidao? Gongsun Hong's eyebrows pricked up. He had engaged in reclusive training in the Heavenly Tao Union for the past few years, so he did not know of such a person. Although Gongsun Hong did not know of them, the newly recruited geniuses into the Heavenly Tao Union were very familiar with the name Zhangyidao. This was a very famous name in recent months. Regarding Zhangyidao's strength, the rumors were quite forbidding. However, the children of heaven present had only heard the rumors and were yet to be convinced. Now, after witnessing Yi Yun's strength with their own eyes, they were somewhat convinced. He is Jiang Yidao? He really only attacked with one strike. People looked at each other and were secretly aghast. Although Gong Sun Hong did not know of Jiang Yidao, from the crowd's discussion, he knew that Jiang Yidao was not some nobody. Jiang Yidao, your name is very overbearing. Do you think you are strong just because you defeated me? The Heavenly Blood Union has existences that far exceed your imagination. I am nothing in the Heavenly Blood Union. Compared to them, you are nothing. Soon, you will be taught a lesson. Gong Sun Hong said with a derisive tone. However, the elites present did not agree with Gong Sun Hong's mockery. Were there existences in the Heavenly Blood Union that could casually defeat Jiang Yidao? One had to know that before Gong Sun Hong entered the Heavenly Dao Union, he was already famous in the Tian Yuan world. He was not the top genius, but he was one of the best. There were even more monstrous people above Gong Sun Hong, but it would not have been a highly disparate. In the eyes of many, Jiang Yidao's talent was already at the peak. No one believed there could be people more monstrous than Jiang Yidao. Furthermore, a typically genius became famous in their youth, such as Gong Sun Hong. Everyone had heard at least a little of him. Occasionally, there would be geniuses who suddenly appeared that no one knew of, and that was normal. However, for a large number of geniuses to suddenly appear out of nowhere made no sense. From what Gong Sun Hong implied, the Heavenly Blood Union was filled with experts, and there were large numbers of geniuses that far exceeded Gong Sun Hong. How was that possible? They could not have appeared out of nowhere. Then, where did they come from? Could it be that the Martial Alliance had secretly established a mystic realm and nurtured them within it? People were finding it strange, and a large number of people refused to believe him. They only felt that Gong Sun Hong was being a sore loser by saying those words after suffering defeat. He wanted to find a way to regain his reputation. Gong Sun Hong could tell what everyone was thinking. As such, he sneered. The eyes of ants are forever restricted to the tiny bit of path ahead. How do you know how vast the world is? In the Heavenly Blood Union, there are a bunch of reincarnated people. The strongest ones amongst them number 9. They far exceed your imaginations. To them, you are all nothing. When Gong Sun Hong threw that sentence at them, they were stunned. Reincarnated people? Warriors could be reincarnated after practicing martial arts? By starting everything from scratch, but having the memories of their previous life, that would be too heaven-defying. It felt impossible. Seeing the stunned faces of the crowd, Gong Sun Hong turned proud. Yes, reincarnation. The Heavenly Blood Union has a supreme technique which can also be considered the first-ranked divine technique, Heavenly Dao Reincarnation Grand Technique. Unfortunately, with your qualifications, you can only see the introduction. You do not even have the right to exchange for it. Gong Sun Hong's tone carried a strong sense of superiority. However, when matched with his tattered clothes, it appeared quite amusing. Heavenly Dao Reincarnation Grand Technique? Yi Yun's eyebrows pricked up. Such a technique was roughly mentioned in the Azure Yan Lord's collection. Gong Sun Hong's words had aroused the interest of several people. Such a cultivation technique sounded extremely horrifying in power. If one could be reborn through reincarnation and keep one's memories, that would truly be defying the heavens. Even if they did not learn it, just witnessing it would be nice. Furthermore, they might lack the qualifications now, but who knew if they might have it in the future? Many of them had their eyes lit up and could not help but search in the treasure for this Heavenly Dao Reincarnation Grand Technique. Gong Sun Hong gave a disdainful laugh before leaving the treasury. Before leaving, he gave Yi Yun a cold glance. This hatred did not bother Yi Yun. It did not matter if he offended others while in Jiang Yidao's identity. The original Yi Yun identity had enemies all over the world. After Gong Sun Hong left, the elites present began browsing through all the treasures. Soon, someone found the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique. It is there. The person who found the manual could not help but cry out. Everyone immediately headed in the direction of the sound. The Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique was placed on the third level of the treasury, which was also the highest level. Its position was very prominent. It was right in the middle of the third level, which was also the reason why someone quickly discovered it. Yun also walked to the third level out of curiosity. He too wanted to see the true face of this mystic technique. This mystic technique was sealed in a dark gold metallic box. The box was sealed in an array. Many of the cultivation techniques in the treasury allowed them to preview the first page, but this cultivation technique did not even allow a preview of a single word. Other than the box, there were only a few introductory words. Yun noticed that only core Heavenly Blood Union members were eligible to exchange for this mystic technique. And the cost of exchanging it was an astronomical price. 100,000 blood jade was only enough to exchange for the first volume. As for the subsequent volumes, it became more and more expensive. Furthermore, having enough blood jade was not enough, one had to make a contribution to the Heavenly Tao Union. From the stringent exchange conditions, many people secretly shook their heads. This was too ridiculous. Just joining the Heavenly Blood Union required them to sign a soul contract. But for hundreds of thousands of blood jade and to provide a contribution to the Heavenly Tao Union was not something any typical person could achieve. Basically, this mystic technique was just a beautiful mirage. It was something one can look at only. To think that there exists such a supreme technique. I really want to take a look. A page would do. A pretty girl could not help but say. Reincarnation sounded very tempting. This was not only an accumulation of strength once again, it was a rebirth of life. To women, who loved their beauty, returning to young womanhood after dying from old age, which girl wouldn't be moved by this? However, Yun only shook his head secretly. There was no free lunch in this world. If there was such a heaven-defying cultivation technique, how could the Azure Yan Lord mention it in passing? He would have described it in detail. And in the description, one would be able to tell his admiration of such a cultivation technique. In fact, according to the Azure Yang Lord, such reincarnation cultivation techniques were often limited in many ways. For example, the mystery of birth. When being reincarnated, a large amount of memory would be lost. A portion of people would lose a bit of their personality after the reincarnation. Although they did not completely become another person, they were not entirely their original person. Other than that, cultivating in such reincarnation cultivation techniques, not only did it not extend one's life, it would in fact shorten it instead. Every reincarnation would shorten one's lifespan. The more one reincarnated, the faster one would die. In fact, reincarnation cultivation techniques were just overdrawing on one's life potential. Before 100 years of age, warriors had tremendous amount of life potential, allowing them to cultivate at the fastest speed. The benefits of a reincarnation technique was to stimulate one's life potential to the greatest extent. It would allow a warrior who originally could only reach the Tao Seed realm to break through into the Yuan opening realm. And those limited to the Yuan opening realm to become imperial kings. This was also the reason why some people chose reincarnation cultivation techniques and trained to become a reincarnated person. As they would have a lot of memory in their youth, it would allow for them to be somewhat invincible. The Martial Alliance has such a reincarnation cultivation technique. If they are nurturing warriors and all of them choose to reincarnate in a particular era, then that can explain how this group of people were unknown in the past. Yun took a deep breath. For reincarnated people to choose the present era also meant that the scheme the Martial Alliance had been laying down all these years was slowly coming into fruition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Blackstone Trials. Chapter 613, Blackstone Trials. Reincarnators were synonymous with mystery and power in the heavenly Tao Union. Once a person was born, he would possess large amounts of martial experience, insights into laws. The only thing left to do was to break through cultivation realms. And to break through cultivation realms, all one needed was to possess a solid foundation, then, everything else would flow naturally. All of the reincarnators cultivated at an extremely fast speed. Some of the reincarnators in the Heavenly Tao Union had not only reincarnated once, some would have reincarnated 3, 4, or even 5 times. The accumulation of multiple reincarnations, with some spacing it out tens of thousands of years to hundreds of thousands of years, have all decided to appear in this era. Their understanding of the laws in the Heavenly Tao were constantly increased and strengthened. Warrior at the early stages of the Tao Seed realm had nomological insights that reached the standard of Pikuan opening realm warriors, and ever closing in on imperial kings. Amongst warriors of the same realm, they were synonymous with the word invincible. To be invincible amongst the same realm, only they could live up to that title. The Martial Alliance did not hide the existences of the reincarnators. Before this, the senior members of the Martial Alliance had all witnessed sparring between the reincarnators. The terrifying scene was still fresh in their minds, even today. It was also that sparring that made many of the senior members of the Heavenly Tao Union give up their final obstinance as they signed a soul contract and entered the Heavenly Blood Union. Just that alone made the Heavenly Blood Union gain a few dozen new members. Gong Sun Hong also joined the Heavenly Blood Union at that moment. Having witnessed the power of the reincarnators, Gong Sun Hong was full of admiration towards their powers. It had really stirred his heart. Hence, this was the reason why Gong Sun Hong mentioned the reincarnators after losing to Yi Yun. Other than trying to win back some face, it was also because he adored reincarnators too much. He treated the Martial Alliance's reincarnators as his goal. He dreamed of contributing to the Martial Alliance, allowing him the opportunity to cultivate the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique. Once he managed to cultivate this supreme technique, he would at least be canonized an Imperial King, or become a Patriarch, or even exceed that realm. In the Tian Yuan world of the past, the achievement of reaching Patriarch of a faction was nearly the peak. As for exceeding a faction's Patriarch, that was wishful thinking. However, many geniuses now had a different starting point. With ancient heritage, this was no longer impossible. The elites who joined the Heavenly Tao Union all had their ambition. With such opportunities before them, and having witnessed so many miracles, it was very difficult for them to not waver from their original persistence. Humans are easily infected by their environment. Once they are affected by the choices of people around them, it became more natural to join the Heavenly Blood Union. Sacrificing freedom for overwhelming power was not an unacceptable matter. Hence, in the month after Yi Yun joined the Martial Alliance, there were already more than 10 geniuses who had joined the Heavenly Tao Union together with Yi Yun, who chose to enter the Heavenly Blood Union. There were more and more people joining the Heavenly Blood Union. Although Yi Yun defeated senior member Gong Sun Hong once he entered the Martial Alliance, smacking his face right on the spot, that only slightly impeded the elite's decision. It did not have any fundamental impact. Yi Yun did not mind so many people joining the Heavenly Blood Union, nor did he have much thoughts on it. Under the circumstances which involved an entire world's catastrophe, the death of a few geniuses was in fact trivial. Everyone had to pay the price of their choices. Early in winter, a bout of snow fell on Greatsword Mountain. The mountain was cold and windy, and the northern winds blew around like flying sabers and swords. Gong, gong, gong. On Greatsword Mountain, a bell suddenly rang. The resounding sound of the bell pierced through the chilly wind and the storm, into every Heavenly Tao Union member's ears. Zhang Yadao, the Blackstone trial has begun. When Yi Yun was meditating within a room, he suddenly heard a shout come from outside. A youth who lived beside Yi Yun was calling out to him. This youth was named Wei Chi Wei. He was younger than Yi Yun, and did not have a prominent background. He came from a second-grade faction in the Tian Yuan world, but for him to be able to join the Heavenly Tao Union meant he was nothing trivial. Wei Chi-wei was similar as Yi Yun. He too refused to join the Heavenly Blood Union. However, Yi Yun did not know for how long this would continue. Yi Yun walked out his stone house. In the Martial Alliance, only the Heavenly Blood Union members were entitled to a stone pagoda, which had a huge array that ensured rich and pure heaven-earth yuan qi, making it a perfect cultivation environment. As for those ordinary members who did not join the Heavenly Blood Union, they could only live in such stone houses. The facilities were simple and the concentration of yuan qi was average. Although Yi Yun was famous in the Heavenly Tao Union, he could only live in such a simple stone house. Furthermore, his residence was one of the poorer locations amongst the ordinary Heavenly Tao Union members. Other than that, ordinary members received all sorts of limitation in the various cultivation resources and trial arrangements. As for Yi Yun, as the unspoken leader of the ordinary members, he had been given special care. Yi Yun received a variety of unfair treatment. This was all deliberately done by the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union. The arrangements of many trials were moderated by the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union. These people naturally disliked Yi Yun. In fact, 4 months ago, when Yi Yun first joined the Heavenly Tao Union, defeating Gongsun Hong in one saber strike, the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union were already hostile to him. This kid with savage origins had smacked the faces of the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union the moment he stepped foot on Greatsword Mountain. This involved the matter of face. It was extremely shameful that senior members were inferior to new members. The senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union wished to educate such an arrogant newcomer, to let him know that there were heavens beyond heavens, people beyond people. However, Yi Yun was too strong. Everyone knew Gongsun Hong's strength, but Yi Yun had defeated Gongsun Hong in one saber strike. Even though Gongsun Hong had insisted that he was careless and lost to Yi Yun because he wanted to dazzle, and said that if he fought Yi Yun with all he had, the outcome was at best a 40-60. Those that believed in Gongsun Hong's words were in the minority. People did not even know if 60 and the so-called 40-60 mentioned by Gongsun Hong belonged to Gongsun Hong or Yi Yun. Gongsun Hong may have boasted, but since he never challenged Yi Yun again, the truth was already very evident. Yi Yun was very strong and a newcomer. So if the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union wanted to teach Yi Yun a lesson, they had to battle him, but there were no benefits to that. If they could easily beat Yi Yun, they would have done so, but the chances of losing to Yi Yun was high. And once they lost, a large amount of their salary would be deducted and they would shame themselves. So who would do such a thing? The matter of Yi Yun making a fool out of Gongsun Hong made him famous in the Martial Alliance. He was obviously acting the pig to eat a tiger, but he had completely fooled Gongsun Hong. It was best not to provoke such a person who was full of nefarious tricks. Being defeated by him might even result in their downfall. Hence, for several months, Yi Yun cultivated in peace. No one messed with him. Instead, those Heavenly Tao Union members who joined at the same time as Yi Yun were bullied by the senior members. Many battles often had blood jade rewards on the line. These newcomers, especially those newcomers who insisted on not signing a soul contract, were bullied horribly. Human nature was as such. After the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union chose to sign a soul contract, they had a certain kind of psychological wish to make everyone sign the soul contract like them. This way, they could achieve psychological balance. Usually, they would not target the newcomers who joined the Heavenly Blood Union, only the lives of those who delayed their joining of the Heavenly Blood Union were made difficult. These days, Yi Yun kept a low profile. He did not go around smacking faces and challenging others. Since he did not know what the next step the Martial Alliance was planning on, he chose to keep a low profile. His strength was constantly increasing, and his cultivation level was now nearing the peak of the Tao Seed realm. To cultivate to this realm, even Yi Yun did not know how much hidden power he had. This was because ever since he finished his reclusive training in the Great Empress Mystic realm, the only time he had gone all out was to spar with Lin Shintong. And Lin Xintong was not someone you could measure using common sense. Compared to the Tian Yuan world, Yi Yun did not know how far he could go. I am coming. The meditating Yi Yun took a deep breath and picked up the saber beside him. This saber was 5 feet long. It was a katana, and the blade was long and narrow, matchless in its sharpness. The saber's name was Ancient Dust. Yi Yun had exchanged for it from the Martial Alliance's armory with blood jades. The saber was worth 1,500 blood jades. To the Tian Yuan world, this saber was considered top-notch. Up to now, Yi Yun had the sun-shooting 9 death's bow and a mysterious broken sword. But in terms of sabers, Yi Yun did not have a very good one. Previously, Yi Yun had always been using the blood-red lotus saber he had robbed from the Thousand-Hand Granny. It was not bad, but after changing his identity, he naturally could not use the blood-red lotus saber. Now, the Ancient Dust saber in Yi Yun's hand exceeded the quality of the blood-red lotus in many ways. Yi Yun was already very proficient with the Ancient Dust saber after using it for 4 months. With the Ancient Dust saber in hand, Yi Yun strode out the stone house. After he walked out and saw Wei Chi-wei, Yi Yun frowned. Wei Chi-wei was a youth with delicate skin, but now, on his neck, there was a slanted hideous wound that spread all the way down, past his neckline. And Wei Chi-wei's face had already turned purplish black. Clearly, he had just been beaten up by others just a while ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Flowery Fragrance. What happened to you? Yi Yun asked Wei Chi-wei after seeing his miserable state. Wei Chi-wei touched his neck. On it, there was a scar caused by a saber that had not even scabbed. He cursed, that bunch of bastards were brutal in their attacks. As the masked man said, the Martial Alliance followed the law of the jungle. The strong were considered kings, while the weak were eliminated. In the Martial Alliance, members were allowed to challenge each other. The loser would have a portion of their salary deducted, while the winner would receive rewards from the Martial Alliance. Due to the existence of such an award, it was common for warriors to fight in the Martial Alliance. A person who won successively would be given a strength rating, resulting in a higher monthly salary. Under such rules, one had to be extraordinarily strong to survive. An example of that was Yi Yun. If not, one had to form cliques to provide each other with mutual protection. And the Heavenly Blood Union and the members who had not joined the Heavenly Blood Union were the 2 largest natural factions. The former's strength was no doubt much stronger than the latter. Hence, those who did not join the Heavenly Blood Union, such as Wei Chi-wei, suffered through their days. They were beaten up daily, and the beatings were ruthless. It was not uncommon to have a wound that pierced through one's body. Yi Yun shook his head secretly. The atmosphere in the Martial Alliance was as such. With multifaceted pressures and the temptations of power, the number of people who joined the Heavenly Blood Union increased. You never thought of joining the Heavenly Blood Union? It is just a soul contract, you are not being sent to die. It should not be hard to accept such a thing, right? Yi Yun casually asked, but Wei Chi-wei shook his head. I just do not like being forced to do things by others. If I wanted to join, I would have naturally joined. If I do not want to join, no one can force me to do so. I come from a humble background, and it is in no way comparable to a large family clan. I practice martial arts so as to settle vengeances quickly, so that I will become strong enough to be master of my own destiny. If I were to practice martial arts and become enslaved by others to become strong, then that would be having the order reversed. I would rather not cultivate in such a path of martial arts. If I really cannot survive in the Heavenly Tao Union, I will just leave. Wei Chi-wei was at a young age, and his face still gave off a childlike feeling. However, the words he said slightly surprised Yi Yun. He had never noticed this youth who lived in the neighboring stone house. He never expected for Wei Chi-wei to have such thoughts. Indeed, warriors practiced martial arts so as to control their own fate. If their lives were controlled as a result of practicing martial arts, that would be kind of sad. Let us go to the Blackstone trials, Yi Yun said lightly. Yi Yun had a good impression of Wei Chi-wei. He did not want such an aspiring youth to be destroyed by the martial alliance. All right. Wei Chi-wei's eyes lit up when the Blackstone trials were mentioned. The Blackstone trials was the most important trial in the martial alliance. It was an incredible opportunity for warriors. The Blackstone trials were held once every 3 years. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Tao Union, it had only happened twice. The martial alliance would bestow a lot of rewards in every Blackstone trials. With the opportunities from the trial itself, many cultivators benefited greatly from it. Technically, it was not yet time for the third Blackstone trials, but for some unknown reason, it had been pushed forward. Furthermore, the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance had spread the news that this trial was different from the rest. It could be said that this trial would be the most special trial, in both the past and future of the Martial Alliance history. It was going to be unprecedented. For the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance to use the word unprecedented to describe the trial, one could easily imagine how special it would be. Many were looking forward to this special trial. And amongst those doing so, Yi Yun was included as well. However, he was not interested in the rewards. Instead, he wanted to know what the Martial Alliance was scheming. Only by completing his investigations could he find an opportunity to cause trouble behind the Martial Alliance's back. As he had this in mind, Yi Yun looked up towards the peak of Greatsword Mountain. On the towering mountain peak, there seemed to be a layer of blood chi slowly rising. It was filled with ferocity and killing intent. On the way, Yi Yun encountered quite a number of Heavenly Tao Union members. Everyone was excitedly discussing what the unprecedented Blackstone trials could be. Other than that, some of them would occasionally mention a huge event that recently occurred in the Tianyuan world. That was blood of destruction had once again floated out from the eternal whirlpool. When Yi Yun first came out of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he had asked someone from a small southern sea sect, the White Soaring Sect. He had heard him mention the blood of destruction. It was suspected that this blood was blood that came from the gigantic eye. The 2 drops of blood of destruction, which previously appeared, had both been obtained by the Martial Alliance. And now, the Martial Alliance had promised to not be engaged in the bid for the blood of destruction. Hence, many large family clans in the Tianyuan world had been involved in the competition for the blood. Furthermore, there were 3 drops of blood of destruction that flowed out. Various large factions had gone crazy competing for them, and as such, many people had been killed. After all, it was very likely to be blood of an ancient god. Who knew what one could use it for? Maybe just absorbing a drop would allow for one to become a peerless great emperor. When Yi Yun heard these discussions, he frowned. Blood of destruction. What exactly is that thing? The gigantic ancient demon within the eternal whirlpool, could it really bleed? It was unknown what would happen if such a thing was really absorbed. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Yun had unknowingly arrived at a large platform on Greatsword Mountain. All the geniuses participating in the Greatsword Mountain had to first gather here. When Yi Yun and Wei Chi-wei arrived, the platform had already been filled with people. There was a distinct boundary between the Heavenly Blood Union and the Heavenly Tao Union members. Each group had gathered to one side each. The Heavenly Blood Union members were significantly higher in numbers than the ordinary members. They took up a larger area on the platform as a result. As for those ordinary members, they were pushed into a tiny corner. Having been repressed by the Heavenly Blood Union for a long time, they had started to lack confidence. Be it resources or face, they did not dare compete with the Heavenly Blood Union. And it was also true that they could not compete against them. It is Wei Chi-wei. That foolish kid is here. Ha ha. Not long after Yi Yun and Wei Chi-wei arrived on the platform, a derisive laughter was suddenly heard. Upon hearing the voice, Wei Chiwei's gaze turned cold as he suddenly turned his head. Standing not far from him were two men and a woman. The two men were stout in figure, while the woman was petite. One of the men was carrying a thick, large saber. He was flaunting his saber at Wei Chiwei. "Kid, from your eyes, it seems you are indignant. How about it? Shall we have another fight?" The man with the saber said derisively. Wei Chiwei's voice faltered before he turned speechless. Previously, he had been wounded by this saber-carrying man. Their strengths were in no way on the same level. Another fight with him would only end up with him being beaten up. The Heavenly Tao Union was as such. One could only bear the humiliation if one was inferior. And at this moment, Ian turned around and looked towards the person speaking. The saber-carrying man wanted to carry on put down Wei Chiwei, but when he saw Ian, his expression immediately turned ugly. "It is Jiang Yidao. The guy who defeated Gong Sun Hong. Is he not the leader amongst the ordinary members?" Ian never said that he was the leader, but since he was the strongest and most talented out of the ordinary members, and had defeated a Heavenly Blood Union member, he naturally became the number one person amongst the Heavenly Tao Union ordinary members. They did not dare to offend Jiang Yidao. This person was arrogant and quite famous. Not only Gong Sun Hong, they also knew what had happened in Heaven Martial City. Back then, a Heavenly Blood Union member had been defeated in one saber strike by Jiang Yidao, who had suppressed his cultivation level and foregoed the use of an aspect totem. The few of them stopped talking as they shrunk into the cloud, afraid to be targeted by Yi Yun. However, although these people felt fear, it did not mean all the Heavenly Blood Union members felt fear. A few senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union looked coldly at Yi Yun, with a hint of disdain in their eyes. Yi Yun was very strong, but Yi Yun was only one person. He was nothing compared to the Heavenly Blood Union. Furthermore, these senior Heavenly Blood Union members were extremely confident in their strength. If they really fought with Yi Yun, they did not believe that they would lose. This Jiang Yidao still does not know what is waiting for him this time. Being a maverick in the Martial Alliance will eventually make him suffer. Who does he think he is? He is just a junior with a bit of talent. He is nothing in the eyes of the upper echelon of the Martial Alliance. At this moment, as people were talking, there was an inexplicable feeling covering the entire platform suddenly. It was as if in a flash, there was a fragrance that assaulted their nostrils. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Tempted. Chapter 615, Tempted. A flowery fragrance? Ian scrunched up his nose and turned his head to look in the direction from where the fragrance was coming from. The flowery fragrance was very strong. It made people feel subtly intoxicated. There were beams of light flashing in the sky, as layers of flower petals scattered on the ground. A white figure landed on the platform while its clothes fluttered. The petals surrounded this person's body. However, they were not real flower petals, they were light beams condensed from laws. Flower petals condensed from laws could have such true flowery fragrance? This scene was shocking. When the white-clothed person turned around, Ian was slightly stunned when he saw what the person looked like. It was different from what he expected it to be. The white-clothed figure was a man. He was carrying a folded fan, and his facial features were intricate and perfect. His skin was delicate and white. Even women would feel ashamed in comparison. The man scanned the crowd on the platform with his pair of narrow eyes. His gaze swept past Ian as well, and when their eyes met, he smirked, revealing a sinister-looking smile. After that single glance, he no longer looked at Ian again. This person. Ian frowned. He could feel that the other party's cultivation level wasn't high, but the aura he gave off was immensely powerful. Also, there were Tao fluctuations coming from his body. This was a manifestation of his profound understanding towards the Tao and truth. It's Lord Fengming. It's just the Blackstone trials and Lord Fengming actually came. Usually, he wouldn't come, so why? The Heavenly Blood Union members all looked very respectfully at the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man looked like he was in his 20s. He was part of the same generation as the rest, but air and feeling he exuded made it seem like he was someone from the senior generation. They were not on the same level. Fengming? Wei Chiwei, who was standing beside Yi Yun, was very surprised. I know that person. He is a reincarnator. Oh? Reincarnator? Yi Yun slightly narrowed his eyes. By cultivating the Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique and reincarnating several times, such a person could accumulate talent and insight into the Tao, so it was not a surprise that he would have such a bearing in his 20s. Perfect Tao seed realm. Just slightly higher than me by a small realm. This small difference in cultivation level is nothing much to me. I wonder how my strength compares to his. Yi Yun had such thoughts. If anyone heard his thoughts, they would have thought that he was crazy. Even though Yi Yun had defeated Gong Sun Hong using one saber strike, when compared to reincarnators by others, he was considered to be a firefly in front of a radiant moon. There's no comparison in their hearts. One was a immortal reincarnated, while the other had the body of a mortal. Was there any comparison? Invincible amongst people of the same realm. You have to have some ability to dare make such a claim, but compared to the 12 Empyrean heavens. Yi Yun recalled the Azure Yang Lord's description. The Blood Moon were like gods to the eyes of the people of the Tian Yuan world, but in the eyes of the Azure Yang Lord, they were nothing. As for everyone else other than Yi Yun, even the stubborn Wei Chiwei looked at young Master Fengming with reverence and envy. To them, Lord Fengming's position was unattainable. In many ways, it even made people suffer from an inferiority complex. After Fengming appeared, their more three figures flew out. Two of them were men and the other was a woman. When they appeared, every step of theirs landed on empty space, but Tao patterns would appear when that happened. Water and fire, wind and lightning. The male and female in front cultivated two laws. As for the last person, he had a well-proportioned body. His toned muscles were very apparent. He had a resolute look, and every step he made caused a tiny ripple in the void. It was as if he was walking on water. Light warped around this person's body. The warping was not because of the light itself, it was because the spatial dimensions around this man was curved. Spatial dimension laws. People looked at him with burning desire in their eyes. This was the spatial dimensions law that was pretty much lost in the Tian Yuan world. And in the Martial Alliance, there were such ancient heritage kept. And only in the Martial Alliance was there such spatial dimension laws heritage. Immediately, many people, who had joined the Heavenly Blood Union, felt privileged. They felt lucky to be born in this era, and to be allowed to enter the Heavenly Blood Union. This gave them a chance to cultivate such ancient heritage. If they could learn the Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique and obtain the heritage of the spatial dimension laws, then no matter how profound the spatial dimension laws were, they would still have a lot of time and youth to learn it. This way, they too could become a figure like an reincarnator, becoming the strongest cultivators in the Tian Yuan world. Those who joined the Martial Alliance were bound to have their ambitions, much less the Heavenly Blood Union members. Even Wei Chiwei's gaze became one with burning desire when he saw the stout man. He was envious. Who wouldn't envy such powerful strength? You want to learn it? Yi Yun noticed Wei Chiwei's reaction and asked casually. Yes. Wei Chiwei took a deep breath before speaking. However, what isn't fated to be mine, isn't mine. Wei Chiwei knew very well that many Heavenly Tao Union members went crazy and envious over these ancient heritage. And for that, they paid a huge price several times. This was just human nature. In such an environment, it was most likely that most people would make such a choice. However, even if the heavy prices were paid, the hopes of obtaining these heritages were still very slim. 4 people appeared on the platform consecutively, and they were all reincarnators. The strong were worshipped in a martial world. To those elites from large factions, they could only be deferential when encountering people who had strength that far exceeded theirs. After the 4 reincarnators, another person flew onto the platform. That person wore a mask and had a cold aura. He was familiar to Yi Yun. He was the masked man who possessed Jin Tu Nanshan's body. As an inspector of the Martial Alliance, the masked man's position was equivalent to the 4 reincarnators. The 5 of them stood in a row, with an overbearing aura. Dear junior brothers and sisters. Young Master Fengming had a faint smile. He walked in front of everyone and said with a soft and pleasant voice. His words felt like a gentle spring breeze. The Heavenly Tao Union members below the platform had a huge gap in identity compared to him, yet he appeared to be approachable. This made many of them grow fond of young Master Fengming. These Blackstone trials will be a golden opportunity for some of you. This trial will not exist in the next millennium. It might be called a trial, but it is actually a mission. For this, the Heavenly Blood Union will reward you handsomely, and one of the rewards include the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique. Anyone who contributes greatly can obtain it. Oh! The Heavenly Blood Union members immediately stared with widened eyes when they heard this. Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique? This cultivation technique's power was without a doubt high. The elites present were all filled with awe towards the reincarnators in the platform, but not all of them were convinced. Some people believed that if they obtained a cultivation technique like Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique, they too would be able to get that far, or even be better than those reincarnators. This included the ordinary members who did not join the Heavenly Blood Union. Their eyes had lit up. They longed for the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique, but they did not wish to forego their freedom. A large part of the reason was because it was not guaranteed that they would obtain what they wanted even if they were to join the Heavenly Blood Union. And now, the opportunity was here. Compared to the other elites, Yi Yun was naturally unmoved. What he was concerned about was that the trial was a mission as Fengming had said. What sort of mission would it be? As if answering Yi Yun's question, Fengming said again, today, standing here, I'll be choosing a vanguard. What you would be doing might even concern the fate of the Tian Yuan world. When Fengming said that, the crowd was stunned. The fate of the Tian Yuan world was involved? This must be a joke. As members of the younger generation, how could they shoulder this responsibility? Many were in disbelief, but Fengming carried on. I know you are doubting me. But when the Blackstone trials begin, the doubts in your heart will be removed. Furthermore, for this Blackstone trials, as the concerns are grave, it only allows people from the Heavenly Blood Union to participate. The Heavenly Tao Union's ordinary members are not to participate in it. Those who wish to participate can only do so by joining the Heavenly Blood Union. When Fengming said this, the crowd was stunned. Especially the Heavenly Tao Union's ordinary members. All of them were dumbfounded. After talking so much about the Blackstone trials and with their appetites whet, you then say that only Heavenly Blood Union members could participate in it? Many ordinary Heavenly Tao Union members found it unacceptable. The treatment these people received when they first joined the Heavenly Tao Union was not that different to the Heavenly Blood Union members. And now, the gap had increased to an exaggerated point. Furthermore, the tensions between the ordinary members and the Heavenly Blood Union members were becoming more highly strung. There were constantly conflicts. They had had enough of it. They did not wish to obtain a top reward like the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique in the Blackstone trials they looked forward to. They would have been satisfied with some ordinary rewards. But now, they were not even given a chance. They were prohibited from joining. With such an obvious contrast between the Heavenly Blood Union members and the ordinary members, the Heavenly Blood Union members naturally felt superior. They began to feel that their decision to join the Heavenly Blood Union was wise. They were very pleased seeing the ordinary Heavenly Tao Union members were in a dilemma. At this moment, Feng Ming spoke again. I previously mentioned that this mission is highly critical. Without a soul contract, we cannot guarantee that everyone will be loyal. If anyone were to betray because of personal greed, the results would be disastrous. It was common for people to kill and plunder in mystic realms. To prevent that, the Martial Alliance enforced the signing of a soul contract. And for that, people also found it reasonable. Hence, those members who insist on not joining the Heavenly Blood Union, you can choose to form a security force. You will be stationed on the perimeter of the Blackstone Trials. Those locations require sentries. When Feng Ming said this, the ordinary members of the Heavenly Tao Union were extremely unsettled. Others could adventure for rewards, but they became guards? Based on what? Young Master Feng Ming, I want to join the Heavenly Blood Union. At this moment, an ordinary Heavenly Tao Union member gritted her teeth after long deliberation. She was a girl in her 20s. She did not look pretty, but she had quite a disposition. With the first, there would be the second. I'll join. Another person said in an hesitant manner. Upon seeing this scene, the rest were also tempted. Maybe they should not have been so adamant right from the beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, Quitting. Chapter 616, Quitting. Humans were easily influenced, leading to a herd mentality. After a few began to join the Heavenly Blood Union, there were more and more people who made the same choice. Even Wei Chi-Wei, who was beside Yun, was visibly in a dilemma as he tried to make his choice. However, he still shook his head eventually. He sighed and said, maybe, it is time that I leave the Heavenly Tao Union. Oh? Yun was slightly stunned. Why? Aren't you tempted by all those opportunities? I am. Wei Chi-Wei looked yearningly at the Heavenly Tao Union's treasury, but he still shook his head. What doesn't belong to me will never belong to me. I'm wondering, even if I sign the soul contract and join the Heavenly Blood Union, will I really obtain the Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique? Wei Chi-Wei looked perplexed. As he looked at the excited and enthusiastic crowd, he found it somewhat unreal. With great temptations put in front of people, many would be blinded by them. Wei Chi-Wei did not think that the Martial Alliance was problematic, but he still had a persistent feeling that he should not join the Heavenly Blood Union. This was just an intuition he had. For these Blackstone trials, all those who have joined the Heavenly Blood Union will obtain an ancient mystic technique. It can increase your strength in a short time span, so as to ensure that complete the mission. This mystic technique is also one of the more valuable mystic techniques in the Martial Alliance. You will only receive the first volume, but that is already priceless. Although the effects of the mystic technique are obvious, it will not cause any harm to your body. You will notice it while cultivating it. This is also considered to be your reward. The masked man standing beside young Master Feng Ming said. His remarks caused quite a stir. They naturally wanted to learn an ancient mystic technique, what more, an extremely valuable one. That good? The Heavenly Blood Union members stared with widened eyes. The treatment they were receiving was way too good. Usually, to exchange for an ancient heritage, they would require large amounts of blood jades. What is the mission this time? For them to promise such handsome rewards, there might be some danger. Some people were worried about this, but someone said with a scorn, return is proportional to risk. How can there be huge returns without any risks in this world? There are many mystic realms where no one knows what is in them. It's most likely that a large number of people who enter a mystic realm and die. But even so, many warriors would still rush in desperately, in order to obtain a piece of that opportunity. We are just participating in the Blackstone trials. If you are so cowardly, you might as well not be a martial arts practitioner. The person said with a cold tone, to which the person, who spoke before, did not refute. Compared to those mystic realms, the Blackstone trials was indeed safer. If so many elites, nearly all of whom came from the large factions of the Tian Yuan world, perished in a trial, how was the Martial Alliance to answer to the entire Tian Yuan world? It did not seem beneficial to the Martial Alliance. With this thought in mind, more and more people were determined to join the Heavenly Blood Union. However, there were a few who chose not to join. Ian looked around, and there were 7 people including himself. These people either liked a free and unfettered life, or had their own resolve. If not, they had their doubts on the Martial Alliance's motives. As such, all of them made this choice. Are you not joining? Young Master Fengming looked at these people and heaved a gentle sigh, as if feeling sorry for them. Sorry, I'm not joining. Anne? I want to quit the Heavenly Tao Union. At this moment, Wei Chiwei spoke. One could still see the gruesome wounds on his body, so compounded with those words, it made him seem quite miserable. Over the months, the ordinary members of the Heavenly Tao Union had discovered that the treatment they received compared to the Heavenly Blood Union was getting more disparate by the day. They were also increasingly ostracized by the Heavenly Blood Union. And the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance turned a blind eye towards this, acquiescing such conflict to proliferate. Although these people still had a chance to obtain precious resources in the Heavenly Tao Union, they did not wish to endure it any further. I want to quit. I too am quitting. The remaining few began announcing their intentions. At this point, it seemed like quitting the Heavenly Tao Union was the only other option. Either you join the Heavenly Blood Union or you quit. There was no third choice. Quit? Yi Yun turned silent. He noticed that when these people wanted to quit, there was a chill that suddenly emanated from the platform. With a thought, Ian shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm quitting too." All 7 of them quit the Heavenly Tao Union. The masked man on the platform watched all this unfold in front of him in silence. Have you decided? Fengming asked, as his disappointed look became more apparent. No one, including Yi Yun, spoke. What a pity. Fengming shook his head. I admit that for these Blackstone trials, there is indeed a bit of danger. If you are not careful, you might die. So I can understand why you aren't joining. Everyone has their own aspirations, so I won't be holding you back. However, with the human race on the brink of a calamity, our Martial Alliance created the Heavenly Tao Union to prepare for the calamity. Junior brothers and sisters, with you using our Martial Alliance's resources and cultivating our Martial Alliance's heritage when you previously joined the Martial Alliance, it could be considered as having received benefits from us. Armies are maintained for years, but used on a single day. I never expected that you would quit at this moment. Fengming said his words in a slow and unperturbed manner. Immediately, those Heavenly Blood Union members began to look disdainfully at the 7 people. Many of them were conversing in private. Those people are such ingrates. Someone said in disdain. Ingrates devoid of gratitude, having enjoyed the resources prepared for the ambitious members of the human race, but end up becoming cowardly and refusing to contribute. I'm ashamed to be associated with them. People began to say such things. In the crowd, Gong Sun Hong sneered at Yi Yun. He stretched out his hand without any concealment and gave Yi Yun a thumbs down. This was a gesture of extreme provocation and contempt. Gong Sun Hong did this in front of everyone. It was mainly because he had been defeated so terribly by Yi Yun. He had disgraced himself utterly by losing to one saber strike. He knew that he was not Yi Yun's match, and that he had no chance of seeking revenge in the short term. As such, he took this opportunity to vent his anger. Jian Yidao, so what if you have a bit of martial talent? You are cowardly and short-sighted. You might have defeated me before, but you are just a tiny bump on my martial path. In less than a year, you will be left in my dust. I will trample on you and carry on climbing up my martial path. To me, you are just a stepping stone that I will eventually step on. Your existence is solely for my growth. Gong Sun Hong had a sneer on his face as he did not disguise his voice. He was declaring his determination to surpass Yi Yun so as to wash away his shame. If Yi Yun had entered the Heavenly Blood Union, people would have thought that Gong Sun Hong was just engaging in fool's talk. But now, Yi Yun had quit. Now, people felt that what Gong Sun Hong said was correct. A cowardly person like Zhang Yidao was not suitable for martial arts. Towards Gong Sun Hong's provocations, Yi Yun only smiled. He did not give a response, but he looked at the upper echelons of the martial alliance on the platform. His right hand was already pressing on his ancient dust saber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Killing Intent. Chapter 617, Killing Intent. The 7 people including Yi Yun left the platform under the disdainful eyes or looks of pity from the Martial Alliance members. A bunch of cowards. Those people are not fit to practice martial arts. They are deserting just because of a mystic realm with a bit of danger. Although they are temporarily safe, this running away without fighting will probably lead to mental demons. People discussed as they watched the 7 people leave. The remaining people carried on being picked by the reincarnators on the platform. They were being mobilized for the mission. Thinking of the resources they could obtain, and the heritage each one of them would receive before the mission, they were feeling extremely excited. Yi Yun returned to his residence and packed his things. Actually, there was nothing much to pack. All his items were in his interspatial ring, and the most important cards he had were all sealed in the God Advent Tower. At this moment, there was a knock on his door. Wei Chi-wei had brought the other 5 youths who were determined to leave the Martial Alliance to the door. The 6 people looked at Yi Yun. As the strongest amongst all of them, Yi Yun was their unspoken leader. Yi Yun glanced at the 6 people. Right in front was a bald youth. He had a stout figure and his cultivation level was at the peak of the Dao Seed realm. Behind him, there were 2 girls who looked alike. They were both slim, petite, and cute. They looked like they were 16 or 17 years old. They were twin sisters. Several twins had similar martial arts talent. The environment they were brought up in were similar, so their strengths were always very similar. The last 2 people were tall and thin. They were people of little words. Senior brother Jiang, what are you going to do? Wei Chi-wei asked. What else can we do? We should leave Greatsword Mountain first. Yi Yun said nonchalantly. Senior brother Jiang, my family clan is nearby. Why don't you go to my family clan to rest for a few days before deciding on your next step? A beautiful voice called out. It was one of the twins. Ian turned his head and he saw the girl who had just spoken turn a bit embarrassed. She said with a flushed face, I come from the Chu family. I'm Chu Qinger and this is my twin sister, Chu Kor. The Chu family was a newly risen family that was located in the central regions of the Tianyuan world. Although its history was average, its recent developments were quite astounding. Ian chuckled and said, we need to be able to reach the safety of your family first before we can talk about anything else. Oh? Ian's words stunned those around him. What were those words supposed to mean? Senior brother Jiang, are you saying that the Martial Alliance won't let us go? A few of them looked at each other, somewhat in disbelief. They were already determined to quit the Martial Alliance. What would the Martial Alliance forcefully keep them? They couldn't imprison them or even kill them, right? Yi Yun did not answer. It was a silent acknowledgement. Senior brother Jiang, are you overthinking it? The Martial Alliance has been emphasizing on using virtue to obtain conquest of the world all these years. They have been just in their matters, and they have distributed resources. They also gave up quite a bit of benefits in the Mystic Realm expeditions organized by them. Why would they attack us? If this news was made known, wouldn't that destroy the Martial Alliance's image? This would affect their virtuous image, and besides, keeping us behind is not beneficial to them. The bald youth said in disbelief while stroking his chin. Chu Chinger and Chu Kor also rolled their watery eyes and looked at Yi Yun with curiosity. I'm just guessing. If I guessed wrongly, that would be for the best. Yi Yun did not explain. When Wei Chiwei mentioned that he would withdraw from the Heavenly Dao Union, he had clearly felt a wave of killing intent. And that killing intent came from the masked man. The cold and subtle killing intent was hidden in the masked man's aura. It was very difficult to detect. Clearly, the masked man would not allow them to leave, at least, not Yi Yun. Maybe, the Martial Alliance was already at the stage where it would be tearing off its facade, and begin to implement their plans. Senior Brother Jiang. Although the Martial Alliance has always been forcing us, they have still given quite a bit of cultivation resources to us. Could it be that they can't bear to part with that tiny bit of resources and are going to attack us for it? Wei Chiwei said with his eyebrows frowned. He always believed Yi Yun's words, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he could not think of a reason for the Martial Alliance to attack them. That I wouldn't know. Yi Yun only gave an indifferent smile. Maybe they only want me to stay, or maybe that includes all of you. The ones that are stronger will be safer if you don't follow me, so wait your own risks. However, if you follow me, I cannot guarantee you your safety. After saying that, he took his things and climbed down the mountain. The rest were momentarily stunned. It can't be that exaggerated. Senior Brother Jiang, wait for us. The female twins naturally followed Yi Yun. They did not even consider the choices that Yi Yun had given them. The others also followed them. They all felt that Yi Yun's thoughts were too pessimistic and dark. What motives did the Martial Alliance have to attack them? The few of them used their movement techniques and rapidly passed through the Greatsword Mountain storm and had reached the foot of the mountain without harm. At this moment, the bald youth took out a spirit boat. Let us use the boat. It can save us our strength. All right. The 7 were all youths, and having been edged out of the Martial Alliance, they felt like they were sufferers who could commiserate with each other. As such, they also became a lot closer in a way. The spirit boat flew at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long to fly tens of thousands of kilometers. At this distance, the tall Greatsword Mountain had disappeared over the horizon and could no longer be seen. Everyone felt assured. The Martial Alliance did not stop them after all. Senior Brother Jiang was just overthinking things. It looks like we are safe. Chu Chinger heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her undeveloped breasts, while her little face glowed red. I think the 7 of us can agree that we have shared weal and woe. Why don't we become sworn brothers and sisters? Wei Chiwei's eyes lit up as he thought of an idea. The other heard it and found that it was a good idea. They were all talented people, so even if they left the Martial Alliance, they still had promising futures ahead of them. By entering an alliance, there were benefits for every one of them. The 6 people all looked at Yi Yun. If they were really to become sworn siblings, Yi Yun would naturally be the eldest and also the most important person. If he did not agree to it, then it would be meaningless. Yi Yun was expressionless, as if he had not heard Wei Chiwei's suggestion. He looked out of the spirit boat's window, and patches of white clouds swept past the window. At this moment, Yi Yun spoke. It seems like our boat has been wandering on the same spot for a long time. Yi Yun's words stunned everyone. What? Their boat had been moving straight all the time. The speed was also extremely fast and they had long flew out of the Martial Alliance's confines. Yet, Yi Yun said they were wandering on the same spot? What's the matter? The bald youth immediately checked the core array of the spirit boat, but there was no problem with it. There's no need to check. The spirit boat is fine, it's just that, we have entered a large array. Yun said lightly as he pressed on his ancient dust saber hilt. Entered an array? Could it be? Everyone's expression changed. They had never realized that they had entered an array. Just as the bald youth was about to speak, they felt an extremely cold aura coming from above, enveloping the entire boat. The bald youth felt his body turn cold as his expression changed drastically. Only now did he really sense what Yun had said, and the enemy was already in front of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Saber Resonance. Chapter 618, Saber Resonance. The 7 people on the spirit boat suddenly felt the intense killing intent. It was cold, evil, and powerful. It gave them the chills. They did not know who the attacker was, but from the terrifying aura, and with the ability to set up such a large array, which they did not even have an inkling of, it meant that the person's strength was on a completely different level to theirs. The bald youth and Wei Chi-Wei were highly strung up as beads of perspiration appeared on their foreheads. As for Chu Qinger and Chu Kur, their petite faces were pale as sheets of paper. Who is it? The upper echelons of the Heavenly Tao Union? The bald youth's voice trembled. An aura with such intense killing intent probably was not as simple as keeping them behind. If it really were the upper echelons of the Heavenly Tao Union, how could they resist? Wouldn't they be slaughtered by them? Senior brother Jiang. Chu Qinger looked at Yun. She never expected that what he said had happened. They did not believe him previously. But only now, when the enemy had trapped them in a large array, and with overflowing killing intent, did they have no choice but to believe him. And what made the few of them most surprised was that Yun had already expected this, yet he chose not to join the Heavenly Blood Union. Instead, he calmly left Greatsword Mountain with them. Up to now, there was no sign of panic from him. Yun was now holding on to his saber's hilt, with his perception radiating in all directions. Although he was alert, he was in no way afraid. You already knew that they would attack us, yet you left just like that. It can't be that you think that you can fight against the upper echelons of the Heavenly Tao Union, right? The bald youth asked Yun in disbelief. Yun was indeed strong, but against the upper echelons of the Heavenly Tao Union, there was no way other than death. They were completely on a different level. Yun glanced at the bald youth and said lightly, "Of course I can't deal with the upper echelons of the Heavenly Tao Union, but do you really think that against a bunch of juniors like us, the Heavenly Tao Union's upper echelons would gather?" Gather? The bald youth swallowed mouthfuls of saliva. Was there a need to gather? One would be more than enough. At this moment. Pang! With a loud explosion, everyone felt a powerful tearing force before a violent explosion occurred. The valuable spirit boat exploded into pieces in midair. Energy and Yuan Qi wantonly surged around. Such a terrifying blast made them feel like their bodies were being torn to shreds. Their spirit boat had been shredded by a huge force. Ah! Chu Qinger screamed. She was the weakest amongst the 7 people. She was only at the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm, so she was unable to withstand such a blast, much less fight others. Just as she felt her body was being torn to shreds, a light curtain formed from Yuan Qi Shin down and enveloped her. Pang pang pang! A barrage of explosive sounds echoed as the violent forces bombarded the Yuan Qi light curtain before shattering. Chu Qinger paled. She had managed to escape unscathed. She was yet to recover from her shock as her chest heaved up and down. She looked at Yun with her pale face. Thank you, senior brother Jiang. At this moment, Chu Qinger was in a panic. The turn of events was too abrupt. She had grown up in a large family clan, and although she was not a sheltered flower in a greenhouse, she had not experienced many life and death battles. so there was no way that she could withstand such a scene. It was already not bad for a 16-year-old girl to not be frightened out of her wits under such circumstances. Take care of yourselves. I won't be able to attend to all of you in a while. Yun did not want to involve these people, but if he did not bring them along, once they were targeted by the Martial Alliance, they would only die tragically. It was a wise choice not to join the Heavenly Blood Union, but they had to pay the price for this choice. If there was anything to blame, it was them joining the Heavenly Tao Union in the first place. At this moment, space began to curl in a strange way in front of them, forming a black spatial door. 4 white figures walked out of the spatial door. These 4 white-clothed people wore airy robes. They were thin and their looks were distorted and pale. They looked like ferocious ghosts. Spatial dimension laws. White guards. The bald youth and Wei Chi-wei shouted at the same time. The White Guards was responsible for the execution of penalties in the Martial Alliance. They were cold, heartless, and they had astonishing strength. However, the White Guards commonly seen looked very normal. They were a far cry from the strangeness of these people. These 4 people did not look alive in any way. Their bodies exuded an aura of death, which made one's hair stand on end. We are in trouble. They are White Guards who have knowledge of spatial dimension laws. Also, they seem even stronger than the White Guards we usually encounter. Spatial dimension laws are mysterious beyond measure. They can tunnel through the void and open spatial doors easily. We don't have a single shred of hope in escaping. The bald youth felt despair. The White Guards were already terrifying, yet these guards in front of them knew spatial dimension laws. What could they do? Spatial dimension laws are not that terrifying. Yun shook his head lightly. Spatial temporal dimension laws were powerful, but in the 3000 Great Tao, they were second-level laws. As for Yin-Yang laws, they too were on the second level, so there was not much a difference. But in the Tianyuan world, spatial dimension laws were appalling. That was because nearly all the spatial law heritage had been severed in the Tianyuan world. This caused the Tianyuan world warriors to not understand it at all, nor know how to deal with it. This resulted in them being restrained when they fought an opponent who was well-versed in spatial dimension laws. The 4 White Guards looked coldly at the 7 people. A beam that burned like fire appeared in their dark green eyes. For your blasphemy against the Divine Master, die. A White Guard said. His voice was extremely husky and cold. It did not sound anything like a human's voice. Chu Qinger and Chu Kor curled their hands together as their hair dripped with sweat. Wei Chi-wei held a spear and the tip of the spear began to tremble. What Divine Master? What blasphemy? What was that all about? Are you really from the Martial Alliance? Their strange words and voices made Wei Chi-wei suspect if they were really from the Martial Alliance. Don't waste your breath. They are not living people, but corpse specters. Yun wielded his ancient dust saber, as a cold flash shimmered from the blade. Throughout his contact with the Blood Moon, he began to discover that a portion of the Blood Moon's fighting force were not living people. They were Yin specters, corpse specters, and other spiritual bodies refined from souls or bodies. The greatest benefit of these spiritual bodies was the ability for them to go into deep hibernation. They could be awoken when needed. This resulted in many benefits. 1. They could accumulate power and erupt at a moment's notice. 2. The organization will be more hidden. This was also the reason why the Blood Moon's heritage was able to last for tens of millions of years without others knowing. It was an organization that was formed by many hibernating Yin specters and corpse specters buried underground in coffins. And the handful of living people in Blood Moon had fully penetrated the Martial Alliance. They existed in the form of the Martial Alliance. A large number of people in the Martial Alliance did not even know that the Martial Alliance was being controlled by the Blood Moon. Only a handful of members from the upper echelons knew this. And even now, many agents of the Heavenly Tao Union did not know that they were not loyal to the Martial Alliance, but to the Blood Moon. The soul contracts they signed were most likely also signed with the Blood Moon. These people probably thought that the Heavenly Tao Union they were part of was used to help the human race survive the calamity. Not living people? Wei Chi-wei was stunned. His impression of inspectors and corpse specters was that they were evil entities. Only an evil power would nurture such things. Although the Martial Alliance was overbearing, it was an orthodox faction after all. How could it nurture these evil spiritual beings? Yi-Yun ignored Wei Chi-wei. He looked at the spatial door behind the 4 corpse specters and shook his head lightly. You came, yet you remain hidden. To only send 4 corpse specters, I guess you think fighting me is beneath you and you want to subdue me with the corpse specters. Yi-Yun had a light smile on his face. This was the Martial Alliance's upper echelon's confidence and pride. In their eyes, he was just a junior with pretty good talent, and he was not worth their attention. Hum hum hum. The 4 corpse specters suddenly emitted a shrilling wail. They charged at Yi-Yun together. A cold wind blew as it was accompanied by the wails of thousands of ghosts. Large number of ghostly bodies flew out from the corpse specter. The whole sky turned dark. These ghosts were the living spirits that the corpse specter had consumed during its refinement process. They were filled with indignant resentment. The resentment spread out and impacted the soul sea. Wei Chi-wei and company felt their heads were splitting apart in the ghostly blast, and they were unable to resist. They felt despair and they were already standing there waiting for their deaths. And at this moment, clang! A clear saber resonance echoed like a dragon's roar, as the high pitch reverberated their eardrums. At that instant, Wei Chi-wei and company felt like thousands of morning bells were ringing and hammering their eardrums. The loud sounds sank into their hearts, jolting them awake. Next, all they saw was a cold flash. In this dark sky, enshrouded by ghosts, it was as if the galactic stars had fallen from the night sky. A saber flash had split the heavens and earth. Pang! 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 There were continuous explosions as the dead souls flying in the sky burst into essences. The saber's momentum was indomitable, piercing through every one of them. Cha! A slash had split the void. The 4 corpse specters did not manage to avoid it in time and they were hit. The 2 bodies right in the middle exploded into countless pieces of black and white fragments. A large part of the other 2 corpse specters were sliced off. Their bodies tumbled backwards and they were severely injured. Ha! After Yi-Yun's attack, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the void. This voice was filled with surprise and shock. You actually have been hiding so much? The spatial fluctuations grew in intensity as a black-robed man slowly walked out of the spatial door. He stood midair, emitting a terrifying aura. He was like an overlord that had descended from the darkness. He wore a dark gold mask with 5 holes for its cold, heartless facial features. And behind this person was a thin, wilted man. He looked at Yi-Yun like he was watching his prey, revealing a sinister smile. Upon seeing these 2 people, the corners of Yi-Yun's mouth curled up. They had finally appeared. And it was not 1, but 2 people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, 2 Inspectors. Chapter 619, 2 Inspectors. When they saw the 2 men suddenly appear, Wei Chi-wei and company felt their hearts sink. Inspectors! They did not expect the entrance to be the Heavenly Tao Union's inspectors. The masked man was one of the people with full authority in the Heavenly Tao Union. Other than the reincarnators, who enjoyed a high status, all the other elites who joined the Heavenly Tao Union were subject to the masked man's jurisdiction. And the White Guards, who were in charge of maintaining order in the Heavenly Tao Union and guarding the treasury, were under the masked man's jurisdiction as well. To actually get the inspectors to handle us personally. This. The bald youth's voice trembled. He could not comprehend it. They were just a bunch of juniors. Even in the Heavenly Tao Union, they were considered the weaker ones since they did not receive heritage from the Heavenly Blood Union. Especially the Chu sisters. As they were only 16 years old, they had yet to break through to the Tao Seed realm. They were considered the youngest of the Heavenly Tao Union members. A bunch of people like them were stopped by the inspectors personally because of their wish to withdraw from the Heavenly Tao Union? That made no sense. Unless the masked man was here for senior brother Jiang? They then looked at Yi Yun. It was no wonder that Yi Yun had previously said that they might be targeted if they followed him. However, if they did not follow him, they might have been dealt with by the Martial Alliance. However, it wouldn't have been done by the masked man personally. What is the reason? What does the Martial Alliance want to do? The 6 people were nervous and distraught. Under such circumstances, they could not play a single role and they could only resign themselves to fate. Yi Yun stood upright midair with his hand holding the ancient dust saber. The masked man looked at Yi Yun coldly without saying a word. As for the thin and wrinkled-looking man beside him, he suddenly gave an ear-piercing eerie laughter. Do you think you can resist us? What a joke! The thin man shook his head. He leisurely pulled out a pair of sharp claws from his interspatial ring. From the day you entered the Heavenly Tao Union, you have been my prey. It's been nearly 7 years. It sure was a long wait. 7 years? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. 7 years ago, he had entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm. And this man said that it had been nearly 7 years. What did it mean? Could it be that his identity had been exposed? Upon thinking about this possibility, Yi Yun tensed up. However, he did not reveal anything unusual on the surface. I actually wanted you to continue growing for a bit longer. Unfortunately, you didn't think things through and you wanted to leave the Heavenly Tao Union. You have disappointed me greatly. You are only at the Tao Seed realm, yet you can battle a person at the Yuan opening realm. Zay. Your body sure is perfect. It makes me feel a little unwilling to eat you up now. As the thin man spoke, he put the claws on the back of his palms and a greedy look glinted in his eyes. He knew about Yi Yun's history against the Li Fire sect. Tao's seed against Yuan opening was crossing a vast chasm. No typical Tian Yuan world elite could do that. However, if it was a reincarnator, that would be nothing. As Yi Yun faced the thin man who looked at him with the eyes of a snake looking at a prey, Yi Yun thought of something. Body? Could it be? Yi Yun opened his energy vision and looked at the thin man. Yi Yun sensed that this thin man's body was void of vitality. The body was dead, but the soul was strong. He was most likely a inspector. Inspectors were not considered living beings, they were spiritual bodies refined out of a soul. The masked man was also a inspector. The two of them came here as a pair and one of them had mentioned something about events 7 years ago. When he thought of this, an idea flashed in Yi Yun's mind. He figured it out. If he had not guessed wrongly, the thin man and the masked man were 2 of the 3 inspectors that had entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm 7.5 years ago. The swarthy youth had been killed by him. As for the other 2 inspectors, they were sealed by a God Advent Tower array controlled by the God Advent Tower's item spirit. It resulted in their bodies being destroyed, nearly causing their deaths. And after they left the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the masked man had possessed Shintu Nanshan's corpse, returning to life. As possessing Shintu Nanshan's body was not something glamorous, the masked man wore a mask so as to prevent it affecting the Martial Alliance's open and esteemed image. As for the thin man, he was the 3rd inspector. He targeted him and he wanted to possess his body. The nearly 7 years that the thin man said had also coincided with the end of the Great Empress Mystic Realm's trials. After figuring this out, he was relieved. It was fine as long as his true identity was not exposed. If not, he would not only attract 2 inspectors, he would also attract the true master of the Blood Moon. "Your body, hand it over." The thin man suddenly yelled out and charged at Iyun. The masked man stood behind the thin man with his hands behind his back. Although he did not make any moves, he was secretly controlling the array to seal off the surrounding space. An area with a 5-kilometer radius had long been isolated from the outside world. Even if the battle was earth-shattering, no one from the outside world would know. And this was just what Iyun wished. He knew that he needed to reveal a bit of his hidden cards in this battle. And this revealing of his hidden cards and the terrifying strength he had that exceeded warriors at the same level as him was sufficient enough to let others suspect his true identity. He naturally could not allow such a risk to exist. With a saber flash's flicker, a cold beam flashed as a Yuan Qi shield emanated, completely surrounding Wei Qiwei and company suddenly. "Senior brother Jiang?" Wei Qiwei and company were stunned. In the Yuan Qi light curtain, they could not see anything that was happening outside. Their perceptions could not penetrate it either. "Senior brother Jiang is protecting us?" Xu Qinger was stunned. The bald youth shook his head. "How is that possible? He can't even fend for himself, how can he protect us?" They did not even have the time to use Yuan Qi to communicate. After the light curtain enshrouded them, it flew far away from the battlefield. Iyun naturally wasn't self-sacrificing himself, he wanted to prevent them from seeing his true strength. Anyone who witnessed this fight had to die. With death at your doorstep, you still have time to care about others? The thin man laughed loudly. With a wanton cold flash, his claws came down on Iyun's head. As this claw came swiping down, the surrounding space completely twisted and stretched, forming a spatial prison, locking Iyun in it. It was spatial dimension laws. The thin man had used the laws that the Tian Yuan world warriors considered mysterious and profound. Iyun stood in the middle of the spatial prison and with a deep thought, all his energy burst out. 9 neonate. On. A high-pitched scream that sounded like a dragon's roar could be heard. The clothes on Iyun's upper body burst open. An enormous 9-headed hydra tattoo could be seen on his perfectly toned muscles. With the 9 neonates roar, the 9-headed hydra tattoo transformed into a large 9 neonate phantom image. With the terrifying power augmenting around him, the ancient dust saber in Iyun's hand began to tremble violently. It was as if there was too much power imbued within it. The ancient dust saber could no longer bear it and it wanted to vent out this power. Slash! Iyun slashed out with his saber without any fanciful attacks. Crackle! Iyun had cleaved the spatial prison open, ripping it apart. The blade beam carried on forward and flew at the thin man's claws. Ha! The thin man was greatly surprised. He never expected Iyun to break through the spatial prison. He thought that he could easily defeat Iyun in one strike. As the energy surged like a landslide or tsunami, there was no time to consider. Iyun's saber had already clashed with the thin man's claws. Boom! Yuan Qi exploded and a shockwave bloomed out. The thin man felt an enormous force surge at him. The claw shadows and the saber flash shattered at the same time as his body was sent backwards by this force. At the same time, Iyun also flew in the opposite direction. The two of them flew a few hundred feet backwards before stabilizing themselves midair. You? The thin man looked at Iyun with eyes filled with shock. Who are you? It was impossible for a Dao Seed realm warrior from the Southern Sea, who was not part of any sect, to possess such power. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Evil Energy Awoken. Chapter 620, Evil Energy Awoken. There was definitely something suspicious about this. Due to such this anomaly, Yi Yun's identity had already began to arouse the suspicions of the Thin and the Masked Man. However, they did not link Zhang Yidao with Yi Yun. In fact, even if they were to think of Yi Yun, they did not believe that Yi Yun would have such terrifying combat power. The two of them were after all inspectors from the Tian Yuan world. It was impossible for them to imagine the level of the supreme great Tao of the 12 Empyrean heavens, nor would they know that Yi Yun had the purple crystal in his body. There was no way of knowing what the result from the combination of the purple crystal with supreme great Tao would be. This Zhang Yidao must possess a great secret. The masked man turned cold. At this moment, no matter what Yi Yun's identity was, they had to subdue him. By using an evil spirit heart-devouring technique to force his confessions, they could possess Yi Yun, and thus keep all his secrets and his body as their own. Let us attack together with all our strength. We have to take over this person's secret. These geniuses are the organization's property. We are now acting privately to help you obtain a perfect body, as well as secretly taking possession of his secrets, and that is a violation of the rules. We have to be quick, for any undue delay could bring trouble. The two inspectors were prepared to attack together. The masked man had already taken off his mask, revealing a pale and sickly face. This face was Shintu Nanshan's. The masked man did not know that Yi Yun had known Shintu Nantian for a very long time. Ka. The muscles of Shintu Nantian, who had just taken off his mask, began to violently vibrate. Sharp pieces of bone pierced through his skin as they burst out from his body. Shintu Nantian's eyes slowly turned deep purple in color, blood-red patterns appearing along the corners of his eyes and face. As he transformed, Shintu Nantian's aura began to crazily increase. He was about to go all out. And beside Shintu Nantian, the Thin Man was also transforming. His muscles were rapidly expanding and turning black, his body becoming bigger in size as his joints began to crackle. In a few seconds, he went from a thin man to a demonic creature. At this moment, Yi Yun still had many hidden cards he had yet to use, but he did not want to validate how powerful he would be when he used them all. The two inspectors before him were monsters that had lived for many years. They slept deep underground, so how could they not have any hidden tricks? Just like the two inspectors, Yi Yun did not want any trouble from undue delays either. He did not want the Martial Alliance, which was about 5,000 kilometers away, sensing any changes in this area. If that were to happen, he would be in danger. Yi Yun sank his thoughts into his body and interfaced with the purple crystal. In the purple crystal's energy vision, he could clearly see the energy flow within the two inspectors. Ha. The demon, who originally was the Thin Man, suddenly roared with an insolent laughter. It has been a while since I felt so good. Although I used a bit of my inspector essence, this bit of loss is nothing in exchange for a splendid secret. The Thin Man exchanged glances with Shintu Nantian. The two of them had lived for a long time and were skilled at attacking together. Under their joint attacks, their strength was 4 times that of their individual strength. However, at the moment as they were about to attack, Shintu Nantian's expression suddenly changed. In that instant, a sharp pain came from his soul sea. It was as if his soul was twisting in pain, causing him to gasp as his facial muscles began to violently twitch. Oh! The Thin Man was stunned for a moment as he looked back at Shintu Nantian with a puzzled look. What's wrong with you? The Thin Man asked, but Shintu Nantian was in no state to answer. The color in his eyes was constantly changing, and his muscles were contracting. A strange black gas also started circling around his body. The Thin Man was stunned. Was this an old wound acting up? There had not been much fighting in recent years, he should not have such an injury. He could not think too carefully, for at this moment. Ah! A loud shrill resounded as a gigantic 3-legged golden crow phantom image shot out from behind Yi Yun. Pure yang energy exploded like 10 suns scorching the skies. Terrifying energy flooded the sealed array, impacted the edges of the array, causing the large array to nearly tear apart. "Oh. This is..." The thin man was greatly alarmed. He turned to look at the golden crow phantom image behind Yi Yun. This phantom image was also an aspect totem. This young man had 2 aspect totems? With golden crow sun shift, Yuan Chi exploded as Yi Yun came attacking the thin man with the ancient dust saber in hand. At this moment, Shintu Nantian was already convulsing. He had lost all ability to fight. Their combined techniques had collapsed onto itself. The thin man had no time to care about Shintu Nantian. With a shout, a demonic phantom image erupted out of his body. It was a gigantic blood-colored skull and it bit at Yi Yun's 3-legged golden crow. Die! The blood-colored skull spun madly while the black body of the thin man appeared to be covered in dense cobwebs channels. The blood-colored skull clashed with Yi Yun's saber beam. Pure yang energy was a natural suppressant for evil energies, however, with the thin man using all of his strength, even though a large amount of the evil energy was melted into nothingness, more evil energy came from the thin man's body, constantly replenishing it. 3-legged golden crow. This aspect totem. The thin man's mind raced. 7 years ago at the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he had seen a similar totem come from Yi Yun. And the pure yang energy that this golden crow emitted was very similar, but much more powerful. Could it be? Golden crow aspect totems were already quite rare, and for it to appear on 2 peerless geniuses, it was easy to make the link between them. How could there be such coincidence in this world? You are Yi Yun. The thin man was not completely sure. Could Yi Yun really have come out from the Great Empress Mystic Realm? Furthermore, not only did he have such strength, he had also infiltrated the Heavenly Dao Union, and had been making waves in the territory he was in charge of? The thin man found it incredulous. As an inspector, he was extremely sensitive to a person's aura. People in disguise could not trick him, yet, he could not see through Yi Yun. At this moment, there was no reason for Yi Yun to answer the thin man. With the saber beam shattering, he flipped his wrist and a rusty broken sword appeared in his hand. The moment this ancient but dilapidated broken sword appeared, it seemed to melt in the radiant sun. The rust on the sword seemed to burn. The rust were the aftereffects left from when the blood of gods had stained the sword. Die! Yi Yun coldly roared as he slashed down with his sword. Upon seeing the broken sword, the thin man's pupils quickly contracted. At this moment, he knew without a doubt that Zhang Yidao was Yi Yun. In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Yi Yun had previously used this broken sword to kill many. After Yi Yun came out of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he actually had the guts to infiltrate the Martial Alliance. The thin man grit his teeth. He did not need to possess Yi Yun's body. Just killing him and reporting back to the Martial Alliance alone would be a meritorious task. You absolutely have no idea of death. The thin man began to circulate all of his evil and sinister energy as the blood-colored skull roared. Yi Yun's sword stabbed right in the middle of where the skull's eyebrows would have been. The sword chi pierced right through as the blood-colored skull was cleaved all the way through. While the blood-red evil energy dissipated, Yi Yun's sword chi was also quickly corroding. The thin man's expression turned grave. He never expected for Yi Yun to have become this strong. At this moment, he was fighting Yi Yun alone and was not his match. And behind him, Shintu Nantian, who was meant to aid him, was in an extreme pain for some unknown reason. Under such a situation, he did not wish to be embroiled in a battle with Yi Yun. Yi Yun's appearance was a matter of great importance. He was thinking of a way to deliver this news. However, he was busy battling Yi Yun at this moment, which was making it difficult for him to focus on sending out the news. The thin man transmitted his voice to Shintu Nantian. Zhang Yidao is Yi Yun. I'll hold him back, you inform Greatsword Mountain. If we do not get rid of him now, it would be unthinkable how much he will grow in a few years. The thin man's voice transmission was fast and in a hurry. In his opinion, even if Shintu Nantian was in terrible pain, it would not be difficult for him to send the message. However, he did not receive any response to his voice transmission. Diverting a tiny bit of perception to look at Shintu Nantian, the thin man's heart immediately sank. Shintu Nantian was already tortured to the point of looking inhuman. The pale Shintu Nantian was now desperately strangling his own neck. His bloodshot eyes were protruded and seemed like they were reaching the limits and would soon explode. His face exuded a thick air of death. It looked like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. His throat was emitting a hoarse voice, but it could no longer make a sound. A grayish-black energy flow was flowing out of his ears and back into his nostrils. This grayish-black energy brought with it an extremely sinister and evil air of death. Even as an inspector, the thin man found the energy extremely sinister. Roar! Shintu Nantian suddenly roared to the heavens like an ancient desolate beast's roar. As he opened his mouth, more black energy flowed out. What is going on? The thin man's expression changed. Yi Yun's attacks were so powerful that he could no longer hold on any further. And his partner was now undergoing a horrifying transformation. With strong determination, he burned another 20% of his inspector essence. With his massive amount of inspector energy, he managed to forcefully resist Yi Yun's attack. At the same time, he took out a voice transmission token from his interspatial ring. This voice transmission token was able to pass on information to distances millions of kilometers away. Even if the surroundings were a huge sealing array, it could not prevent the voice transmission. The Great Empress Mystic Realm successor, Yi Yun, has appeared 6,000 kilometers southwest of Greatsword Mountain. The thin man quickly recorded his voice into the voice transmission token. However, just as he was about to crush it, boom! A loud explosion resounded as his protective Yuan Qi shattered. The thin man felt his body tremble and a sharp pain coming from his chest. Black blood splattered everywhere as pieces of flesh flew. A sharp, black-colored claw had penetrated right through his chest from behind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, An Intrinsic Suppression. Chapter 621, An Intrinsic Suppression. Black gas revolved around this claw, which was now covered in blood. The claw was sharp and now had some pieces of flesh adhered to it. It exuded an evil energy. This evil energy was even more evil than his own aura. Black blood was flowing out of the thin man's mouth as he held onto the claw and looked back in disbelief. Behind him was Shintu Nantian, with a head full of white hair and ashen face. He stared at him with deadly eyes, which were no longer white. Shintu Nantian's facial expressions was like that of a ferocious beast, as if he had lost all reason. You actually... The thin man began to cough violently as bouts of black blood came out from his mouth. He never expected for his partner to suddenly go crazy and attack him from behind. He had used all of his strength to resist Yi Yun's attack and had not left any defense behind himself. This resulted in Shintu Nantian being able to strike successfully, destroying his body. Sha! With a flash of a sword beam, another fatal strike came. Yi Yun appeared, like he had teleported in front of the thin man, and stabbed at his heart. Flames burned on the broken sword, as it burned the thin man's black flesh. The pungent smell of a burning corpse started to emit. The thin man's expression turned lifeless. He looked at the broken sword which was embedded in his body and then moved his eyes along the hand holding the sword, then onto Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked cold as he gently took the voice transmission token from his hand. Phew! Plumes of flame rose as the pure Yang Inferno melted the token into liquid. After ending this possible trouble, Yi Yun did not put an end to him. He powered his pure Yang Yuan Qi and sealed the surrounding space, forming a large pure Yang Inferno grid of light. Yi Yun knew that the thin man before him only had his body destroyed. His inspector was still alive, which Yi Yun would naturally not allow to escape. What was the reason? Why? The thin man's eyes were filled with anger and indignance. There were too many cataclysms in this battle. Up till now, he still did not understand what had happened to Shentu Nantian. Although he did not understand, he was convinced that everything had something to do with Yun. Especially now, with Yun preventing all routes of escape, there was no luck for him to rely on. He looked venomously at Yun and said through his teeth, "I want you to die with me." Phew! A black beam shot out from the thin man's eyebrows. At the end of the beam was a black skull, and it was shooting straight towards Yun's eyebrows. Yun knew that this black skull was the thin man's inspector itself. This inspector knew there was no hope of surviving and thus wanted to charge into Yun's soul sea. If Yun was not strong enough, he could be directly possessed by the thin man. In fact, Yun was very powerful both physically and mentally. The thin man knew it was impossible to directly possess Yun, who was in peak condition. He wanted to charge into Yun's soul sea to self-destruct, dying together with Yun. However, Yun had already prepared for this. He pulled the sword before him and quickly retreated. Boom! A series of pure Yan Yuan Qi explosions retarded the black skull. In an instant, there was a scream. Clearly, the weak inspector was already injured. With Yun prepared, the inspector's self-destruction naturally would not succeed. Just as Yun was about to destroy the inspector. Ah! A ear-piercing shrill resounded from Shentu Nantian. With his face ashen, and his eyes deadly pale, Shentu Nantian suddenly opened his mouth to reveal a row of sharp teeth. Phew! Black energy shot out from Shentu Nantian's mouth, straight at the flying skull. The black energy enveloped around the skull, which was the size of a finger segment. No matter how the skull struggled, it could not escape its grasp. In just a few seconds, the skull was completely devoured by the black energy. Ah, ah, ah! Yun heard a series of screams as the black energy strands emanated from the black evil energy, stabbing into the skull as it began extracting the inspector energy from the skull. With the skull wrapped within it, the evil energy flew into Shentu Nantian's mouth. Shentu Nantian closed his mouth as if nothing had happened. Yun was alarmed seeing this scene. He had powered the purple crystal to awaken the evil energy that occupied Shentu Nantian's soul sea. However, he never expected that, after the evil energy was awoken, not only did would devour the inspector that resided in Shentu Nantian's body, like a dove stealing a magpie's nest by controlling Shentu Nantian, it even managed to divert a bit of evil energy to devour the inspector in the thin man's body as well. Now, the thin man's inspector energy had been swallowed by Shentu Nantian's body and was slowly being digested. This situation was completely unexpected by Yun. And at this moment, Shentu Nantian turned his head over, looking hatefully at Yun. His face was grim and his eyes exuded endless killing intent. He pinched his bloody claws as if he were to attack at the next second. Upon seeing this scene, Yun understood that the Shentu Nantian, who was controlled by the evil energy and had taken the initiative to attack the thin man, was not fully under his control. The evil energy wanted to kill the thin man itself so as to devour the inspector energy within the thin man's body. It wanted to become stronger. Energy that had its own thoughts made it very strange. However, no matter how strange it was, it could not escape the control of the purple crystal. Back when Shentu Nantian was still alive, this energy had been restrained fully by the purple crystal. Its existence was completely hidden, so well that even the Lin family grand elders did not notice it. It was eventually easily extracted by Yun from the Great Empress relic. Today, it had grown a lot more, but it was still useless. The purple crystal was the origins of all the energy that belonged to the universe. Towards this evil energy, it had absolute control. With a thought, Yun interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal. The purple crystal's powers emanated and enshrouded Shentu Nantian's body like a giant web. As it was enveloped by the purple crystal's power, Shintu Nantian's body shrunk as it revealed its instinctive fear. He did not dare attack Yun but looked at Yun apprehensively. The evil energy had an instinct to survive. It could sense that Yun, who possessed the purple crystal, could easily subdue it, so it had to yield to Yun. Yun looked at Shintu Nantian. To be precise, he was using his energy vision to look at the evil energy within Shintu Nantian's body. This evil energy had already completely taken over Shintu Nantian's soul sea. It had spread out across Shintu Nantian's entire body in threads, deeply rooting itself in every inch of his meridians, controlling his body completely. Energy that could slowly devour a inspector's soul, and then finally fully dominate a body and control it, sounded unbelievable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, Inspector Memories. Chapter 622, Inspector Memories. The evil energy gave Yun a chill from the bottom of his heart. In Shintu Nantian's soul sea, the evil energy's threads had weaved a large cocoon. In the cocoon, there was a small skull. It was the thin man's inspector itself. At this moment, the small skull was desperately struggling and roaring in pain, but with each thread being lodged deep in it, its energy was slowly being devoured. This scene gave him the creeps. Odd. Yun narrowed his eyes. He looked at the evil energy. A human soul energy itself contained memories. The basis of some soul-searching mystic techniques was to shatter a human soul before forcefully reading the information one needed. Although such soul-searching techniques were cruel, they were not considered to be evil techniques. Many so-called orthodox warriors also cultivated it. As such, as the evil energy was absorbing the soul's energy, it would also devour some memory fragments. These bits and pieces of memory fragments slowly gathered together before merging into the evil energy. It would slowly form into a personality. And that was its consciousness. Yun believed that given enough time, the evil energy would be able to slowly grow and become more and more powerful. Once it had intelligence like a normal person, the purple crystal would no longer be able to control it. If it continued to devour souls in other lives, it could become a disaster for the Tian Yuan world. If Yun had not entered the Heavenly Tao Union and came across the possessed Shintu Nantian and this maturing evil energy, all of that may very likely have come true. However, now with the evil energy discovered by Yun, he would not allow such a thing to happen. He had already decided to refine this energy to control it, allowing him to use it exclusively. Yun stood in front of a Shintu Nantian and studied the energy flow within Shintu Nantian's meridians. Slowly, he powered the purple crystal up in a bid to control the evil energy in Shintu Nantian. The purple crystal created an energy vortex, trapping the evil energy within it. The evil energy began to struggle desperately. Shintu Nantian, who was controlled by the evil energy, suddenly clenched his fists. Black gas swirled around his hand, as it condensed to form a black claw shadow. Shintu Nantian's eyes turned scarlet. He opened his mouth, revealing gruesome fangs. Roar! Under threat by the purple crystal, Shintu Nantian suddenly roared and attacked Yun. Yun looked indifferent as he aimed and smacked on Shintu Nantian's forehead. Bam! With a loud ring, Shintu Nantian's body trembled and turned limp. At that instant, the purple crystal's energy surged into Shintu Nantian's soul sea, dissipating the evil energy. The purple crystal continuously resonated, and the purple-colored energy vortex was like a huge mill. It rotated in Shintu Nantian's soul sea, grinding the evil energy into pieces, and then destroying it. This process destroyed that tiny bit of self which the evil energy managed to form. As long as the evil energy did not produce self-consciousness, it was not sufficient enough to cause fear. About 15 minutes later, all of the evil energy in Shintu Nantian's body had been ground to pieces by the purple-colored vortex once. However, this was not enough. Yun wanted to control this evil energy completely and use it for himself. After a slight hesitation, he split a bit of consciousness and shot it right between Shintu Nantian's eyebrows. He wanted to control Shintu Nantian's body completely. Nearly 7 years ago, Yun had discovered 3 important treasures on the 6th level of the God Advent Tower. A jade hairpin was given to Lin Shintong, while the second was the core array of the God Advent Tower, which Yun refined for himself. As for the third most important treasure, it was the indestructible Draco First True Gold Dao Fetus. Back then, Yun had branched out a bit of his consciousness to refine the Draco First True Gold Dao Fetus into an avatar of his. And now, he planned on branching a bit of his consciousness out to control the evil energy. As long as his consciousness was there, he could monitor the evil energy's developments, and completely make it into another one of his avatars. It was similar to the Draco First True Gold avatar. However, this time it was not a physical avatar, but an energy avatar. When Yun's consciousness charged into Shintu Nantian's soul sea, it did not encounter any resistance. Previously, be it the evil energy, Shintu Nantian's soul or that little skull, all of them had already imploded in the energy vortex. When Yun took up residence in Shintu Nantian's soul sea, he merged the bit of consciousness he branched out with the evil energy, and this made Yun suddenly feel a suffocating frost chi that rose up from his feet. Although he had only branched out a bit of his consciousness, once it merged with Yun's main body, Yun could still experience all the feelings his branched soul had. This evil energy was indeed evil and strange. It was unpredictable in what would happen if it was to mature even further. But now, with him controlling it, it could even become a major help in the future. As Yun had such thoughts, he suddenly realized something. Oh! What surprised Yun was that when his consciousness merged with the evil energy, he saw the memories that belonged to the evil energy. The evil energy had not developed intelligence, so these memories were all very scattered and fuzzy. And when Yun carefully read them, he was surprised to find that this was not the memory that belonged to the evil energy, it was the memories that it had devoured. Nearly all the memories came from the inspector who possessed Shintu Nanshan's corpse. As for the second inspector, the thin man, his inspector's soul had just been devoured by the evil energy, so there was not enough time for it to absorb its memories. So that is the case. The evil energy can devour memories, and eventually, turning them into its own personality. Yun determined his guess, but now, it was not time to consider this. Yun was more concerned with the inspector that possessed Shintu Nanshan's corpse. He wanted to know what memories it had. This directly related to the war that Yun was declaring on the Blood Moon. If he did not understand the Blood Moon, he would be like a tiger trying to devour the heavens when fighting the Blood Moon. There would be no incisive point of attack. The first inspector's memories that the evil energy devoured were mostly fuzzy. Many memories were in fragments. However, it was much better than soul-searching techniques. Those could only get a general gist of the memories. It was impossible to use soul-searching techniques to obtain the method of cultivating any cultivation techniques. These general pieces of memory were insufficient to restore the insight into laws or heavenly Tao, which were all very mysterious and profound. Of course, Yun could not cultivate an inspector cultivation technique by reading the inspector's memories. Although Yun found memory fragments related to spatial dimension laws or heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique, they were all too fragmented to be of any use. The first thing Yun wanted to know was the matters pertaining to the heavenly Tao union. So the formation of the heavenly Tao union is for such goals. So the blood of destruction is also a conspiracy. That soul contract indeed has problems. So the so-called Blackstone trials are the prelude to the Blood Moon's final plans. Although they were all fuzzy memories, it still caused Yun to gasp after reading all of it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, Blood Moon's Secret. Chapter 623, Blood Moon's Secret. The inspector's memories allowed Yun to gain an understanding of Blood Moon. Yun originally imagined Blood Moon to be a massive hidden organization, but it was difficult for him to imagine how such a massive organization could hide itself so well, without anyone knowing anything about it. Now, Yun understood it all. First, the Blood Moon was not as massive as Yun thought. The upper echelons of the Blood Moon only had 10 people. These 10 people had extraordinary powers. They were the decision makers of Blood Moon and they had terrifying combat power. Amongst the 10, 6 of them usually presided over the Martial Alliance. They included the Martial Alliance's present alliance leader and 3 Grand Elders. In the tens of millions of years, the Martial Alliance were at times powerful and at times weak. There were a few changes in name during this period. There was even a gap of 15 million years in which the Martial Alliance had intermittently disappeared from the world. The Martial Alliance had not lasted for tens of millions of years as they publicized. In fact, it was not easy to pass down heritage for tens of millions of years. Many heritage and family clans would usually exist for hundreds of thousands of years before encountering an accident that would immediately cause their severance or destruction. This was especially common in the competitive Tian Yuan world. Those that had more than 1 million years of heritage were all impressive ancient family clans. Yet, the Blood Moon was able to smoothly pass down the heritage all because of inspectors and the reincarnation grand technique. By abandoning a body, an inspector would possess a lifespan that far exceeded that of a typical warrior. Especially with the inspector entering hibernation deep underground, the passing of life would almost stop. An inspector with a profound cultivation level could even hibernate for 100 million years without dying. There were very few Blood Moon members that actually walked the earth. There was even a period of 15 million years where there was not a single member of Blood Moon that walked the earth. More than 90% of the Blood Moon members were inspectors. They hibernated in an extreme and cold location. They remained hidden underground for tens of millions of and they used the evil spiritual energy within to nourish their souls, giving them nearly eternal life. As long as there were inspectors hidden, they could wake a portion of inspectors over certain time intervals, allowing them to maintain the passing down of the Blood Moon's heritage. Although the inspectors had extremely long lifespans, they had a huge weakness. Their weakness was that their true bodies were only souls that required possession to walk the world. An inspector in soul form could not use any cultivation techniques, nor could they use the laws. Only by possessing a body would they have combat strength. And the strength of the inspector after possession depended on the inspector itself and the talent that the possessed body had. The greater the talent the possessed body had, the higher affinity his body had with heaven earth yuan qi. This allowed the inspector to be able to use greater energy, so the power of the laws they demonstrated would be even stronger. As for the strength of the possessed body and their understanding of the laws, the inspectors could not use it no matter how high a cultivation level they were. As the inspectors were extreme and cold, filled with the air of death, after they possessed a body, they would quickly overdraft the body's vitality. Hence, inspectors would only target young people for possession. As such, their bodies could be used for a longer period of time. Inspectors, who completed possession, could not cultivate. Their strength was fixed after they completed the possession, and there was no way to improve on it. Only by hibernating would these inspectors be able to absorb the eviline energy of the heaven and earth to slowly improve their strength. This was the greatest weakness of inspectors. They were not strong enough. Inspectors with this amount of strength were not enough to command such a powerful organization. Hence, Blood Moon had another sort of people, reincarnators. Reincarnators were different to inspectors. Through many rounds of reincarnations, their insight into the laws and accumulation and understanding of cultivation techniques allowed them to be invincible amongst people of their level. They did not encounter bottlenecks in their cultivations. From sage to imperial king to the level of patriarchs of various large factions, there were even quite a number that could exceed the patriarchs. The reincarnators were extremely powerful. Whenever they appeared, they would have executive control of Blood Moon. However, reincarnators faced another problem. They had short lifespans. The Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique that the reincarnators cultivated was not a top mystic technique in the 12 Empyrean heavens. There were too many side effects in cultivating it. Every reincarnation burned a portion of their life force. As such, the combined lifespan of a reincarnator was just a tiny fraction of an ordinary warrior at the same realm. However, as many amongst them had cultivation levels that exceeded the level of a faction's patriarch, their cumulative lifespan would be 100,000 and a few could reach hundreds of thousands. Thus, the time that these reincarnators remained alive became very valuable. After every reincarnation, they would typically spend a long period of time as an unconscious spiritual soul. They would return to the heaven and earth, waiting for their next reincarnation. The entire Blood Moon was mostly formed by reincarnators or inspectors. By working together, they ensured that Blood Moon could be passed down for tens of millions of years. Furthermore, no one realized the nature of the organization. Over the many years, what people saw of the Blood Moon was just the power they displayed on the surface. Now, the Blood Moon was about to proceed with its plans, so the reincarnators had all appeared at the same time. The 10 upper echelon members of the Martial Alliance were reincarnators who had completed their reincarnation a few thousand years or even 10,000 years ago. Each of them had strength that exceeded a faction's patriarch. Other than these 10 people, Blood Moon had about 30 reincarnators who had recently completed their reincarnation. As their cultivation period was short, their cultivation realms were limited and they could not act independently. There were about 10 amongst them who were below the age of 25. These young reincarnators were all gathered in the Heavenly Blood Union. For example, young Master Fengming was one of them. As these reincarnators possessed extraordinary strength, they become the objects of idolization amongst the Heavenly Blood Union members. It was because of young Master Fengming and company that so many elites joined the Heavenly Blood Union. Other than these reincarnators, there were dozens of inspectors who had completed their possessions. They were also active in the Heavenly Tao Union, Greatsword Mountain, and other places to carry out their duties. Amongst them, Shintu Nantian and the Thin Man, as well as the Swarthy Youth, who previously appeared in the God Advent Tower, were some of the stronger inspectors. They were nearly the core strength of the present Blood Moon. Which is to say, the true Blood Moon members only numbered about 100. As for the rest, they were just Martial Alliance members. Although they worked for the Blood Moon, they did not know that the Martial Alliance had always been controlled by the Blood Moon, nor did they know the Blood Moon's goals. However, the Blood Moon's true strength was far more than that. The Blood Moon still had plenty of inspectors who were hibernating in an extreme and cold location. These inspectors had even been in hibernation since the ancient calamity tens of millions years ago, having never awakened. These inspectors that were so ancient had hibernated for so long, allowing them to be nourished by the location they slumbered in. They were already very powerful, and much more powerful than the inspector that possessed Shintu Nantian. And where this extreme and cold place was where the Heavenly Tao Union's Blackstone trials were being held at. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Soul Tomb. Chapter 624, Soul Tomb. To Blood Moon, the Blackstone Trials was an important step in their plan. And after obtaining the memories from the inspector that possessed Shintu Nanshan's corpse, even if Yun did not have a thorough read of the plan, he could guess that Blood Moon had established the Heavenly Tao Union to gather a batch of geniuses. They were fattened like pigs to be slaughtered by nurturing their bodies to be suitable for inspectors to possess. The entering of the Heavenly Tao Union was itself a tragedy for the Tian Yuan world's geniuses. Now, Blood Moon's so-called not exist in the next millennium or unprecedented Blackstone trials was to send the geniuses, who were somewhat nurtured, to the extreme grounds, so that they could be possessed by the hibernating inspectors. And as they had signed a soul contract, there was Heavenly Tao curse sealed deep in those genius souls, so it would be difficult for them to even resist. In the extreme lands, there were of course no opportunities. The so-called risky but filled with opportunity mission, as well as the how it would concern the fate of the human race and the Tian Yuan world, was actually just for them to be possessed. Blood Moon was planning on possessing every single genius. When that happened, they would naturally lose all decorum with the Tian Yuan world. However, Blood Moon would not care for that. This plan, that had spanned tens of millions of years, had now reached the stage where they would reel in the nets. All the power that Blood Moon had gathered in that extreme area would appear all in one day. But Blood Moon was not without opponents. Its greatest opponent was the Desolate Race. The Desolate Race had battled Blood Moon for a long time, but Blood Moon had been hidden for a long time. They hid deep in the Tian Yuan world, so the Desolate Race could not destroy them. Furthermore, Blood Moon's true core was the extreme inland where numerous specters were hibernating. Blood Moon called that area the Soul Tomb. The Soul Tomb was an independent space. It was extremely important to Blood Moon. If the Soul Tomb was destroyed, all the specters hibernating in it would turn into nothingness. That was a blow that Blood Moon could not bear. The Soul Tomb was Blood Moon's weakness. The specters hibernating in the Soul Tomb lacked any combat power before they possessed a body. If a mighty figure from the Desolate Race, such as the Shepherd Boy, entered the Soul Tomb, Blood Moon's specters could not fight him. In the tens of millions of years, Blood Moon had used various methods to ensure the safety of the Soul Tomb. They hid the location of where the Soul Tomb was, preventing people from knowing where the extreme place was. However, there was no perfect secret. The Soul Tomb's location could not be kept hidden forever. Over the tens of millions of years, the Desolate Race had infiltrated the human race repeatedly, allowing them to track the specters, eventually inferring, predicting and searching for where the extreme land was. Eventually, the Desolate Race managed to find the Soul Tomb. However, Blood Moon had set up large amounts of preventive measures around the Soul Tomb. Blood Moon had set up numerous large arrays surrounding and inside the Soul Tomb. The layers of large arrays interleaved amongst each other, making it like a maze. Even if the Desolate Race had numerous experts, it was also extremely difficult for them to crack so many large arrays. Furthermore, within the large arrays, there was one ancient array pattern that came from the 12 Empyrean heavens. This array was common in the 12 Empyrean heavens, and it was often used in a heritage mystic realm of some legendary figure. Its purpose was to limit one's bone age. When peerless figures in the 12 Empyrean heavens left their heritage behind, they naturally wanted their heritage to be inherited by a youth with enormous potential, so that they could push the heritage to their full potential, eventually becoming their successors. They definitely did not wish for old fools that had lived for tens of millions of years, especially their rivals, to take the cultivation techniques and treasures that they had accumulated all their lives away, giving them a free meal. At this moment, an array pattern that limited the bone age was extremely useful. The Soul Tomb used an array pattern like that as a defensive measure. It was perfect to use this ancient array pattern in the Soul Tomb. Firstly, the ancient array pattern only limited bone ages. The specters were just souls, and they lacked bodies, so they did not have any bone age. So they were not restricted and they were free to exit and enter. Other than that, the Soul Tomb required some elites to be sent in from time to time as the specters' bodies. As these elites seldom never exceeded the age of 40, they too were not limited by the bone age restrictions from the ancient array pattern, and they were free to enter. However, the mighty figures of the Desolate Race, such as the Shepherd Boy, could not enter the Soul Tomb. The Desolate Race was unable to crack the ancient array that came from the 12 Empyrean heavens, so if they wanted to send people in, they could only do so with the younger generation. However, there were all sorts of large arrays like trap arrays, killing arrays and illusion arrays in the Soul Tomb. The grounds also bred various souls or killer ghosts. These things were not easily handled by the Desolate Race's younger generation. Under such circumstances, even if the desolate race's mighty figures were able to crack the exterior arrays of the soul tomb and send their juniors in, there was a high chance of the juniors dying. They might be killed by the ghosts or trapped in the large arrays, eventually feeding the inspectors, or get possessed by the inspectors when they were near the ends of their lives. It could be said that this ancient array pattern that restricted Bone Age was a masterstroke of Blood Moon. It both ensured the safety of the soul tomb, and it also allowed the soul tomb to continue to play its role in the grand scheme of things. It would not exclude the bodies that were needed for possession. Under such circumstances, even if the desolate race knew the exact location of the soul tomb, they still had no way of doing anything about the soul tomb over the tens of millions of years. They could only watch Blood Moon members use the soul tomb as a base camp, creating a steady stream of inspectors, bringing chaos to the world. So that is how it turned out to be. Blood Moon has hidden itself so deeply that it exceeded my expectations. Yun muttered to himself. Using the inspector's memories, he finally knew how this organization survived. He was previously curious as to how such a powerful organization could hide so well without anyone knowing. Now, he understood the reason. After understanding the various secrets of the Blackstone trials, Yun naturally would not allow the Blackstone trials to continue any longer. He planned on destroying this trial and dealing a heavy blow to Blood Moon. For this, Yun already had a plan. Actually, the inspector that possessed Shintu Nantian was one of the commanders of the Blackstone trials as a Heavenly Tao Union inspector. Young Master Feng Ming and the other 3 reincarnators were all commanders. After reincarnators reincarnated, their bodies were reborn, so their body's bone age started from 0. So a young reincarnator could also pass through the soul tomb's ancient array pattern. There was no doubt of the enormous power of the reincarnators. With the reincarnators and inspectors overseeing the Blackstone trials, and the Heavenly Blood Union geniuses having signed a soul contract, Blood Moon did not believe that there would be any accidents. However, no matter how well they planned, they never predicted the existence of Yun. After all, to Blood Moon's upper echelons, even if Yun had obtained the Great Empress inheritance, he was not considered powerful. He was just a junior with somewhat good talent. He was far from threatening the entrenched Blood Moon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, Signing a Soul Contract. Chapter 625, Signing a Soul Contract. After understanding Blood Moon's background, Yun gathered all the inspector fragments in Shintu Nanshan's Soul Sea. These inspector fragments had been blasted to pieces and it had lost its own consciousness. By gathering them together, Yun could restore the aura of an inspector to this body. After putting the mask back on, the Shintu Nantian controlled by Yun was no different from the masked man from before. Yun pinched his throat gently to utter a sound. It was deep and husky, exactly like the masked man when he was previously alive. Yun was proficient in the Star Transference Heaven-Changing book, so with a top disguise technique from the 12 Empyrean Heavens, he could freely change his voice, looks, aura and even his life force. This allowed Yun to imitate the masked man without any flaws. Furthermore, by gathering the residual inspector soul fragments, his inspector aura was completely authentic. Coupled with the fact that the body he was using was the inspector's original body, and how he used a portion of the inspector's memories, even if the Thin Man inspector was revived, he would not be able to see through Yun's disguise. Yun controlled Shintu Nantian and slowly clenched his fists. The black fingernails were lingering with the air of death. This new avatar brought Yun new strength. Ha ha ha. The Shintu Nantian that was controlled by Yun suddenly gave a maniacal laugh. It was extremely wicked and sinister, and it even surpassed the original Shintu Nantian. Very good. Shintu Nantian loosened his neck as it issued cracking sounds. He suddenly waved his hand, causing a storm to surge. Ka-cha! With an explosion, a huge Yuan Qi shield not far away shattered. There were 6 youths being protected by the Yuan Qi shield. They were all looking in horror towards the sky. They were Wei Chiwei, the bald youth and company that Yi Yun had isolated with Yuan Qi. We are doomed. Looking at the ferocious-looking masked man in the sky, and his demonic laughter, their hearts sank. Are we going to die? The twins, Chu Qinger and Chu Kur, held their hands together tightly as their faces paled. Their youth had just blossomed, and they still had their loving parents and their family clans, as well as younger siblings who were waiting for their return. They obviously did not want to die. Death was an absolutely terrifying thing to everyone. Senior brother Jiang. Noticing that Yi Yun was beside the masked man, like he had been completely restrained, Wei Chiwei could not help but shout out. Senior brother Jiang might look fine on the surface, but it was very possible for him to have suffered serious internal injuries. At this moment, the masked man suddenly waved his hand as a terrifying spatial vortex wrapped around the six of them. They struggled as they were lifted up into the sky, but to no avail. The difference in strength was too large. The moment you enter the Heavenly Tao Union, there is no turning back. You are given two choices. Either you sign a soul contract, or you die. The masked man said in a sinister voice filled with killing intent. When the six people heard that, they were filled with despair. They would not be able to escape this disaster. By doing so, the Martial Alliance was definitely not a benign entity, but how could they possibly resist? Senior brother Jiang, you. Wei Chiwei looked at Yi Yun. For Yi Yun to be standing there, did he also sign a soul contract too? Yi Yun looked at Wei Chiwei with a calm expression. These six people would naturally be free to go if it went according to Yi Yun's original plans. However, from the masked man's memories, his trip here to stop Yi Yun and company was to only give them two options. Either they signed soul contracts or they would be killed. However, while the masked man was carrying on this assignment, he had secretly brought the thin man along. The masked man had been partners with the thin man for many years and had eyed Yi Yun's body. He had planned on letting the thin man possess it. When the masked man and the thin man lost their original bodies in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the masked man had possessed Shintu Nanshan's corpse. It was considered a very good body, but the thin man never had received a suitable body. Without much scrutiny, he had possessed a large family clan's elite, but the possessed elite's talent was not considered to be at the pinnacle. It could not bear the inspector's air of death. This resulted in the thin man quickly withering. His body thinned like firewood, and his facial color turned sallow. He looked like a youth that had prematurely aged, and was ever close to a coffin. The thin man wanted to secretly possess Yi Yun, leaving the best body for himself, but he never expected to have the tables turned on him by Yi Yun, eventually killing him. Now, the thin man had died and the masked man's consciousness had been destroyed by Yi Yun. Hence, the news of the thin man coming with the masked man for this matter was unknown to anyone else. It would not arouse any attention to Yi Yun killing the thin man. However, if the six were allowed to leave for no good reason, that would be unacceptable. After returning to the Heavenly Tao Union, Yi Yun would not be able to explain himself. After all, the masked man's strength should be sufficient enough to bring all of them back. Now, 6 of them had managed to escape, but only Yi Yun was brought back? What was the meaning behind this? Also, if the 6 people were to return, they would complain about the Heavenly Tao Union to their family clans, and this might startle and alert the enemy. At this moment, if the Heavenly Tao Union began to become suspicious and investigate Yi Yun, then him controlling the masked man had the risk of being seen through. Yi Yun could not be penny-wise, pound-foolish. Although he knew that by taking the 6 people back to the Heavenly Tao Union to participate in the Blackstone trials, it would be sending them into a fiery abyss once again, it was not as important as disrupting the Blood Moon's plans or the safety of the Tian Yuan world. Yi Yun was very cognizant of his priorities. Furthermore, even if he took the 6 people into the Blackstone trials, they might not necessarily perish. There would be some danger, but Yi Yun was confident he could protect them. I have already signed a soul contract. If you trust me, sign it as well. This soul contract may have some inequities, but they aren't too problematic. The Martial Alliance has gone to such extreme measures due to special policies during a special time. Also, I can ensure that I will have a way of lifting the soul contract in the future. Yi Yin transmitted his voice to the 6 people using his Yuan Qi. These 6 people had to sign the soul contract. If they did not sign and did not return to the Heavenly Tao Union, it would be very troublesome. Yi Yin could not risk his identity being uncovered. Yet, he could not kill or free those who did not sign. You have a way of lifting the contract? Wei Chi-wei was stunned. Zhang Yidao actually said that he had a way to lift the soul contract established by the Martial Alliance? How was that possible? If you trust me, sign it. I believe that there is no other way. You only have one life. Do not doubt the masked man's words. He really will kill you. By staying alive, there will be hope. I promise that I will bring you out safely in the future. Yi Yin transmitted his voice again. The 6 people looked at each other as they struggled to decide. Yi Yin had created too many miracles in the past, but they were doubtful that he could lift the Martial Alliance's contract or even resist the Martial Alliance. I'll sign. Wei Chi-wei took a deep breath as he said that with great difficulty. He was the only one amongst the 6 people who was nearing on having blind trust with Yi Yin. Then, we will also sign. Chu Kor and Chu Chinger said while biting their lips. They were unwilling to part with their parents and younger siblings. They did not wish to die at all, so with Wei Chi-wei spearheading it, their decision became a lot easier. Upon seeing this situation, the remaining 3 helplessly chose to sign the contract as well. No matter what the future beheld, Yi Yin was right with one thing. There was only one life. Staying alive meant hope, but nothing will be left once they were dead. Although they had signed a contract unwillingly, according to the Martial Alliance's rhetoric, a calamity was soon to befall the Tianyuan world. When that happened, it was even likely that the Martial Alliance would be destroyed in the calamity, so they still might regain their freedom. Very good. The masked man laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, 6 black soul contracts floated in front of Chu Chinger and Company. The moment the 6 contracts appeared, they were burnt completely to a crisp. Sign it. The masked man said with an aggressive tone. You? Wei Chi-wei and Company were stunned. The moment the contract appeared, it was completely burnt. They did not have the opportunity to even take a look at the contents. Although they knew that it would be useless even if they had seen it. You do not have the right to choose or amend it. You can only choose to sign it or die. The masked man said with his murderous intent surging. Wei Chi-wei and Company were filled with hatred, but they could only bite their fingers to shed a drop of blood to sign the loathsome soul contract. As they dripped their blood, the blood was consumed by the black fire, while the 6 felt humiliated and indignant. However, they did not know that the contents of the soul contract had already been changed by Yi Yin. As he was short on time, Yi Yin only changed the most critical point. The soul contract stated that they be loyal to the Martial Alliance, but that was changed by Yi Yin to his own name. Of course, Yi Yin would not force these 6 people to fulfill a silly contract like this, so it did not affect them even after signing it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, For Great Young Masters. Chapter 626, For Great Young Masters. Greatsword Mountain, Heavenly Tao Union. Ever since the initiation of the Blackstone trials 2 days ago, all the Heavenly Blood Union members were filled with anticipation for the trials. Especially this morning, with a few reincarnators presiding over matters, the members were brought into the treasury and given the privilege of choosing one mystic technique that could improve their strength. This made the elite's morale run high. One of the leaders of the reincarnators was young Master Fengming. Usually, every appearance of young Master Fengming was with a bearing of an extraordinaire, like he was the center of the world. Even the Martial Alliance's inspectors showed some deference to him. But this time, young Master Fengming was behind someone dressed in black. He was tall and stout, his eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. Standing there, he did not give people the feeling of suppression, nor did he have a stunning aura. However, strangely, he seemed to stand in a different spacetime dimension. It made people feel like he was unreal when they looked at him. It was as if they were just seeing some ancient imagery. This black-dressed man was the strongest reincarnator in the Heavenly Tao Union. He was named Young Master Zulong. Amongst the strongest in the Heavenly Tao Union were 9 reincarnators. And amongst the 9, there were 4 young masters who were even stronger. These 4 young masters were Young Master Zulong, Young Master Qianqi, Young Master Fengming, Young Master Sheiji. The 4 young masters, Zulong, Qianqi, Fengming, Sheiji, were named after divine beasts of dragon, qi, phoenix and snake respectively. These names were quite ostentatious, but people did not disagree with the names as they were indeed phoenixes and dragons amongst people. Young Master Fengming was ranked 3rd amongst the 4. He had looks more perfect than a woman. He was always dressed in white with a folding fan in hand. He looked both male and female at the same time, that might mislead people into thinking that he was a lady with rare beauty disguising as a man. The 4th was Fairy Sheiji. She was a real woman, and always wore a veil. Her figure was voluptuous and had ample breasts. Her hips were curvy and perky, and her eyes could be described as deep and soulful, as a man could get lost in. Ranked 2nd amongst the 4 young masters was Young Master Qianqi. He was completely different from the handsome and beautiful Young Master Fengming and Fairy Sheiji. Young Master Qianqi had a small build and was thin. His skin was slightly black and his eyes were deeply recessed. He looked a bit sinister and ruthless, but could not be said to be ugly. He just looked extremely odd, making others not want to take a second look at him. As for the first young master amongst the 4, Young Master Zulong, his whereabouts were always a mystery. This was also the first time many of the elites had seen him despite having been in the Heavenly Tao Union for such a long period of time. He is Young Master Zulong. As people looked at the black-dressed leader of the reincarnators, they were all secretly in awe. They had only seen Young Master Fengming fight amongst the 4 young masters. And he was really invincible amongst people of the same level, completely unstoppable. However, just from Young Master Fengming's respectful attitude towards Young Master Zulong, it was easy to guess that the gap between them was not trivial. It was difficult to imagine how powerful this Young Master Zulong was. As everyone was about to choose a cultivation technique, the treasury's door opened. A masked man dressed in black brought Yiyun, Wei Chiwei, and company into the treasury. The masked man still had that eternal cold and empty expression on his mask, and behind him, Yiyun, Wei Chiwei and company were wearing tattered clothes and looked quite nonplussed. Wei Chiwei was feeling humiliated and indignant, while the bald youth was filled with despair towards the uncertain future that lied ahead of him. As for the Chu twin sisters, they were crying in quite a pitiable state. Oh! Why did these people come back? The people from the Heavenly Blood Union looked at Yiyun and company in surprise. Zhang Yadao and the other 6 were deserted because they were afraid to risk their necks despite the human race being on the precipice of danger. I was planning on giving up on these cowards, but received orders from the Martial Alliance headquarters that deserters were not to be tolerated. At the same time, the Martial Alliance headquarters have informed their families that under various forms of pressure, the 7 of them have chosen to return and are now Heavenly Blood Union members. The masked man said slowly with his usual sinister tone. Upon hearing this, the questions the people from the Heavenly Blood Union had were answered. So, Yiyun and company had been forced to sign the soul contract due to various forms of pressure and had now joined the Heavenly Blood Union too? Henceforth, the way the crowd looked at the 7 people immediately turned to that of despise and derision. So you came running back dejectedly due to various forms of pressure. Such complete lack of shame. To think they spoke so certainly on their decision to leave the Heavenly Tao Union. Now that they have joined the Heavenly Blood Union, they sure are so deserving of approbation." The crowd crowed with derisive pleasure right in front of their faces. After Wei Chiwei heard this, he clenched his fists tightly as a vein protruded out from his arm. The eyes of the Chu sisters were welling in tears. The two of them had outstanding talent in their family clan, and they had reached the perfect Yuan Foundation realm at just 16 years of age. They had never received such humiliation before. "It's not that, the two girls said with an aggrieved and red face. They nearly bit through their lips, but they were unable to explain. First, they had signed a soul contract and believed they could not betray the martial alliance. They did not dare speak the truth, and even if they did, it was useless. They only had speculations about the Heavenly Tao Union and lacked the evidence that the Heavenly Tao Union was a sinister organization. As for the martial alliance and forming their family clans, they might have really done so, but had probably twisted the facts. As for the reason why the martial alliance was hiding the facts, the 6 of them were completely unaware of it. Under such circumstances, what else could they say? To desert previously out of fear, but then return now, do you even have any shame? Gong Sun Hong looked at Yi Yun and gave an unbridled laugh. He was feeling extremely good. So what if Jiang Yidao was stronger than him? Wasn't he still being humiliated by himself? The only thing to blame was his own actions for being so timid, with a mind unbecoming of a warrior. "I actually wanted to diligently cultivate and surpass you one day. Who knew that you were a scum that does not even have the courage to escape? It is so shameful for me to use you as a goal." After being repressed by Yi Yun for so long, Gong Sun Hong had a feeling of exaltation. Beside Gong Sun Hong, a few Heavenly Blood Union members who had good relations with him echoed in unison. Everyone felt Yi Yun and company were too silly. If you had known it would come to this, why did you act that way in the first place? If they had joined the Heavenly Blood Union earlier, they could enjoy more resources. Now, with them returning, not only was it shameful, they had also lost precious amounts of time. It was so silly that it made them burst out with laughter. "Lord Inspector, Jiang Yidao and company may have returned to the Heavenly Tao Union, but we are ashamed to be associated with them." Gong Sun Hong suddenly stood forward from the crowd and pleaded. As he spoke, he sneered at Yi Yun. Times and situations change. A few months ago, you probably didn't expect this would happen to you when you played me for a fool. Senior brother Gongsun is right. We are ashamed to be associated with them. Please separate them from us during the Blackstone trials. At least it would not affect us when they desert us during a situation. Another person stood forward. Ian found the voice familiar, and when he took a glance, he laughed. The second person who stood out was someone he was familiar with. Back at Heaven Marshall City, Yi-Yun had destroyed the Li Fire Sect's shop and caused quite a bit of trouble, resulting in him battling a Heavenly Tao Union genius who claimed to be Jian Wushuang. The person who stood forward to support Gong Sun Hong was none other than this Jian Wushuang. When Yi-Yun came to the Heavenly Tao Union, Jian Wushuang had avoided Yi-Yun as best as he could, afraid to meet him. He was afraid of this malignant star, making Yi-Yun nearly forget that this Jian Wushuang he had previously brutally beaten up was also in the Heavenly Tao Union. Only today, when Yi-Yun was being sidelined, did he step forward to add insult to injury. When he saw Yi-Yun laugh, Jian Wushuang felt extremely unhappy. To think you can laugh at this moment. There's truth in the saying that a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. That face of yours is thick enough to be used to create armor. Jian Wushuang mocked. However, no matter how he mocked, Yi-Yun only smiled while looking at him. This strange smile made Jian Wushuang feel inexplicably afraid. At this moment, the masked man spoke. Since all of you have such a request, then we will let the 7 form an independent team. The words the masked man said were naturally controlled by Yi-Yun. He also could not be bothered to be grouped with a bunch of idiots like them. Of course, when they eventually reached the Soul Tomb's core, all of them would definitely meet again. However, the masked man's announcement troubled the other 6. The Chu sisters desperately widened their eyes before letting their tears flow down. Wei Chiwei, a hot-blooded youth below the age of 20, was also gritting his teeth tightly, as he suffered the immense humiliation. They were going to be ostracized for the Blackstone trials. Although they were forced to sign a soul contract, they were still isolated and discriminated by the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union. Author's note: some people question the low cultivation levels of the Chu sisters and how weak they are. Previously, it was mentioned that they were only 16 to 17 years old. When Yi Yun was 15 to 16 years old, he was also only at the Yuan Foundation realm. It's not considered low. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, Tao Seed Perfection. Chapter 627, Tao Seed Perfection. These people are going too far in their bullying. In a corner on the third level of the treasury, Wei Chiwei said angrily to Yi Yun. He had been ostracized previously when he was a Heavenly Tao Union member. He was then pursued when he refused to sign a soul contract, and now, after enduring the humiliation to sign the soul contract, he had been mocked and despised when he returned to the Heavenly Tao Union. And the only thing he could do was endure it without being able to leave. As a result, the grievance he suffered was imaginable. However, Yi Yun only smiled when Wei Chiwei aired his grievances, nor did he say anything. He remained calm and composed while choosing various treasures in the treasury. He had earned some blood jade before, and with the blood jade awarded to him for joining the Heavenly Blood Union, he spent it all. After all, it would be a waste not to use the Martial Alliance's resources. Furthermore, if he did not use it now, there would be no more chance to do so in the future. You exchanged so many relics? Are you planning on using this trial to increase your strength, so that you can easily complete other missions in the future? Senior brother, I'm not trying to dampen your enthusiasm, but although we have joined the Heavenly Blood Union, we are still being discriminated against. Those people hate us, so even if we contribute meritoriously, they will probably not give us the corresponding rewards. Wei Chiwei said angrily. Yi Yun did not explain further. After he finished spending all the blood jade, he left the treasury. There were still more than 10 days left before the Blackstone trials began, so Yi Yun simply left Greatsword Mountain. After becoming a Heavenly Blood Union member, he obtained the right to greater freedom. Blood Moon was not afraid that those people who had signed soul contracts would betray them. Yi Yun kept flying until he arrived at a remote part of the untraversable sea. There were strong winds that created towering waves. There were no inkling of boats when he looked around. Yi Yun landed on a giant rock. His eyes burned with an intelligent glimmer. He took a jade box out, and after opening it, bright and colorful light flowed out, as Yuan Qi shot towards the sky. Sitting in the jade box were 10 ancient relics that he had taken out from the God Advent Tower. There was also a Dao fruit that Yi Yun had exchanged from the treasury. The Dao fruit he had obtained from the treasury was nothing much, but any of the 10 ancient relics would cause the heart of any member of the Heavenly Blood Union to race. The ancient relics were a lot better than the Empyrean relics that a typical Tian Yuan World Imperial King would use to cultivate. A typical elite would not have the qualifications to use such a relic. They might only use a relic of slightly lower quality when they were trying to break through to another new realm. And even that was quite extravagant. As he looked at these treasures, he activated the purple crystal. A purple vortex began to form from his body as the ancient relic's energy was quickly absorbed. The Dao fruit was also drained dry in a blink of an eye. Yi Yun planned to reach the perfect Dao seed realm in one fell swoop, as a form of preparation for him to break through to the Yuan opening realm. The ancient relics quickly dimmed. The amount of energy the purple crystal absorbed was so much that even Yi Yun's Yuan Foundation, that was 10 times wider than a typical Tian Yuan World Warriors, could not contain it. The purple crystal purified the large amount of energy, removing the essence from the dregs. In an instant, Yi Yun's energy quickly rose. The sea surrounding him was stimulated by this energy, causing the waves to surge and rise, as water sprayed everywhere. Even so, there was still too much energy. The excess energy was fed to the 9 neonate beast marked dormant in Yun's body. With the influx of energy, Yun felt the nomological seed buried in his Yuan foundation become more resplendent and compressed, as if it was about to germinate slowly. His Tao seed realm had already broken past the late stages, reaching the perfection stage. And at this moment, Yun took a dark red mysterious rock out of his interspatial ring. The mysterious rock did not appear brilliant, but it had faint nomological patterns circulating on its surface. Months ago, Yun had bought this mysterious rock from the siblings, Ayu and Anyo in Heaven Martial City, resulting in him coming into conflict with the Li Fire sect. Back then, Yun had used the purple crystal's energy vision, so he was able to confirm the value of the mysterious rock much better than the long-faced youths from the Li Fire sect. In this universe, its primordial state was a state of chaos. In essence, chaos was energy. As the energy transformed into yin and yang, it also established spacetime, before the 5 elements appeared. The heaven and earth was split, resulting in wind, rain, thunder and lightning, eventually giving rise to all living creatures. However, not all sorts of energy could transform into matter. Some energy would condense together, forming chaos stones. Chaos stones were priceless treasures. This was because it was the energy formed when the universe was in its most inchoate state. It was the ultimate energy of origins. And after the 5 elements were formed, the energy would have already transformed into its various types. These energies would disperse across the heaven and earth, contaminated through various means, and they would be far from the pure state they were in back when the universe was in its inchoate state. There were records of chaos stones in the Azure Yan Lord's notes. As they were very few in number, and contained both energy of origins and the universe's most fundamental laws, they were extremely precious. However, the mysterious rock in Yun's hand was not a chaos stone. Chaos stones were too rare. Even if the entire Tian Yuan world was searched, there might not even be a chaos stone. What Yun was holding was a world stone. It was a primordial rock condensed from energy when the world the Tian Yuan world resided in was initially formed. It was a lot poorer in quality than a chaos stone in both energy of origins and law of origins, but it was still extremely valuable. World stones numbered quite a lot in the first place. But over time, they would deplete in number. Only in mysterious lands could such primordial stones be found. The siblings, Anyo and Ayu, had managed to find one by chance. In the large universe that the 12 Empyrean heavens resided in, there were many worlds. Each world's birth would leave world stones behind. In the 12 Empyrean heavens, desolate bone relics and world stones could be used as currency. However, people would only use world stones to buy priceless treasures, as they were simply too rare. As for the even more precious chaos stones, no one was willing to spend them. Yun placed this world stone in between his eyebrows. He took a deep breath as the energy of origins in the world stone flowed into Yun's body. It meandered along his meridians straight into his dantian. Instantly, Yun felt his body turn light as if his body and mind was being purified. This absorption lasted for 4 hours. With the purple crystal harmonization, Yun felt like his body had changed into a body of energy, without any impurities. His cultivation level had already broken past the late stages of the Tao seed realm and he had reached the perfect Tao seed realm. He was only half a step away from the Yuan opening realm. Just as Yun was about to finish, the 9 neonate beast Mark's aura opened up suddenly. A black airflow that resembled a tornado burst out from its body, shooting straight to the heavens. It had absorbed a large amount of energy that Yun could not fully absorb, and at this moment, the energy had completely merged with it. During the process of the 9 neonate merging with the energy. Boom! 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 A black airflow stirred the skies, as thick black clouds began to gather from all directions. Lightning forked throughout the whirling clouds. Large bolts of lightning that were as thick as water buckets flashed. Ian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. He knew that this was the 9 neonates' heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation had finally arrived. Originally, it had nothing to do with Ian, but now as the 9 neonates' owner, he too would suffer the heavenly tribulation. The wind grew stronger as the waves became more turbulent. Under the powers of heaven and earth, all the living creatures in the sea hid under rocks or kept close to the seabed, and they did not move one bit. This was because of the killing aura of the heavenly Tao. Since the 9 neonate was going against the heavens by cultivating, it was to be wiped out. On! The 9 neonate roared as it transformed into an aspect totem behind Iyun, and it raised its 9 heads high. Boom! The first bolt of lightning suddenly streaked down from the clouds. The black sky seemed to lower and it appeared to be squeezed together with the tumultuous Black Sea. And in between them, there were huge bolts of lightning that illuminated the sky and ocean when they snaked down. After being zapped by the lightning, Iyun immediately felt his skin tingle in pain. The 9 neonate did not dodge, and instead, it took the initiative to receive the bolt of lightning. Ka-cha! The current flowed through their bodies as the 9 neonate and Iyun suffered the electric strike together. Iyun's body was already a body of extreme pure energy. When the lightning entered his body, he felt that his body was in pain, but every cell in his body seemed to come alive and began respiring heaven-earth yuan qi, as well as the power of the heavenly tribulation. This lightning heavenly tribulation tempered Iyun's body and soul, suppressing his thoughts and intentions. However, despite the pain and suppression, Iyun felt like there were extremely mysterious things annihilating and creating in the lightning bolt. Lightning was a destructive power, but it was a power that created as well. It was rumored that life was first born when lightning struck the ocean in the past. Iyun closed his eyes as he began to experience the power of the heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts came crashing down in succession. Even the massive 9 neonate was as tiny as an ant under the horrific power of the heavens. However, it still held its heads high. It even took the initiative to welcome that power, and roared in anger. Its body was struck again and again. Its 9 heads were already covered in blood with black burn marks everywhere on its body. When desolate beasts cultivated their paths, they would experience heavenly tribulations. When warriors cultivated martial arts, they would also be defying the heavenly Tao. Iyun stood in front of the 9 neonate as it roared angrily at the heavens. Bam! A huge deafening explosion. The lightning was shattered, turning into numerous tiny electric currents. Iyun did not draw his saber or resist it. He completely immersed himself in the pouring lightning. Ka-cha! The rock beneath Iyun's feet exploded as the sea engulfed his body, but the water was immediately evaporated. All of Iyun's clothes were reduced to ashes. His hair was disheveled while he felt numb throughout his body. He was bleeding overall as well. However, the 9 neonate behind him was in a more miserable state. It was the cause of the heavenly tribulation, so it was subject to most of the tribulation lightning. Every bit of flesh was burned crisp, and its skin began to peel off, revealing large tracts of bloody flesh. The lightning struck them for a total of 15 minutes with a total of 9 strikes before the lightning clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. The sky turned bright again as Iyun took a deep breath. Tribulation lightning was really extraordinary. It was no wonder that 9 neonates could not mature in the Tian Yuan world. Even the 9 neonate he nurtured was seriously injured by the tribulation lightning despite all the treasures he had given to it. And this was only the first heavenly tribulation. Although it had 9 tribulation lightning strikes, all of them were about the same in strength. If the heavenly tribulations in the future were stronger with every strike, that would be hell. Despite the process being painful, the tribulation lightning brought immense benefits with it. Other than the 9 neonate completing its first evolution, allowing it to become more powerful, as the owner, Iyun had tempered his body with the tribulation lightning. As he checked his insides, he was surprised to find that his already perfected pure yang body had a slight change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628, Skyfox. Chapter 628, Skyfox. In the boundless divine wilderness, there were vast chains of mountains and endless valleys. Deep within the divine wilderness stood a large altar. The altar was constructed from a numerous amount of bones. These bones protruded out, emitting an ancient and primal aura. This altar had already existed for a countless number of years. Not far from this altar, in a palace, there was a red-dressed lady who had spent her days there. The young lady had delicate body contours, and in between her eyebrows, there were 3 cinnabar dots. Her facial features looked they had been carved from jade, and her skin was as white as snow. Her beauty was unparalleled. She was sitting in front of a window of a dark hall in the palace, hugging a small furry, red fox. The fox was revealing a look of enjoyment and comfort. At this moment, footsteps could be heard inside the dark hall. A azure-clothed man approached the lady and knelt down with one knee. The young lady glanced at the azure-clothed man and said softly, "Is it time to embark?" "Yes." The azure-clothed man said reverently. He was the shepherd boy who had led the billions of desolate beasts and nearly wasted the Taya divine kingdom. As for the red-dressed young lady, she was Yi Yun's elder sister, Jiang Xiaoro. 7 years ago, on the divine bone altar, she had awoken her ancient bloodline, becoming the desolate queen. However, the shepherd boy was still accustomed to addressing Jiang Xiaoro as successor. When Jiang Xiaoro returned to the desolate race, she knew that she had to shoulder a life mission. She resisted it initially, but she had to save Yi Yun because he had been imprisoned by Shintu Nantian. The condition for the shepherd boy to rescue Yi Yun was for her to cut off all relations with the human race and become the desolate race's successor. Jiang Xiaoro had a unique bloodline and she had been acknowledged by the desolate race's sacred spirit. In the recent tens of millions of years of history, the desolate race's ancient bloodline had thinned. It was extremely difficult for an era's desolate king to obtain the acknowledgement of a sacred spirit. In the 7 years, Jiang Xiaoro's temperament had turned more melancholic and quiet. However, when Jiang Xiaoro stood up with the little fox in her arms, picking up the bone staff beside her, a sacred and divine aura seemed to linger around her body. Even the shepherd boy could not help but feel reverent towards this aura, like a subordinate to a king. He no longer showed the care a senior gave to a junior. "If that is the case, let us proceed," Jiang Xiaoro said softly as her tall body moved forward. She walked out of the hall with a scarlet cape lining her back. Outside the hall, there was a behemoth mount that had been waiting. A beautiful woman in plain clothes stood near the behemoth and looked at Jiang Xiaoro. She looked somewhat similar to Jiang Xiaoro. She was the previous desolate queen. "Mother." Jiang Xiaoro gave her a slight bow. The plainly dressed woman looked lovingly at Jiang Xiaoro and sighed gently. "Rower, in the 3 days, it will be when the Yin atmosphere in the soul tomb is at its weakest in 10,000 years. We, the desolate race, have chosen this period of time to enter the soul tomb, so as to awaken all the Yin specters hibernating in it. Our race has been nurturing geniuses for more than a decade, and now, it is time to put them to use." As the plain-clothed woman spoke, large flying behemoths rose in the sky behind her. On these behemoths, there were many desolate race elites riding on them in full battle gear. The desolate race long knew that the Blood Moon had established the Heavenly Tao Union, and they were very aware of the goals of the Heavenly Tao Union. As such, the desolate race nurtured a batch of Skyfox, namely to counter the Blood Moon's Heavenly Tao Union. The trip to the Soul Tomb was tens of millions of miles long. The desolate race knew where the Soul Tomb was a long time ago, and they knew that the Soul Tomb was the Blood Moon's main breeding ground. However, with the Soul Tomb's protective arrays, as well as the Yin energy gathered in it, the desolate race could not do anything to the Soul Tomb. And now, only Jiang Xiaoro and the entire desolate race could lead the Skyfox to battle the Blood Moon. However, the reincarnators that the Blood Moon had were too powerful. This trip to the Soul Tomb placed Jiang Xiao in a land of extreme danger. Just a single mishap could result in Jiang Xiao dying in the Soul Tomb. The plainclothed woman could not bear doing this, but she was left with no choice. Jiang Xiao made a slight leap and stood on the behemoth's head. As she gently waved her bone staff, the behemoth flew up into the sky. Instantly, numerous behemoths flew up into the sky behind her. Their fully extended wings could cover the sky. Jiang Xiao's behemoth led the group at the front. Strong winds blew against Jiang Xiao's long hair, but she remained calm, her eyes were resolute. She kept flying towards the Arctic barrens far towards the north. Watching Jiang Xiao's back disappear over the horizon, the plainclothed woman stood there for a long moment in silence. Only when all the behemoths disappeared did the plainclothed woman mutter to herself. "Roar, you must return safely." In the far north, there were sprawling giant mountains where no vegetation grew. They were covered in black boulders. It was difficult for birds to cross past the peaks and troughs. A black wind whistled through the valley, sounding like a wailing ghost. The black wind smelled pungent, like a toxic smoke that killed anything without leaving a trace. Over the tens of millions of years, this was a land of extreme danger that no one traveled to. It was an extremely cold place, filled with massive amounts of yin qi. If mortals stayed here, they would be quickly drained of their life force due to the yin qi, dying slowly. Even warriors here would have their energies slowly drained, becoming weaker over time. Hence, this land towards the far north was uninhabited. And in the vast northern Arctic, the central point where the yin qi was the strongest was called the Soul Tomb by the Blood Moon. Phew, phew, phew. A group of flying beasts appeared above the Soul Tomb. Desolate race elites were riding on these flying beasts. And the flying beast that led the group was about the size of a small hill. And a red-dressed young lady stood on its head. Jiang Xiao held her bone staff in hand and looked down from the beast's head. "This is the Soul Tomb?" The shepherd boy's figure appeared behind Jiang Xiao and said, "Yes, successor. This toxic smoke is also an array. It blocks the entrance to the Soul Tomb as well as its true appearance." The Soul Tomb was massive and its entrances stretched across the far north. They were numerous and as complex as an underground tunnel of ants. As there were so many entrances, the Blood Moon could not let reincarnators guard these entrances. The Blood Moon did not have many reincarnators in the first place, so there was no way to guard all of the entrances. As for inspectors and other servants of the dead, they were much weaker than the best reincarnators, so using them to guard the Soul Tomb's numerous entrance was meaningless. This was because they could not defend against a desolate race mighty figure like the shepherd boy. With the passage of time, the Blood Moon did not even deploy people to guard the Soul Tomb. Not only that, due to its age, the toxic smoke array had already weakened greatly. For such a large Soul Tomb to constantly power an array, the amount of energy consumed every year was massive. So it is an array. Due to its age, it has already weakened. As Jiang Xiao spoke, she gently patted the flying beast beneath her. This flying beast looked at the ground and looked grotesque. However, the moment Jiang Xiao gave it a glance, it let out a sharp shrill and flapped its wings. These pair of wings swept up what seemed like a hurricane as dust was lifted and the mountains trembled. The black smoke that hung over the mountains dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the Soul Tomb. On a large mountain, there was a deep mountain cave that had its entrance sealed by a blood-red light screen. To protect the Soul Tomb, the Blood Moon has set up an ancient large array that limits one's bone age. "Successor, I cannot accompany you in, and I can only let you lead our race's geniuses inside," said the shepherd boy. He was filled with resentment that he had to let the young desolate queen face the Blood Moon's base alone. "All right, I got it." Jiang Xiao looked away. Her voice was faint, like a breeze. Usually, there was a thick amount of yin qi in the Soul Tomb. There were evil spirits and zombie kings lurking within. They were tens of thousands of years old or even 100,000 years old. They were not interested in the hibernating inspectors, but they loved to devour living beings. To youths, these zombie kings were too powerful, so it was extremely dangerous to enter recklessly. Even the Blood Moon did not wish to encounter these zombie kings when they brought the Heavenly Tao Union members in. If that happened, those bodies might have been drained dry by the zombie kings before they were delivered to their destination. Hence, they would choose the day when the Yin-Chi was the weakest in 10,000 years to enter the Soul Tomb. On this day, the 10,000-year-old zombie kings would be in slumbering hibernation. It was the best time to enter the Soul Tomb. Zhang Xiao looked up at the sky. As the sky above the Soul Tomb was affected by the aura of death, it was dark and repressive. "It's time to leave," Zhang Xiao said lightly. Behind Zhang Xiao, the Skyfox elites were all extremely loyal to the Desolate race. They loved and adored Zhang Xiao. They also knew that their entry into the Soul Tomb was very likely one of no return, but no one deserted her. Zhang Xiao opened her arms as her wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, like a leaping red flame. As for the white bone staff in her hand, she pointed it at the sky. A mysterious power immediately gathered above her bone staff. Winds began to swirl from all directions as the flying beast beneath her growled. The wind was gathered into a unit by the bone staff and following a smile from Zhang Xiao. Boom! A wind column suddenly rushed skywards at the black clouds. As if the sky was pierced, bright, warm sunshine came shining through the hole. Zhang Xiao lowered her bone staff and she just walked past the beast's head. As if she was walking on a pavement of sunshine, she walked towards the large entrance of the Soul Tomb. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Divine Wilderness Voice Transmission. Chapter 629, Divine Wilderness Voice Transmission. At the same moment the Skyfox led by Zhang Xiao entered the Soul Tomb. In the recesses of the Martial Alliance, a pair of eyes opened in a dark grand hall. A man dressed in a black heavy robe was standing in front of an evil demon sculpture. The black-robed man's appearance was concealed by shadows. There was a light red scar in between his eyebrows, which seemed to radiate with a burning flame. This person was the current alliance leader of the Martial Alliance, and he was also the strongest reincarnator in Blood Moon currently. And he was currently the person with executive control over the Blood Moon. The Desolate race has begun taking action. The black-robed man suddenly said. The Martial Alliance did not seal all of the entrances into the Soul Tomb, but when someone entered the Soul Tomb, they would trigger the arrays in the Soul Tomb, immediately alerting the Martial Alliance. Behind the black-robed man stood a figure. He was stout and he had sword-like eyebrows and eyes that shimmered like the stars. He was the leader of the Heavenly Blood Union's four masters, Zhulong. Got it. Zhulong responded lightly. Despite being in the presence of the Blood Moon's executive power, Zhulong did not need to show any servitude. In the Blood Moon, Zhulong's position was also very high. Zhulong had as many as 4 reincarnations. He had previously stood at the pinnacle of the Tian Yuan world, and he had even been in control of the Martial Alliance once. He was once a peerless figure as well. Now, Zhulong was only weak because he had reincarnated recently. It was just a matter of time before he became as powerful a figure as the Flamescarred man. Standing in the Grand Hall, Zhulong may be young, but his forceful stance was in no way much weaker. They are just like moths flying into fire. Zhulong did not care for it. I've heard that the Desolate race has done a lot of preparations in recent years, nurturing many youths, but in my opinion, they are nothing but food for the inspectors. Only the new Desolate Queen is capable of arousing a tiny bit of my interest. When Zhulong mentioned Zhang Xiao, his eyes flickered with a glimmer of mockery. If he could refine the new Desolate Queen into a blood pill, it would definitely aid him in breaking through to another new level. You are right. In the tens of millions of years, it is time for us to end this vendetta with the Desolate race. It's about time for your Heavenly Blood Union to set off. the flame-scarred man said lightly. Zhulong turned and left the grand hall. He did not care about the desolate race. Over all these years, the desolate race knew of the soul tomb's location, but so what? The desolate race was proficient at controlling beasts, but the array that limited the Bone Age and the soul tomb worked not only on humans, desolate beasts were also limited as well. Only young desolate beasts could enter the soul tomb, and the combat powers of these young desolate beasts were completely trivial. Furthermore, Blood Moon had used all their hidden cards. It was the tens of millions of years of heritage. The desolate race was bound to fail. Deep in the night, in the vast and endless divine wilderness, there was a region that no one had ever set foot on in a million years. It was completely silent, as if it was a paradise, a land of immortals. However, there were no living things nearby. It was like a land of death. And at this moment, in this land of death, there was a crystal-clear pool of water. A young girl dressed in white with skin white as snow was sitting cross-legged on the water surface. Her dress was sprawled across the water surface, but it did not turn damp. There was a breeze blowing across the water surface, lifting the girl's long hair. She looked like a fairy that lived in solitary. She was Lin Shintong. After leaving the God Advent Tower, Lin Shintong and Yi Yun had separated, and she headed to the divine wilderness alone. She trained herself deep in the divine wilderness, so as to gain insights into the heavenly Tao. Without her realizing, it had already been about half a year. In such a long period of time, Lin Shintong's Great Empress Heart Sutra had already reached an extremely high level. She had even managed to cultivate a trace of the jade marrow spiritual energy described in the Great Empress Heart Sutra. One had to know that the Great Empress Heart Sutra was pretty much tailor-made for Lin Shintong. With a purine body and naturaline meridians, Lin Shintong's cultivation of the Great Empress Heart Sutra was much faster than Yi Yun's. At this moment, under the heavens where a lone moon hung, from where she was sitting, silver light circulated around her, weaving through her hair and body. Examining closely, these strands of silver light were connected to the sky. With these strands gathering together, they formed a faint band of light, which poured down from heaven. It was as if the stars were flowing down like a river. The light band emanated far towards the heavens, as if reaching the moon in the air and all the tiny stars. This region was perennially without sunlight, and it was only illuminated by the moon and stars. The Yin Qi here may be far less intense than the soul tomb located in the far north, but it was extremely pure. The soul tomb's Yin Qi contained a trace of evilness. It nourished ghosts, zombie kings, and inspectors. It would devour a person's life force, causing them to turn weak and die. As for the Yin Qi in this miraculous land, it was soft and cold like spring water. It would not nourish evil ghostly beings, but only nourish Yin elemental treasures, creating pure Yin energy crystals. Of course, unless it was a warrior who cultivated in the pure Yin laws, one would not be able to withstand the Yin Qi. Even extremely powerful desolate beasts would not be able to do so. Lin Shintong was born with naturally terminated meridians, and she would not be injured by this. It was a perfect place for her to cultivate in. The moonlight and starlight here was the energies of extreme Yin. By absorbing these energies here, Lin Shintong's gaining of insights and cultivation increased by the day. The divine wilderness was too large, and there were many places that went beyond one's imagination. Many of these places had never been stepped on by humans, but Lin Shintong had used her understanding of pure Yin laws as well as her acute awareness of the extreme Yin energies in the world to find a sacred land like it. As Lin Shintong was cultivating and respiring the heaven-earth Yin Qi, a tiny transparent bird that emitted a faint light flew towards Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong's eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes. Lifting her hands, the bird landed on her slender, white fingertips. The little bird slowly dissipated, while the corners of Lin Shintong's mouth revealed a faint smile. Yi Yun. The transparent bird was Yi Yun's voice transmission charm. Although Lin Shintong and Yi Yun were separated by tens of millions of miles, there were still special voice transmission charms that could cross such long distances. However, Yi-Yun and Lin Xintong's voice transmission charm was much better in quality. It could travel hundreds of millions of miles, much less tens of millions of miles. This voice transmission charm could also pass the message in seconds. It was a charm refined by the ancient great empress. With her cultivation level, even something casually refined by her was extremely non-trivial. Not only could it span a large distance, the energy fluctuation from the acoustic waves were extremely minute, nearly imperceptible. Land towards the far north, Soul Tomb? Lin Xintong's eyelashes fluttered. The great empress voice transmission charm could pass on large amounts of information. Yi-Yun gave the location of the Soul Tomb as well as its numerous entrances in detail. All of this information naturally came from the masked man's memories. Lin Xintong looked towards the north. Land towards the far north. Lin Xintong softly leaped up, as her foot stepped on the water surface, and then floated away. The only thing left on the pool was a circular ripple slowly expanding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, Entering the Soul Tomb. Chapter 630, Entering the Soul Tomb. In the land of the far north, wind blew in all directions. In the middle of a deep mountain range, a dark purple beam of light suddenly flashed. With that, an intense yuan-qi fluctuation spewed out in various directions. After the beam of light dispersed, a group of youths appeared in the cold and desolate valley. These youths were the members of the Heavenly Tao Union. They had entered a teleportation array from Greatsword Mountain, beginning their Blackstone trials. In the desolate valley, there was an eerie glow, with yin-qi suspended in the air everywhere. What thick, evil aura! This is a land of death. Where are we? The moment the Heavenly Blood Union members came out, they looked around, trying to guess where they were. Yi-Yun looked down at his feet. This teleportation array was made it convenient for Blood Moon members to travel to the Soul Tomb. This mountainous region looked very hidden. Even if someone came here, they might not be able to find the traces of the teleportation array amongst the black rocks. This is the land of the far north. Young Master Fingning's voice sounded. With that, everyone was stunned. Before setting off, they did not know what their destination was. The Martial Alliance had kept this trial absolutely confidential. To think that is the land of the far north. We were teleported that far? Many youths subconsciously looked at the teleportation array they had just walked out of in disbelief. The land of the far north was already out of the Tian Yuan world, it was the northernmost part of this great world. They instantly traversed a distance of tens of millions of miles. This teleportation array was too powerful. It could teleport so many people at the same time, and it could cover such a large distance. These elites were all people with considerable knowledge. They knew that from the factions they came from, even the most powerful teleportation array those factions had was not even a tenth as powerful as this one. These people who had joined the Martial Alliance began to feel the deep heritage that the Martial Alliance had the longer they stayed in it. This also filled them with anticipation for this Blackstone trials. It gave them absolute confidence in their future martial path. As long as they clung onto the Martial Alliance, they would definitely be able to go far. The land of the far north has been labeled as this world's bone burial grounds. It's too cold and desolate. The land of the far north was sparse in yuan-qi. It was a land that very few people dared to tread. Even the number of desolate beasts were extremely few. On the contrary, large numbers of yin spirits were nourished here. These yin spirits loved to devour the raw flesh of humans, making it extremely dangerous. However, at this moment, the elites present did not care for that danger, they felt excited instead. They were all proud people, and they were bountiful in energy and vigor. The location of this training trial is a vestige we discovered. Young Master Fengming said. A vestige in the land of the far north definitely was filled with large amounts of ghostly spirits. It was extremely dangerous, but riches came from taking risks. So if it was not such a place, how could they be given great rewards? Young Master Fengming unlocked the array that sealed the entrance to the Soul Tomb. Yi Yun scanned the reincarnators. There were 6 of them present, but only young Master Fengming of He 4 great young masters was present. As for young Master Zulong, Fairy Sheiji and young Master Qianqi, they were nowhere to be seen. Oh? Where did those people go? Yi Yun began thinking. For such an important mission, those people would definitely not be absent. At this moment, the array had been fully opened. The entrance to the Soul Tomb finally appeared. The eerie and mysterious entrance seemed to lead into another world, causing the group of youths to be filled with anticipation. The people entered the Soul Tomb orderly, with Yi Yun mixed with them. At the back of the group, Yi Yun controlled the masked man to follow behind him. As the Heavenly Tao Union's inspector, the masked man definitely needed to participate in the Blackstone trials. And since the masked man was an inspector himself, he was not restricted by the Bone Age Array's limitation. Furthermore, his body was Shintu Nanshan's, so it was still within the limitations, and he was unaffected. As the 7 people were placed right at the end of the group, the masked man was walking behind Chu Qinger and Chu Kur. The 2 sisters were trembling with fear, as they felt like a demon was walking behind them. They did not even dare turn their heads. At this moment, Yi Yun had finally crossed through the Soul Tomb's entrance. There was membrane of light that was blood red in color. It was extremely sticky, as if it was a layer of blood. Yi Yun had gathered a lot of information regarding the Soul Tomb from the masked man's memories, as the masked man had been deep in slumber in here for millions of years. However, when he entered the Soul Tomb in person, he still felt quite overwhelmed. The Soul Tomb was pitch black. There was a fire torch right in front of them, but the light from the torch was concealed by a layer of gray mist. This gray mist was a result of the extreme accumulation of Yin Qi and evil aura, condensing to form a liquefied mist. Although the mist was thick, when they spread out their perception, all the warriors present could see everything clearly. In the Soul Tomb, the most obvious landmark was a moon hanging high in the sky. And this moon was not yellow in color, it was a deep blood red color. The moon was big and round, and it seemed to be bigger than the moon from the Tian Yuan world. The blood moon hung high in the sky. Yi Yun knew that blood moon had gained its name from the Soul Tomb's blood moon. This was their symbol. In this independent space, everyone was curious as to how there was a blood moon. And at this moment, ah! A ear-piercing shrill echoed. In front of the group, 2 Yin souls charged forward suddenly. They targeted and attacked the few Heavenly Blood Union members walking at the front. Those Heavenly Blood Union members were cream of the crop amongst their peers. After an instant of flustering, they immediately reacted. Instantly, saber beams flashed as sword chi cut through the air. For elites joined forces to kill the 2 Yin souls. With a Yuan Qi explosion, a great amount of the gray mist dissipated. The 2 Yin souls dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind flying ashes. Powerful. A few people behind these Heavenly Blood Union members praised. It was nothing. The few people said modestly. At this moment, young Master Fengming nodded his head as he said in a very pleased manner. For this trial, the number of Yin souls and zombie spirits killed will account for the results of this trial. It will decide your rewards, so work hard. When young Master Fengming said this, it immediately roused the passions of the people. They came to this mystic realm naturally for the opportunities. Immediately, many elites surged forward, hoping to kill more Yin souls. The few of you, line the back. Someone said to Yi Yun. You. Wei Chiwei stared. Since the number of Yin souls killed was part of the scoring criteria, if they hid behind the large group of people, they would be left with nothing. For the group of you, lining the back is the best choice. It's safe there. Someone said in an eccentric manner, mocking Yi Yun and company for their desertion. As these people spoke, they charged deep into the soul tomb, leaving behind Wei Chiwei, the bald youth and company. They were all feeling humiliated. The trials had not begun, but they had already been labeled as failures. They had been ostracized from the core. Senior brother Jiang, what should we do? Wei Chiwei looked helplessly at Yi Yun. In the warrior's world, what mattered was one's strength. Since they were too weak, they had no way of resisting. Yi Yun was the strongest amongst them, yet, he had been subdued by the masked man, resulting in him signing a soul contract. Furthermore, with the elites before them, there were reincarnators leading all of them. Since they were not as strong as them, they could only suffer in silence. All of you can just follow them. Don't worry too much. I'll be right back. As Yi Yun said this, he turned around and headed in another direction. In the soul tomb, the paths were complex like a maze. To prevent them getting lost, they stayed close to the large group. As for Yi Yun, he chose to head in another direction. This made Wei Chiwei and company stunned. Senior brother Jiang, what are you? The few of them did not have the opportunity to react before Yi Yun's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. They wanted to stop him, but they were not fast enough. Furthermore, the masked man was standing behind them. He did not do a thing, as if he did not mind Yi Yun leaving the group. Looking at the masked man's cold and expressionless mask, Wei Chiwei and company held their heads down, not daring to speak a word. Let's go too, but let's hope that senior brother Jiang will be able to catch up with us. The 6 of them were helpless, so they could only proceed along with the main group. In the darkness, Yi Yun used his movement technique, and traveled at an extreme fast speed. In the soul tomb, there were branches and dangerous spots. There were places that were sprawling with zombies, and the smell of rot. There were places that naturally formed a confusion array. The moment one entered them, they would be confused, with no way of exiting. With the masked man's memories, Yi Yun traversed through the soul tomb in an adept manner. He crossed several places that were littered with bones, and finally, he felt a familiar and long-awaited aura. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, Beautiful Figure in the Soul Tomb. Chapter 631, Beautiful Figure in the Soul Tomb. In the eerie and pitch-black soul tomb, the gray mist lingered. There were jagged boulders everywhere, as well as bones scattered above and around the boulders. And in such a setting in the soul tomb, a beautiful figure stood there. The gray mist dissipated naturally around her, not contaminating her one bit. Her clothes were white as snow, and she was a huge contrast in this gray-colored world. She stood there in the dark soul tomb, waiting for Yi Yun's arrival, with a light smile on her face. Shintong. Upon meeting Lin Shintong again, Yi Yun was filled with mixed emotions. He never expected that his reuniting with Lin Shintong would be in such a qi-filled soul tomb. The two of them had voice transmission charms with them, so despite this maze-like soul tomb, they could still precisely locate each other. After being separated for so long, Lin Shintong's appearance did not change one bit. Only her aura had become more mellow, full, and restrained. She stood there like a weak aristocratic young lady, but the dust and evil aura could not affect her purity and exquisiteness. Seeing Lin Shintong in such a state, Yi Yun had sensed that Lin Shintong's cultivation had greatly improved. Although her cultivation realm had not changed, her insights into the heavenly Tao and the Great Empress Heart Sutra had reached an extraordinary point. Shintong, your Great Empress Heart Sutra has improved once again. Back in the God Advent Tower, my cultivation of the Great Empress Heart Sutra was inferior to yours, and now, the gap between us is even greater. Lin Shintong smiled gently, saying, the Great Empress Heart Sutra was originally created by the ancient Great Empress with natural meridians. With my body being the same as hers, it definitely has its advantages cultivating it. As for you, in this half a year, although your insights have not increased much, your strength has increased quite a bit. Ever since he entered the Martial Alliance, Yi-Yun had subdued the 9 neonate beast mark, and he had undergone one heavenly tribulation with it. His cultivation level had also risen to the Tao seed realm of perfection. His strength had indeed increased greatly. Yi-Yun held Lin Xintong's hand and laughed. As for how much my strength has risen, I really do not know. However, we will quickly have a chance to verify it in this expedition to the Soul Tomb. With Blood Moon entering the Soul Tomb this time, there were reincarnators leading the group. Amongst the reincarnators were the 4 young masters. In their previous lives, they were figures who stood at the pinnacle of the Tian Yuan world. From the masked man's memories, Yi-Yun even knew the names of the 4 young masters in their past lives. Yi-Yun greatly wished to battle those 4 people. As Lin Xintong was reuniting with Yi-Yun in the Soul Tomb about 500 miles away, there was another woman who was extremely important to Yi-Yun, Zhang Xiaro. A distance of 500 miles was nothing on the surface, but in the Soul Tomb, due to the maze-like geographical layout, and with various yin qi and evil aura interspersed within, their perception was limited to a very tiny range. Hence, a few hundred miles was sufficient to isolate all external information. Under Zhang Xiao's leadership, the desolate race had arrived in the Soul Tomb 2 days before the Heavenly Tao Union. Although the Soul Tomb had powerful zombie kings, they were already in hibernation, leaving behind small souls and zombies. They posed no threat to the desolate race, but due to the complex layout of the Soul Tomb, there were all sorts of naturally formed mazes and illusionary levels. With the desolate race elite's strength, it was still very simple for them to traverse the Soul Tomb. Successor, we have already walked for 2 days. We should have found the core area, but we have not found where the inspectors hibernate. A red-haired youth bowed and said to Zhang Xiao. This red-haired youth was named Chen Fei. He was Zhang Xiao's escort leader and he was deeply loyal to Zhang Xiao. On the way, Chen Fei was responsible setting up marks to prevent them from retracing paths they had previously walked. They used an array disc to lock onto a direction. In the 2 days, they should have covered more than 500 miles, which was sufficient enough to reach the Soul Tomb's core. And according to the information that the desolate race had previously uncovered, the core of the Soul Tomb was where the inspectors hibernated. However, they had found nothing. Zhang Xiao's eyebrows frowned slightly. She had anticipated the Blood Moon had definitely made sufficient preparations and it would be a bitter battle. There was even a high chance of death. However, she never expected that they had not found where the inspectors hibernated even at this point in time, much less crack the array that protected the hibernation grounds or kill the guarding servants. We seem to have been retracing our steps. Zhang Xiao suddenly said. Chen Fei was stunned as he shook his head. Impossible. In the paths before, I made marks. We never went down paths we had marked before. Besides, the array disc has always been indicating one direction. The compass disc array used by the desolate race was an extraordinary item. It was a superior magical item that could crack many illusion arrays. However, most of the time, even the best magical items and disc arrays depended on who the user was. Despite Chen Fei's strength being pretty good, he was naturally much weaker than the Martial Alliance's reincarnators. Give me the disc array. Zhang Xiao did not give him a chance to explain and took the disc array from Chen Fei's hands. Once Yuan Qi was injected into the disc array, it glowed. The direction it indicated was still the same direction that the desolate race Skyfox had always been heading in. There did not seem to be any problems, but at this moment, a cold beam flashed from Zhang Xiao's eyes. She threw out her right hand, and with a sharp crack, a long black whip swept out. Pa! The air seemed to be torn apart by the whip as it hit the void, with a blue flame exploding out. Zhang Xiao's fingers were nimble. With a tug and pull, the long whip, that was like a snake, instantly recoiled back, bringing something with it. It was an array flag. This is... Chen Fei was alarmed. And behind Zhang Xiao, the other Skyfox members were stunned. With the array flag uprooted, the surrounding space seemed to ripple like water. The layers of gray mist that emanated the surroundings disappeared, leaving behind a vast valley. Within this valley, there was a gigantic white bone that lay across the ground. It looked like the bones of a humongous snake that had wrapped all the young elites of the desolate race in it. And on the head of the white-boned snake sat a woman with a voluptuous figure. The woman's skin was like jade, and she only wore a short veiled cloth that covered her chest. Her stomach was revealed, and on her navel, there was a deep blue gem sparkling. Her face was covered by a purple veil, revealing a pair of eyes. These eyes looked like lakes, with all sorts of sceneries contained in them. Such a beautiful woman was sitting on the gigantic snake head, giving off an odd and sinister feeling. Pa! 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 The girl suddenly clapped. Impressive! The desolate race's new desolate queen was said to have less than 10 years of cultivation, but to have such acute awareness to uproot my array flag, you really have extraordinary talent. Her. The woman suddenly laughed seductively while speaking mid-sentence. Her smile seemed like flowers had bloomed and filled the air. The upheavals of her chest made it extremely alluring. Who are you? Jiang Xiaorou's eyes turned cold as she looked at the enchantress. I have reincarnated several times. I change my name every iteration, so those names no longer have any meaning. I only have a title that never changes. People call me Fairy Sheiji. Sheiji. So you are Sheiji. Nice tactics you have, witch girl. Your array has trapped us for 2 days. Jiang Xiaorou clenched the array flag that her whip had pulled back. She did not reveal any happiness at cracking the array. In the past 2 days, they had either been walking in circles or had walked along a path designated by Sheiji. Although she had finally cracked the array, she had been fooled for quite an extended period of time. This caused Jiang Xiaorou's heart to be covered with a cloud of despair. Blood Moon's reincarnators seemed to be stronger than what they expected. I'm a witch girl. Zay. Sheiji shook her head. I'm really sorry, in the eyes of the people, I'm a fairy. As for you, you are the witch girl. Her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, Snake Bones. Chapter 632, Snake Bones. Between the representatives of the desolate race and the Blood Moon, one was the desolate race's new desolate queen, while the other was a mysterious reincarnator. For the two women to meet in the Soul Tomb, there was no point speaking further, they could only battle. Successor, let me test her out. At this moment, Chen Fei requested while standing beside Jiang Xiaorou. The desolate race did not have any idea of the powers of the reincarnators. The desolate race only knew the Blood Moon had the Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique, and that people who cultivated in this cultivation technique were able to reincarnate several times. As for who was a reincarnator, they did not know. Every reincarnation of the Blood Moon's reincarnators were kept a secret. Over the tens of millions of years, there were large periods of time when the Blood Moon was just conserving its strength, so there would only be 1 or 2 reincarnators who stepped foot on the world. There might even be times when there were none. These reincarnators were very weak when they were just born. They needed to cultivate from the beginning, and in their childhood, an adult at the Purple Blood Realm would be able to easily kill them. If they were to die at that time, it would be quite a loss. Hence, in the millions of years of Blood Moon dormancy, every reincarnator would keep a low profile. Many reincarnators even carried on staying reserved even when their cultivation succeeding in reaching a powerful stage, causing them to be the top figure in the Tian Yuan world. The desolate race had no way of knowing who was a reincarnator, and these reincarnators' true strength was very mysterious. Even amongst the reincarnators, they did not know each other's hidden cards and limits. Under such a situation, Jiang Xiaorou battling Sheiji was no doubt quite risky. With Chen Fei fighting first, he could help Jiang Xiaorou probe Sheiji's strength. At the same time, he also transmitted his voice to get the Skyfox members to prepare a large battle formation. Any single Skyfox member alone had typical combat ability, but when in a large battle formation, their combat ability would be extraordinary. If it was possible, Chen Fei wanted to attempt at killing the witch girl Sheiji in one swift attack. However, Jiang Xiaoro shook her head and transmitted her voice. Chen Fei, stand down. She definitely has something to fall back on for her to dare appear here. How can she be easily killed by all of you? As for all of you, temporarily don't do anything, and just be alert of the surroundings. I feel that there is someone near to Sheiji. I also don't hope on really restraining Sheiji. I just want to see what strength reincarnators have in their youth. Jiang Xiaoro was dressed in a long red robe and her eyes burned with fighting spirit. It was completely different from the young lady from the Cloud Wilderness 10 years ago. Although Sheiji could not hear Jiang Xiaoro's voice transmission, she could roughly guess what Jiang Xiaoro had said to Chen Fei. As she smiled seductively, she removed the veil that obscured her face. Under the veil was an extremely charming and amorous face. There was a faint mole at the corner of her mouth, giving her that additional touch of charm. Let me test the present era's desolate queen's strength. Sheiji lightly laughed. And at that moment, the gigantic snake bones beneath her began trembling. With the resonating sounds, the snake bones that had been buried underground for probably tens of thousands of years emerged out from the ground. Ping! Ping! With 2 consecutive pings, the empty eye sockets of the snake bones suddenly burned with 2 faint green flames, as if they were irises. The desolate race's elites subconsciously took a few steps back when they saw this. In the Soul Tomb, the most terrifying thing was the Eveline Qi, especially the zombie king sleeping within here for tens of thousands of years. And now, Sheiji was able to control one of the zombie bones in the Soul Tomb? Pa! Jiang Xiaoro cracked her whip while sending it out. Her expression remained unchanged. On the whip, light condensed together, forming an azure phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings and charged straight at the snake bones. The gigantic snake roared, spitting out large amounts of intense green flames. The moment the azure phoenix entered the flames, its wings tore through the flames like its wings were blades. Oh! Sheiji's eyes lit up and immediately gave a seductive laugh. As she flicked her 10 fingers, about a dozen of bone spikes flew forward. These bone spikes sparkled with a blinding frostlight as they whistled through the air, stabbing the phoenix's body. See? The phoenix's wings shook, completely brushing the bone spikes away. Following that, it continued in its attack at Sheiji. Against this scene, Sheiji was in no way flustered. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a charming smile. Explode! With her saying that, the bone spikes that were being scattered to the ground exploded, forming plumes of green smoke. The phoenix was enveloped by the smoke and quickly corroded. The glimmer in Jiang Xiaoro's eyes dimmed, and as she brandished her whip, emitting light flashes while dissipating the toxic smoke around her. At this moment, Sheiji's eyes flashed serious again. Pointing at the gigantic snake. Go! Boom! The gigantic snake's massive body moved like lightning and came coiling around Jiang Xiaoro. Sheiji revealed a sinister smile. She intended to take advantage of the moment when Jiang Xiaoro was diverted of her attention when the phoenix was injured. By using the snake to coil Jiang Xiaoro, she would then be squeezed to her death. After that beautiful figure of hers was squeezed into meat pulp, she wanted to know if the people from the desolate race would still look at that meat pulp like she was still some goddess. Seeing this scene, Chen Fei and the other Skyfox members turned worried. Successor, be careful. Jiang Xiaoro's soft body looked too frail compared to the ferocious white-boned gigantic snake. The gigantic snake's motions caused the mountains to vibrate. There were continuously rubble falling. The small ones were about the size of a fist, while the large ones were as big as a grinder. The rubble all contained terrifying evil aura. It gave off a suppressing stifle. The Skyfox members had no choice but to avoid or shatter those rubble. But amongst the falling avalanche, the red-dressed Jiang Xiaoro hovered motionlessly in the middle of the sky, being in the center of the gigantic snake's coiled body. Suddenly, she extended her hands slowly, causing her large sleeves to flutter in the air. It looked like she was going to be blown along with the wind. A tone that sounded like it came from ancient times but exuded an air of mysterious wonder came out from between her lips. At the same time, it also seemed to be emitted from the wind around her, but at this moment, a trace of azure energy flow began to circulate around her body. Unnecessary tricks. Go! Kill her! Sheiji strengthened her control of the gigantic snake. Even if Jiang Xiaoro had some other techniques, with the gigantic snake's oppressive strength, she would definitely be injured. However, at that instant, the azure energy was injected into the gigantic snake's body, causing Jiang Xiaoro and the gigantic snake to connect. The green flames that took the place of its eyes suddenly flickered. The gigantic snake that came with a formidable momentum seemed to be agitated by the azure energy, and immediately following that, its speed gradually decreased till it stopped. Sheiji was momentarily stunned. What was going on? She continuously tried to take control of the gigantic snake, but to no avail. Its head only constantly shook, as if it was struggling. Jiang Xiaoro flew before the gigantic snake. In front of the gigantic snake's head, she looked extremely minute and weak, however, her aura was like the gigantic snake's ancestor. It caused the gigantic snake to not even dare raise its ferocious head. What? It was not random for Sheiji's name to contain the word "she," snake. She had the power to control snakes. With her understanding of the spiritual death laws, Sheiji was able to even control snake bones by injecting her energy into it. She never expected that it would suddenly turn ineffective today. Is it strange? Jiang Xiaoro stretched out her hand to touch the gigantic snake's head, while smiling at Sheiji. My race's connection with desolate beasts is through the spiritual soul. This snake may be dead, but as it is buried within this soul tomb, its soul hasn't dissipated after death. Although it has been so many years, the spiritual soul might have weakened a lot from when it was alive, but that is already sufficient for me. As Jiang Xiaoro spoke, she stepped onto the snake's head. The snake's body immediately trembled, as the green flames in its eye sockets burned faintly. It no longer resisted, on the contrary, it raised its head, lifting Jiang Xiaoro up. Following that, the snake looked at Sheiji with surging killing intent. Upon seeing this scene, Sheiji felt her heart go cold. This set of snake bones was not randomly chosen by her. In the past million years, she had once come to the soul tomb in one of her past reincarnations' youth. She had particularly chosen this set of snake bones and refined it, but today, it had been easily robbed away by Jiang Xiaoro? Even the members of the desolate race were stunned with widened eyes, let alone Sheiji. None of them could believe what had unfolded in front of their eyes. Indeed, the desolate race used their ability to connect with the spiritual soul to control desolate beasts, but, just with that tiny bit of lingering soul, she was able to control a desolate beast that had been dead for so many years? This subverted what they had known all along. If it were them, they would not be able to control a desolate beast that recently died, let alone a desolate beast that had died so long ago. Jiang Xiaoro's control was heaven-defying. Seeing Jiang Xiaoro approach on the snake, Sheiji was momentarily flustered. Her eyeballs subconsciously moved, looking towards a corner in the void. This unobvious glance was noticed by Jiang Xiaoro's acute eyes. Indeed, there was another person hiding here. Faintly, Jiang Xiaoro had a feeling of being observed secretly. Interesting, really interesting. I originally thought that she was a desolate race genius that has the ability to awake her ancient bloodline, but it seems that is not the only thing. This sort of bloodline is really fascinating. A voice muttered to itself in the darkness. His aura was completely hidden within the darkness, making it difficult for Jiang Xiaoro to accurately pinpoint the person's actual position. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Bitter Encounter. Chapter 633, Bitter Encounter. Although they never expected Jiang Xiao to have such strength and ability, when the Skyfox members saw Jiang Xiao suppress Sheiji completely, they felt extremely excited. This was the first time that they witnessed their desolate queen enter combat with Blood Moon, and the outcome filled them with pride. Immediately, they felt even more loyalty and reverence towards Jiang Xiao. Seeing the reactions of the Skyfox members, Sheiji suddenly laughed loudly while Jiang Xiao slowly approached her. She laughed like flowers exploding into dispersing petals, with her back bent over. The only thing was that while she was laughing, her pair of eyes were still looking sinisterly at Jiang Xiao. "You witch girl, what are you laughing at?" Chen Fei felt frustrated hearing her laugh. He was considering if he should suddenly activate the battle formation and destroy the witch girl with lightning speed. At this moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly looked towards the side where Sheiji was standing, which was also where she had previously glanced. She said, "Since you are here, why are you hiding? Come on out. You will come out sooner or later." Jiang Xiao's voice sounded full of confidence. She had already decided that she could beat Sheiji alone, and the person hiding in the dark would definitely not stay idle. When Sheiji heard Jiang Xiao's words, she was alarmed. She never expected Jiang Xiao to have already made the discovery. The void remained silent. And only after some time did a derisive voice sound out. "What high spirits, but you really have the rights to be so domineering. This strength of yours completely depends on your bloodline. There's really no second person with it. That's alluring." As the person spoke, the void suddenly fluctuated, as a spatial dimension door appeared out of thin air. From within out came a black dress man. There was not only one, but two. One of them was thin and he did not look good. His eyes were deeply recessed and he had an insidious aura, giving one an extremely unpleasant feeling. As for the other man, he was standing behind the first person. He was stout and he had a calm aura. Although he stood in the void, it gave people the feeling that he did not exist at all. Jiang Xiao was alarmed to discover that her perception could penetrate that person completely, yet she could not discover his existence. That was to say, if Jiang Xiao was to close her eyes, she would not have sensed this person before her. This made Jiang Xiao's heart palpitate. The sensation she had felt all along was the thin man. As for the stout man, she had never sensed him from the beginning. At this moment, the thin, insidious-looking man spoke. He looked at Sheiji and said in a queer manner, "Sheiji, you took the initiative to request for the assignment, saying you wanted to behead the beautiful new desolate queen. I thought you could do it alone, but why did you end up in such a miserable state?" The insidious-looking man gave a mocking look as he made his biting remark. Sheiji only sneered at the derisive remark. She said indignantly, "You have been hiding in a corner from the beginning, and yet, you think so highly of yourself? Do you think that you are a lot stronger than me? Hee, we haven't seen each other in quite a number of reincarnations. You probably really do not know how powerful I am." As the insidious man chuckled craftily, he spoke with confidence. Jiang Xiao quietly looked at the two of them, without minding them too much. She really cared about the stout man that had not spoken a word. This person gave a very terrifying impression. He was quietly watching Jiang Xiao too as a smirk formed. "Stop quarreling. It's best to end the battle quickly to prevent prolonged trouble. I feel that someone else has also entered the soul tomb." The stout man was the leader of the four young masters, young Master Zhulong. What he said was with absolute authority. "Oh? There are others?" Fairy Sheiji and young Master Qianqi was slightly alarmed. There were alerting arrays in the Sheiji. Although I was not difficult to enter the soul tomb, they would still be the first to be informed if someone entered it. They did not know that Yi Yun was familiar with the layout of the alerting arrays in the soul tomb. He had informed Lin Xintong on how to avoid triggering them early on. and after entering the soul tomb, she did not veer away. This also eliminated the possibility for these people to discover Lin Shinton. It's just a premonition. However, my premonition is seldom incorrect. As Zhulong spoke, his eyes never left Jiang Xiao. He said to Jiang Xiao, "Meeting you is an opportunity for me. I want your bloodline." Zhulong's words were calm and nonchalant. It was as if he was narrating something that was taken for granted. When the desolate race elites heard this, they were all infuriated. Who did this person think he was to speak so boastfully? Towards the desolate race elites, Jiang Xiao was a goddess in their hearts, a sacred being that was not to be insulted. Yet this ignoramus, who did not know the meaning of life and death, wanted to encroach on the desolate queen's bloodline. And to want a desolate queen's bloodline only had a few methods. Either he devoured her or transplanted the blood essence, did dual cultivation or used her blood to refine into pills. And with the blood moon and the human race, the most common technique towards a desolate race member who had awoken the ancient bloodline was to use the latter method, which was refining their blood into desolate pills. How could they tolerate someone from using their desolate queen as an ingredient for refining pills? Brothers, set up the formation. Chen Fei's voice was filled with killing intent. All the Skyfox members immediately gathered together. Each individual Skyfox member might be weak, but when they formed the large formation, their strength was completely on a different level. And no matter how strong Zhulong was, he was only one person. As for the remaining Qiangqi and Sheiji, Jiang Xiao could handle them herself. It was unlikely she would be defeated so quickly in a 1 versus 2 situation. Chen Fei refused to believe that with so many people in their Skyfox and a large formation would fail to defeat one person. Towards the blasphemy dealt to Jiang Xiao, the desolate race elites were all furious. Immediately, formation flags were taken out by them, forming a line. The large formation they set up required 49 formation flags. There are 50 numbers in Diyan, but the use is only 49, leaving the grand one unused. The so-called Diyan was to predict the changes of the world. As for the grand one, it was Taiji. As it was forever unchanging, it was not used. The Diyan formation of the desolate race's highlight was its infinite transformations, preventing it from being seen through. Chen Fei had absolute confidence in the Diyan formation. Furthermore, the Diyan formation was sufficient with 49 people, but to prevent members in the formation dying midway, there were in fact 64 Skyfox members. The other 15 were backups. Such a formation could not be said to be weak. However, just as the Diyan formation was about to be set up, Zhulong remained standing with his hands behind his back in midair. He watched nonchalantly at all this, as if he was not bothered by the Diyan array. This made Chen Fei's heart sink. How could this Zhulong be so confident? However, he still believed that it was impossible for Zhulong alone to match their 60-strong team. Kill. Just as Chen Fei was about to activate the formation with a formation flag in hand, there was another strong fluctuation in space. Behind Zhulong, a 100 feet wide spatial dimension door slowly opened. A group of youths, who despite clearly having experienced numerous battles before this, walked out of the spatial dimension door with excited expressions. However, when they saw the scene before them, they were immediately stunned. Clearly, they did not expect to see so many people on the other end of the spatial dimension door. Heavenly Tao Union. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed as his heart sank suddenly. Translator's note: as promised, the video now stands at 180,000 views, so here's the promised second chapter of the day. Just 20,000 views for another chapter. I'm not sure how YouTube collates their views, but you need to finish watching at least the whole video to count. Also, if you want to mute it, don't use YouTube's muting abilities. Do it from Windows or use the ability to mute the particular tab on your browser. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Diyan Formation. Chapter 634, Dian Formation. Where is this? Who are these people? The Heavenly Blood Union members that suddenly appeared were all stunned by the scene before them. They noticed that the people here were clearly from two opposing camps. They had seen young Master Zulong, Sheiji and company before, so they knew them as the leaders of the Heavenly Tao Union. And across young Master Zulong were people dressed in attires that gave off a savage feeling. On the gigantic white-boned snake, there was a beautiful woman dressed in red, who immediately attracted their attention. Many of them quickly found this beautiful woman familiar. Young Master Flingning's voice boomed. All Heavenly Blood Union members, the Desolate Race's Desolate Queen, which girl Jiang Sharo is here. To those who kill her, you would be rewarded 10 longevity extending pills, 10,000 supreme grade relics and bestowed with the title Blood Union Ambassador, as well as the complete Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique. The Heavenly Blood Union members could not process his sudden words in time, and only felt his voice resounding in their heads. Longevity extending pills, supreme grade relics, Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique. These rewards stimulated their senses. And the words Jiang Sharo immediately lit up in the Heavenly Blood Union members' minds. It's that Desolate Race witch girl. They recalled the contents of the wanted notice, and they had all seen Jiang Sharo's portrait before. Everyone, we have received news early on that the Desolate Race's young elites would enter this mystic realm. The most critical part of this trial is to defeat the Desolate Race elites and kill Jiang Sharo. This will be a chance for you to make a name for yourself. Young Master Fengming's voice sounded calm. Although he did not sound fervent or excited, it was filled with enticement that bewitched the human race elites. Just the rewards in the wanted notices for killing Jiang Sharo was extremely alluring, much less the rewards for the Blackstone trials. The Desolate Race had been opposed to the human race for many years. The Desolate Race's Desolate Monarch was always the human race's sworn enemy. If they could kill a young Desolate Monarch, then they would definitely make a name for themselves in the Tian Yuan world. Who didn't want such a thing? He. Don't destroy Jiang Sharo's corpse. If you are lucky enough, you might also get a portion after her corpse is used to refine into desolate pills. That sure is good stuff. Young Master Qiangi added on while chuckled sinisterly. His eyes were filled with a ravaging greed when he looked at Jiang Sharo. Zay, it's really such a pity to do that to such a beauty. In the eyes of the humans, this peerless beauty, Jiang Sharo represented the allure of desire, fame and strength. When Chen Fei and the other Skyfox members saw this, their eyes turned cold. Killing intent rose from their hearts as they wanted to kill all the people before them. In the eyes of the humans, the members of the Desolate Race were no different from desolate beasts. They would not treat them as equals, or even consider them as intelligent life forms. In fact, in the eyes of the Desolate Race, the human race were also arch-enemies. The division between us and them was irreconcilable. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Sharo sighed slightly. She was the only person present who had lived amongst the two races. However, she was powerless to alter the animosity between the two species. In this world, intelligent species were always greedy and cruel. In fact, human nature was arguably evil. Some people were inclined to kill people of their own species. After gaining pleasure from doing so, they would then plunder the riches of others for themselves. Some people killed thousands to make ghost summoning banners, seizing young ladies as cultivating slaves, and even doing despicable acts towards young girls. Many a time, when these people released their deviant inhibitions, they would resort to anything while acting fanatically. However, due to the prohibitions of morality, and the laws and rules established by large factions in this world, many people could only strongly suppress the evil in their hearts. But this suppression would be lifted without any worries when it was another species in question. As they were not of the same species, they could vent the evil in their hearts. They would not be considered cruel and bloodthirsty while engaging in those atrocities. On the contrary, they could be proud of it. For example, they would not be criticized if they infiltrated the Desolate Race's grounds, plundering large numbers of desolate race young ladies as cultivation slaves. From a certain point of view, the conflict between the human and desolate race was not completely engineered by the blood moon. It was a result of the natural instincts between two intelligent life forms, wishing to vent the corrupt nature in their hearts. Warriors possessed powerful strength, and the process to obtain that was fraught with danger and difficulty. Hence, when these people possessed immense strength, they would not think of doing heroic deeds, but instead, wished to enjoy in debauchery. They wanted to use their strength to create their own kingdom, allowing them to bully and suppress others freely. They wanted to control the fate of others. Hence, although these people had been deceived by Blood Moon, they were not completely innocent. Jiang Xiao felt a sense of despair thinking of this. She didn't even bother telling the human elites of the Blood Moon's nefarious plot, as it was meaningless. If you want to come, go ahead. Jiang Xiao was expressionless. Her peerless beauty seemed unstained like a sacred and pure fairy. Kill her. After that we will kill human traitor Yun. We will let the siblings unite in hell. There's no need to go easy on the vile desolate race. There's no need to talk about fairness and morality. The heavenly blood union began attacking as various vibrant colors of powerful sword shadows and saber flashes enveloped the sky while they attacked Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao did not even blink. Her expression was still as water, but at this moment, Chen Fei, who had been waiting ever ready, lifted his formation flag. The desolate race's elites had already gathered enough energy, activating the Dian formation. Boom! The desolate race's elites disappeared from sight. Faintly, the mountains trembled as a gigantic skyfox appeared behind Jiang Xiao. This skyfox was immense in size, like a tiny mountain. Its eyes were sharp and penetrative. It was filled with anger. This was the skyfox conjured by the Dian formation. Chen Fei stood in the core of the formation, but his position was constantly changing. As long as more than half the desolate race's elites remained alive and well, the skyfox would be indestructible. Against the sword shadows and saber flashes from the humans, the skyfox gave a furious bellow. It stretched out its sharp claws and attacked. Although the claw was just a phantom image, it looked extremely lifelike, even its fur texture could be seen clearly. Careful! A heavenly blood union genius exclaimed. They could sense the immense power within the attack. The strong suppressive feeling made their hair stand. The group of people that had been locked on by the skyfox's claws immediately retreated, but how could they be in time? The Dian formation was the strongest formation the juniors of the desolate race's younger generation could use. Furthermore, the humans were hastily attacking, while the desolate race members were poised to strike. The skyfox's claw whistled through the air. It was too fast. It exceeded the elite's reactions. The skyfox's strike contained all the anger from the desolate race's elites. Its power far exceeded the heavenly blood union members' expectations. Boom! Power of desolates exploded as energy wantonly surged out. The Yuan Qi blasts sent out by the humans were torn through as the skyfox's claw swiped across the group of humans. Its spear-like sharp claws directly grabbed 5 people. These 5 people's protective Yuan Qi turned like paper pulp before the power of the sharp claws. There was no way for them to resist. Terrible screams were immediately heard as some of their necks were broken, or had their chests ripped open. Blood spurted everywhere. Junior brother's son. Third brother. The severely injured humans had relatives or friends in the heavenly Tao Union. Seeing them being dealt with a fatal blow, the eyes of their closed ones immediately turned red. Ever since they entered the soul tomb, they had been engaged in battle, killing numerous souls, but none of them were injured or killed. But here, they suffered massive injuries and deaths right from the beginning in the fight against the desolate race. These people were elites of the various large factions of the Tian Yuan world, so every death was an extremely great loss. Don't panic. At this moment, Julong's voice rang in everyone's ears. His voice was calm and steady, and had been immediately transmitted. The desolate race's Yin formation may be powerful, but if you were to gather energy and set up a formation, you would be able to easily resist it. As for the people who have been sacrificed, don't worry. They are not dead yet. As Julong spoke, he waved his hand and the 5 severely injured Heavenly Blood Union members were pulled over to him. Their devastated bodies were locked on by an amorphous energy, while their expressions looked like they were in extreme pain. Souls, come over! Julong shouted clearly. The bodies of the 5 suddenly convulsed as their souls were extracted by a baffling energy from their heads, forming soul marks. I don't want to die. The few souls struggled. Although their souls had left their bodies, they still possessed thoughts. Upon seeing this scene, people were stunned. One of them was even beheaded, yet Julong was able to keep their spiritual souls? With that Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique, this might not be the end of you. I will keep your spiritual souls. If there are meritorious contributions, you can cultivate the Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique, keeping your spiritual souls for reincarnation. From then, you would be reincarnators. As Julong spoke, he waved again, keeping their bodies. Reincarnate the spiritual souls? The miserable souls that remained intact under the energy felt extremely excited hearing this. They still had a chance to become reincarnators? Although it was a pity abandoning their original bodies, it might be a blessing in disguise if they became reincarnators. However, they did not know that people who had lost their bodies could never cultivate the Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique. Julong prevented their souls from dissipating not by using the spiritual soul laws, but spiritual death laws. To save a person on the brink of death was too difficult, but it was a lot easier by using spiritual death laws. However, the only fate awaiting these people was not reincarnation, but to become inspectors. As for their bodies, they would be stored to become inspector vessels. The effects would just be slightly worse than possessing a live person. Seek revenge for our companions. Destroy the desolate race, kill Jiang Xiaro. Brothers, set up the formation. The human elites quickly recovered from their daze. After the desolate race's Yin formation made its first strike, it was still reconditioning itself, preparing for its second strike. Young Master Qianqi suddenly leaped up. The nerve you get with some trivial witchcraft. He held a chain hook in hand, and was planning on attacking while the Yin formation was reconditioning itself, killing several desolate race geniuses. And at the moment he charged at the Skyfox, a long whip blocked his path. Young Master Qianqi turned to see Jiang Xiaro looking coldly at him. Your opponent is me. You want to block a few reincarnators yourself? Sheiji sneered. The Yin formation's power was sufficient to handle the Heavenly Blood Union members, but it was impossible for Jiang Xiaro to battle the few reincarnators alone. Why do you want to die so soon? Sheiji laughed. Jiang Xiaro sighed lightly and said extremely calmly. Life is short, so what's there to be afraid of death? For you to live such lives is a tragedy in itself. Translator's note, 190,000 views now. So another 10,000 more views for another free chapter. I'm not sure how YouTube collates their views, but you need to finish watching at least the whole video to count. Also, if you want to mute it, don't use YouTube's muting abilities. Do it from Windows or use the ability to mute the particular tab on your browser. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, Red Plum. Chapter 635, Red Plum. All the members of the desolate race already expected war to break out in the Soul Tomb. Everyone who entered the Soul Tomb were determined to fight to the death, including Jiang Xiaro. Jiang Xiaro only knew that Yi Yun did not exit the Great Empress Mystic Realm ever since he entered it 7 years ago. Now, Yi Yun was probably still in reclusive training within the Great Empress Mystic Realm, and the Blood Moon had already put an astronomical bounty on his head. After Yi Yun inherited the ancient Great Empress inheritance, he was at the top of the Blood Moon's kill list. All Jiang Xiao wished was for Yi Yun to stay within the Great Empress mystic realm for a century. She hoped he would only come out when he had the absolute power. And hopefully when that happened, Yi Yun would have the ability to fight against what he was up against. And during this century, Jiang Xiao was determined to fight alongside the desolate race to the death. However, Jiang Xiao was just an ordinary woman. She did all this not because she wished to bring salvation to all life under the heavens. She did not have such sublime pursuits. She only battled for her loved ones. In her life, she only had two relatives. One of them was Yi Yun, while the other was her mother. To battle two reincarnators, Sheiji and Xiangqi, alone, it was bound to be a bitter fight. Furthermore, there was the unfathomable Zhulong amongst the reincarnators. As he watched the battle unfold, Zhulong stood with his hands behind his back, while 5 plumes of fire floated around him, as if he was not one bit worried. These plumes of fire were the spiritual souls of the Heavenly Blood Union members that had been killed by the Deyin formation previously. Their souls were being condensed under the spiritual death laws. Not only had they not dissipated, they could also spectate the battle. This greatly bolstered the confidence of the Heavenly Blood Union members. People were bound to be afraid of death, and now, with something to fall back on, they were a lot more braver in their fight. They could now disregard their lives, and even if they sacrificed themselves, by contributing meritoriously, they could even become reincarnators. Jiang Xiao even felt derision coming from the 5 burning souls. These 5 people were waiting for the reincarnators and the Heavenly Blood Union members to seek revenge for them. They wanted to see the desolate race elites completely devastated, and to witness Jiang Xiao being used to refine pills. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath as she clenched the long whip in her hand. Her aura constantly rose till she looked like a lofty mountain that could not be looked straight at. Divine patterns began to appear on Jiang Xiao's face. This was the Sacred Spirit's divine pattern. Back when Jiang Xiao climbed up the divine bone altar, she had gained the recognition of the desolate race's sacred spirit when she awoke her ancient bloodline. And a portion of the Sacred Spirit's strength had been left within Jiang Xiao's bloodline. Successor. The moment Chen Fei saw Jiang Xiao's face etched with divine patterns, Chen Fei clenched his fists tightly as he felt his heart ache. Although the desolate race's sacred spirit's strength was immense, it was not to be easily used. Especially with Jiang Xiao having cultivated for such a short period of time, her cultivation level was still insufficient to use the sacred spirit's strength without care despite having a heaven-defying bloodline. Every use of the sacred spirit's strength would greatly drain Jiang Xiao of her qi and blood. It was equivalent to burning her life essence. Chen Fei naturally did not feel pleasant seeing Jiang Xiao burn her life essence to battle. Chen Fei clenched his teeth and looked at the Heavenly Blood Union members hatefully. He clenched the bone sword in his hand. Kill! Kill them all! As the desolate race elites were engaging in an intense battle with the Heavenly Blood Union members, there were still many human geniuses who lined the back, having not crossed through the spatial dimension door. There were a lot more Heavenly Blood Union members than the Skyfox members. Furthermore, when they entered the Soul Tomb for the training experiences, they had split into several small teams. Birds of the same feather flocked together, so in the Heavenly Blood Union, those people with the advantages naturally grouped into a small team together. These small teams walked right in front of the procession. The front lines gave them greater opportunities to kill in souls, allowing them to receive better results for the trial, and in turn, better rewards. As for the marginalized Heavenly Blood Union members, they could only pick up the scraps along the back. As for the worst team, it was no doubt the small team formed by Wei Chi-Wei, the Chu sisters and company. Their small team only had 7 people, but their main leader, Zhang Yidao, was not around. As for the remaining 6 people, their strength was relatively weaker. They were ostracized to the point of not even having scraps left. They were nearly 5 kilometers behind the first group. And the worst thing was that a malignant star was following behind them. The masked man that struck terror in their hearts was just following behind them, and had been doing so all along. In the hearts of the six, this masked man was even more terrifying than ferocious ghosts. It was a test of the six people's mental strength to traverse through the eerie and dark Soul Tomb while being tailed by a ferocious demon. Especially with Chu Chinger and Chu Koramore's timid temperament, whenever the masked man walked too close to them, they would feel their backs go cold as their hair stood up. They felt their stomachs churning just from the walking. Why is this malignant star constantly following us? We have already signed a soul contract and cannot betray the Martial Alliance. What's the point of following us constantly? If he wants to follow someone, he should do it to those with nepotic relations with the Martial Alliance. Gong Sun Hong and company are practically the sons of the Martial Alliance. Wei Chi Wei and company grumbled in their hearts. They found the masked man's intentions completely incomprehensible, but they did not dare ask. Just thinking of the haunting ghost following them from behind made they feel restricted in everything they wanted to do. At this moment, they arrived at a spatial dimension door. The Heavenly Blood Union members from before had all passed through this spatial dimension door. The six people dawdled, for they did not have any intention of entering. They had already expected the outcome for the trials. They were destined to not even have scraps left for them. And at this moment, an energy shockwave passed through the spatial dimension door, causing their faces to ache slightly. Oh? There's a battle in front? Wei Chi Wei was stunned momentarily. For the energy shockwave to pass through the spatial dimension door, the battle had to be intense. The other Heavenly Blood Union members were filled with excitement whenever there was a battle, but Wei Chi Wei and company only wished to keep their distance from the battle. Seeing the masked man follow behind them, they had no choice but to unwilling walk through the spatial dimension door. Just as they entered the spatial dimension door, they felt a terrifying gust of tumultuous wind blow at them. Even though the six of them were prepared beforehand, they were struck by the strong wind, pushing them back. As for the weaker Chu Chinger and Chu Kur, they were sent flying by the wind. What happened? The six of them were alarmed. There were only 9 souls along the way and the fights were quite trivial, but why was it so intense this time? When they finally managed to regain their footing, the six of them were even more stunned seeing the scene before them. The battle before their eyes was even more intense than they had anticipated. The Heavenly Blood Union members were already swarming out in full strength. They had formed several battle formations, engaging in a brutal fight with the other party. The conflict has resulted in massive destruction and a rising death toll on both sides, and the scene looked extremely horrific. What caught their attention the most was the spot in the middle of the intense conflict. A red-dressed young lady was standing on a gigantic white bone snake. She held a whip in hand, while facing the Martial Alliance's reincarnators and more than 100 Heavenly Blood Union members. Her hair was sprawling and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. She looked like a red plum that had been soaked in blood. She emitted a forlorn but beautiful aura. Who is she? Wei Chi Wei and company did not immediately put a name to the red-dress lady. However, standing behind them, the masked man who had been expressionless and silent all along, stood there stunned when he saw the red-dressed lady. Through the cold mask, he used his expressionless eyes to look at the red-dressed lady. Time seemed to stop at that very moment. Elder Sis? Jiang Xiaro. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Zhulong makes a move. Chapter 636, Zhulong makes a move. The moment Yi Yun saw Jiang Xiaro, he felt his heart palpitate. It had been about a decade since he separated from Jiang Xiaro at Chu Prefecture City in a life-and-death situation. Just thinking of the 10 years filled Yi Yun with mixed emotions. He never expected to reunite with his elder sister in the Soul Tomb today. Since Jiang Xiaro had returned to the Desolate race, the people she was leading was definitely the elite members of the Desolate race. It was easy to guess her goal for appearing in the Soul Tomb with so many elite members of the Desolate race. They were here to fight Blood Moon. As for Jiang Xiaorou's opponents, the four reincarnators, especially Zhu Long, had extremely terrifying strength. Yi Yun did not expect Jiang Xiaorou to be able to battle against four alone. Yi Yun, what's the matter with you? Upon seeing Yi Yun's expression change, Lin Xintong asked. Although they had reunited in the Soul Tomb, they did not plan on immediately rushing to battle Blood Moon. They were planning on waiting for Blood Moon to arrive at the area where the inspectors were hibernating before making their move, destroying all the hibernating inspectors. We'll talk along the way. Yi Yun directly grabbed Lin Xintong's soft hand and began flying through the Soul Tomb. The Soul Tomb was filled with complex geographical features that made it like a maze. There were also the naturally formed illusion arrays suffused with Yin aura. Even though Yi Yun was familiar with the Soul Tomb's layout, his speed was still a lot slower compared to him traveling on the surface. You 6 deserters have actually come? When Wei Chiwei and company appeared at the battlefield, a Heavenly Blood Union team beside them said in a reproaching manner. Step up. These Heavenly Blood Union team members directly raised a Yuan Qi barrier around Wei Chiwei and company. At this moment, there were strong energy storms wantonly traversing around the valley. With the Heavenly Blood Union team's Yuan Qi barriers pressing against each other, it made it difficult for them to keep their footing. For the bald youth, he could still fend for himself in the chaos due to having a higher cultivation level. As for the Chu sisters, they were just too young. The amount of time they had cultivated had not been long, so although their strength exceeded people their age, they were far weaker compared to the senior members of the Heavenly Blood Union. The 2 sisters screamed in alarm as they were nearly swept away by the energy storms. And at this moment, the members of the Desolate race had finally prepared a new round of their primary attack. Both sides were already completely immersed in the act of killing, so they no longer cared who was part of the Heavenly Blood Union. They blasted energy shockwaves indiscriminately. All the Desolate race elites were determined to fight to the death, so their fighting spirit was vehement. Together with the Deyin formation, even though the Heavenly Blood Union had a lot more members than the Skyfox members, they were still a force to be reckoned with. On! A gigantic Skyfox phantom image roared under the Blood Moon. The storm exploded as the Skyfox opened its ferocious mouth and bit at the Heavenly Blood Union members. The wanton winds swept through the valley as an immense attractive force tore through the void. The Chu sisters, who were barely able to resist, completely lost the ability to resist against this explosive power of Desolates. They exclaimed in the storm, as their frail bodies got whipped by the storm. That's bad. Standing beside the Chu sisters, Wei Chiwei stretched out his hand in alarm trying to grab them, but he only managed to grab Chu Ker's sleeve. Chi La. The sleeve tore, revealing Chu Ker's beautiful arm. Even clothes made from heavenly silk could not withstand the immense power. Oh no! Wei Chiwei was unable to fend for himself, so he no longer had the ability to save the Chu sisters. He could only watch helplessly as the sisters got swept towards the Skyfox's enormous mouth. The 2 lively girls had not even killed a single soul ever since they entered the Soul Tomb. Wei Chiwei mourned for the beauties that were about to die at such a young age, considering they were in the same boat. In the storm, the Chu sisters' faces were pale. They were completely filled with trepidation. The only thing they could do was tightly grasp each other's hand while they experienced the death that was awaiting them. Their 2 small hands were both cold, grasping each other with complete despair. However, just as they were certain that their fates had been sealed, an extremely cold energy wrapped around them. This energy was fearsome and infused with killing intent. It made them shudder from the cold. But when this energy came down like a torrent, the surging power of Desolates became like a bucket of water being poured into the sea, quickly dissipating. The storm weakened, as the 2 sisters were awestruck. They were unsure what had happened, but they could not waste the chance. They gritted their teeth and circulated all their energy. Boom! The storm was forcefully torn apart, as the Chu sisters dropped from the sky, slamming heavily to the ground. They were still clinging on to each other's hands. Their palms were all covered in cold sweat. They had survived. They had really survived. The two sisters had hardly recovered from their shock. They did not know where the sudden cold energy that saved their lives came from. Great! Wei Chi-wei heaved a sigh of relief. Anything swept into the terrifying Skyfox's mouth was bound to be reduced to dust. He did not want to see these two pretty and young girls turn into a mess of blood and flesh. A miracle had saved them. Who saved us? The two sisters looked back to find the person who saved them. The energy that was cold enough to nearly froze their souls was still fresh on their minds. However, when they glanced behind, all they saw were Heavenly Dao Union members fending for themselves. These people definitely could not spare the effort to save them. The only person who looked unfazed was the Heavenly Dao Union's inspector, the masked man. Recalling the cold energy, it was really somewhat similar to the masked man, could it be? A thought like this struck the Chu sisters but was quickly rejected by them. Their legs turned weak just from a stare from this malignant star, and they would thank their lucky stars if he didn't kill them, so how could he save them? If not for this malignant star, they would not have needed to sign the soul contract and enter the soul tomb. The battle reached its climax as the Skyfox's mouth bit at the front lines of the Heavenly Blood Union. Vast amounts of power of desolates came surging, causing all of these human warriors to bleed from all their orifices. The protective shield they had collectively created was about to shatter. Although the entire desolate race's strength was inferior to the Heavenly Blood Union, they were a lot more united. Furthermore, due to their beliefs in honor, they were determined to fight to the death. This allowed about 60 of them to suppress the more than 100 Heavenly Blood Union members. As for the human trial takers, their main concern was the rewards at the end of the trial. They only wanted to accomplish meritorious deeds in order to obtain the manuals of various techniques. In this battle, their own safety was first amongst their concerns. As long as they conserved their own combat power, it was more likely for them to accomplish greater meritorious deeds. As for their companions, other than friends, the others were just acquaintances. To put it bluntly, they were competitors, so it was not necessarily a bad thing for their competitors to die. As for the battle's outcome, they were not worried at all. There were 7 reincarnators present. Furthermore, with the 4 young masters around, how could they lose? Young masters Fengming and Zhulong had not even made a move. Conserving their strength to get a chance at beheading Zhang Xiara was the most important thing. The Skyfox roared. The Heavenly Blood Union small team that comprised of slightly more than 10 people could barely resist further. Just as the Yuan Qi protection was about to shatter, which would inevitably cause them to be devoured by the Skyfox, a black beam flashed through the void. People only saw young Master Zhulong wave his hand suddenly before slowly putting it down. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Cracking the Dian Formation. Chapter 637, Cracking the Dian Formation. The black beam shot out the moment young Master Zhulong waved his hand. Phew! The beam of light tore through the void. No one could see what that black beam was. It was just too fast. It left no room for anyone to react. This beam did not shoot at the Skyfox, but instead, it shot towards a vast energy projection on the back of the Skyfox. Cha! With a shrill whistle, the void began fluctuating, forming waves of ripples emanating out. These ripples instantly shattered, and spread open in a web-like manner, causing the entire mass of the energy projection to explode. A deep grunt was heard amongst the chaos, as a person directly fell down from a high altitude. Pang! The figure landed on the ground. He used his hands and knees to support his body, so as to not completely tumble. However, his face was pale and he was covered in sweat. It seemed like he was experiencing an excruciating pain. His fists were clenched tightly, to the point of his finger joints turning white. he gritted his teeth tightly. Chen Fei. Senior brother Chen Fei. Upon seeing the person who had been struck, all the desolate race members in the large formation felt their hearts sink. The person who had been struck by the black beam was the leader, Chen Fei. There were more than 60 Skyfox members. The Diyen formation required 49 people, and the extras were reserves. However, Chen Fei's position was very difficult to fill. Chen Fei steered the core of the Diyen formation, and he was the most important person amongst the 49 people. The others may be able to barely fill his position, but their strength was much weaker than Chen Fei. If it was them, the strength of the Diyen formation would be at least reduced by half. If that was the case, it was no longer possible for them to repress the Heavenly Blood Union members. And the most chilling fact was that the person who had attacked was Zhulong. From the beginning of the battle, he had his hands behind his back. He had only waved his hand, sending out his only strike. And just this single strike struck directly at the weakness of the Diyen formation. He clearly saw through the flaw of the Diyen formation, dismantling it in one strike. Since the beginning, the Desolate Race's Diyen formation had only launched 4 primary attacks, which was enough for Zhulong to see through it. This was the strongest formation that the younger generation of the Desolate Race could use. Zhulong's power and acute perception made it difficult to muster the courage to battle him. In contrast to the Desolate Race, when the human warriors saw this, their morale greatly increased. Impressive. As expected of young Master Zhulong. Brothers, it's time to attack. The Desolate Race's formation has been torn apart. That bunch of trash is nothing to be afraid of. Spare no one. Having been repressed by the Desolate Race since the beginning of the battle, the human warriors felt their anger stifled, but now, they could vent it all out. Kill. 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 Their eyes turned red from killing intent as all sorts of sword chi, spear beams and saber flashes poured down from the sky, blanketing everything. As for the Desolate Race's elites, they were greatly weakened with Chen Fei down. Although someone had rushed to replace Chen Fei's position, the Diyen formation's strength had drastically decreased. It was barely held together by the Desolate Race. Pwah! Chen Fei kneeled on the ground, vomiting a mouthful of silver blood. His eyes were glazed, and his pupils were dilated. He felt that the black beam that had struck him was like a black hole that devoured everything. It was devouring all of his life force, flesh, blood, and energy. If this carried on, he would die. If he died, the collapse of the Diyen formation was just a matter of time. And once all the Skyfox perished, their queen. Chen Fei looked up and focused his eyes as hard as he could to make out Jiang Xiao. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was emitted in ancient aura. The ancient divine patterns etched on her face already had the color of blood. It was as if every single blood vessel was trembling gently. The longer she used the energy from her ancient bloodline, the closer she was to her limit. And surrounding Jiang Xiao was a total of 5 reincarnators. This included 2 of the 4 young masters, Sheiji and Xiangqi. The Heavenly Blood Union had many reincarnators, and there were 9 strongest ones, including the 4 young masters. The other 5 reincarnators were not to be belittled. Especially with Sheiji and Xiangqi combining forces with the other 3, they could take turns attacking and defending. The 2 circled around, working with great teamwork. Bit by bit, they depleted Jiang Xiao's stamina. And every attack of theirs would be aimed at Jiang Xiao's weak points. If they failed to garner a hit, they would immediately retreat. In consecutive rounds of intense battles, Jiang Xiao was already covered in wounds. Even activating the energy from her ancient bloodline was insufficient to bridge the gap of her battling 5 alone. This babe sure is a challenge. She's really formidable at resisting. It will be such a waste to refine her into pills. I might as well put her to good use in bed to supplement myself. Ha ha ha. Xiangqi laughed lewdly. Beside him, a whiskered beard reincarnator joined him in laughing. They had parried off all of Jiang Xiaorou's attacks, so it was just a matter of time before their victory. Jiang Xiaorou paid no attention to Qianqi's obscene words. Her expression was cold and calm. Even though Chen Fei had been seriously injured, resulting in the desolate race elites and herself entering a grave situation of life and death, it did not cause Jiang Xiaorou to exhibit any emotional upheavals. She brandished her whip, as an azure energy transformed into 4 large primordial desolate beasts. 100 feet long vermilion bird flapped its wings, dancing in the valley, blazing a trail of fire. The vermilion bird switched directions mid-flight, while a white tiger roared, and azure flood dragons swirled through the air, as the black tortoise pressured the lands. The primordial desolate beasts conjured from Jiang Xiaorou's single strike were the embodiments of the 4 symbols divine beasts. The 4 symbols divine beasts were the azure dragon of the east, the vermilion bird of the south, the white tiger of the west, and the black turtle of the north. Although what Jiang Xiaorou conjured were not true divine beasts, they were still extremely powerful. The vermilion bird spread its wings as the azure flood dragon made a long roar, while the white tiger pounced. 3 of the 4 desolate beasts charged at Qianqi and Sheiji. The final black tortoise went to the side to repress the remaining 3 reincarnators. Your attack may be strong, but how hard is it to resist it with the 5 of us cooperating? Qianqi sneered. He and Sheiji used their own techniques, wishing to withstand this strike. At the same time, the other 3 reincarnators were putting in all that they had. However, just as they were about to strike the 4 desolate beasts that approached them, the 4 symbols ancient desolate beasts combined together from their respective directions. What? The expressions of the 5 reincarnators changed. It had happened in an instant, so they could not react at all. The combined 4 symbols desolate beasts transformed into a gigantic infernosphere as it rolled down. Its target was Qianqi. By attacking different people, splitting the energy apart was inferior to combining as one to attack a single person. At the same moment, Jiang Xiaorou's wrist flicked as she gathered her yuan qi to crack her whip forward. The whip's shadow formed a wall, trapping Qianqi within, causing him to be isolated from the rest. Courting death. Qianqi shouted weirdly as he threw out the chain in his hand, which shot out like a meteor towards the 4 symbols desolate beasts. He hurriedly retreated simultaneously. Boom! A terrifying turbulence swept the surroundings. The surrounding cliffs were reduced to dust as boulders rolled down. Qianqi cried out as he was thrown back by the energy shockwave, splattering blood all over. And beside him, Sheiji, who did not manage to rush over in time, was in a somewhat miserable state as well. Jiang Xiaorou had managed to forcefully severely injure Qianqi in a 1 versus 5 situation. Upon seeing this scene, Zhulong frowned. Utter trash. Such a battle outcome was displeasing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Divine Beam Tears Through the Sky. Chapter 638, Divine Beam Tears Through the Sky. What's the point of all of you if someone can be injured while fighting 5 against 1? Zhulong said coldly. Amongst the reincarnators, he clearly had the highest authority. When reprimanded by him, Qianqi and Sheiji accepted it silently. The other 3 reincarnators were filled with even greater trepidation. It was as if they were afraid that Zhulong would put the blame on them. They were all reincarnators, but their differences in strength was huge. After all, anyone who mastered the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique was a reincarnator, but all their talents were different from one another. The number of reincarnations also influenced their actual strength. Zhulong looked at Jiang Xiaorou, whose hair was disheveled and she had blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. The ancient patterns on her face were shimmering, as if they had a life of their own. Pa! 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 Zhulong began clapping as he looked at Jiang Xiaorou. What a marvelous genius! Compared to you, most of my Heavenly Tao Union's members are not even worth mentioning. Unfortunately, I will still have to destroy you. As Zhulong said this, the space behind him began to fluctuate, as a crack appeared out of the void. Roar! Roar! From the spatial crack came a beast's roar. It was as if the space had sealed a primordial desolate beast in it. As the spatial crack grew in size, people could see several bloodthirsty eyes through the crack. Bam! 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 There were consecutive explosive sounds. The primordial desolate beast that was trapped in the crack used its claws and sharp fangs to tear the boundaries of the spatial door. Very soon, it escaped from the spatial crack. People finally saw it clearly. It was a three-headed hellhound that was the size of a house. The hellhound was covered in blackish-red fur. It was like a boulder that had been baked red-hot in lava. All the 6 eyes on the 3 heads of the hellhound were staring at Zhang Xiao. It seems that you could control snake bones that have been dead as long as there's a slight vestige of spiritual soul. Then, I want to know if you can control this hellhound. Zhulong said with a teasing smile at Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao stood on the top of a black mountain peak. She clenched her whip as her beautiful eyes flickered coldly. Zhulong was naturally confident by summoning this hellhound and saying those words. But even so, Zhang Xiao still wanted to have an attempt at it. Zhulong may be confident, but Zhang Xiao was confident as well. Her ability to communicate with beasts far exceeded that of a typical member of the desolate race. With a thought, her spiritual soul energy condensed in the middle of her eyebrows. She shot out her intentions like an arrow, straight into the hellhound's head. However, Zhang Xiao felt her heart miss a beat when she entered the hellhound's soul sea. This beast's soul sea was like a molten hell. There were souls wailing while swarming everywhere. There was wanton murderous intent everywhere. Pang! Zhang Xiao's intentions directly exploded in the hellhound's soul sea, sending a backlash at her, causing her body to momentarily freeze. An unnatural redness appeared on her face. When the desolate race attempted to control desolate beasts, if they lacked the power or were weak ordinary members of the desolate race, they would receive a backlash from the desolate beast's soul when trying to control things beyond their level like a primordial species. However, this had never happened to Zhang Xiao. She had even obtained the recognition of the desolate race's sacred spirit. With the energy of the sacred spirit stored in her body, Zhang Xiao was the divine wilderness's queen. All the divine wilderness desolate beasts had to bow before her. What a pity! Zhulong shook his head. You sure were stubborn. Unfortunately, this 3-headed hellhound is an ancient life form that comes from the god burial abyss. It is not an ordinary desolate beast from the Tian Yuan world, so how can it be controlled by you? When Zhulong said this, not only Zhang Xiao, even the members of the desolate race and the human race's trial takers were completely stunned. An ancient life form that came from the god burial abyss? There were ancient life forms in the god burial abyss? The god burial abyss was synonymous to an unfathomable land in the hearts of the residents of the Tian Yuan world. No matter who entered the god burial abyss, they were bound to never return. Now, they were all greatly shocked when they heard from Zhulong that the god burial abyss had ancient life forms in it. How powerful would an existence surviving in the god burial abyss be? Kill her! Zhulong coldly gave the order. The hellhound roared and charged at Zhang Xiao. You attack too, Zhulong said to Feng Ming. All the heavenly blood union's cream of the crop were to attack with all they had. Zhulong wanted to finish Zhang Xiao in the shortest amount of time. All right. Feng Ming gave a sinister chortle. He held a metallic folding fan and charged alongside the hellhound at Zhang Xiao. At the same moment, Sheiji made her move too. The two humans and beast attacked in a triforce formation. After many consecutive intense battles, Zhang Xiao's stamina was greatly drained. Furthermore, with her injuries, she still had to fight one against many. She was on the brink of life and death. Lotus flowers. Feng Ming shouted clearly as he suddenly opened his folding fan. Numerous flower petals flew out from within. Every one of these flower petals were about the size of an infant's palm. Thousands of flower petals gathered in the sky, forming a gigantic lotus flower. Compared to Sheiji, who had been embroiled in a prolonged battle with Jiang Xiao, Fengming had been watching from the sidelines all along. He was in top form, and he used all his strength the moment he attacked. The pink lotus flower enshrouded even the black mountain beneath Jiang Xiao's feet. The lotus flower began to revolve and the petals became sharp as blades, and came slicing towards Jiang Xiao from bottom to top. Ka ka ka. The lotus flower's sword chi reached her before the lotus flower. The black mountain was diced into pieces of all sizes easily by the interspersed lotus flower sword chi, resulting in the rubble to roll down. And at the same time, the hellhound had pounced over. It did not know any laws, but with its extremely powerful body and sharp claws, it swiped at Jiang Xiao's head. With two pincer attacks coming from top and bottom, while Sheiji augmenting them, Jiang Xiao's was in grave danger. At that very instant, Jiang Xiao bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. While burning her blood essence, she also activated the sacred spirit's power. For symbols formation. Jiang Xiao cried out, as four ancient desolate beasts conjured around her. Vermilion bird, white tiger, azure flood dragon, black tortoise. The four desolate beasts roared and charged at the three-headed hellhound in Fengming. Boom! 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 An energy explosion resulted in a brilliant rainbow of colors appearing, illuminating the dark valley. It even outmatched the blood moon in the sky. The light completely engulfed Jiang Xiao, Sheiji, Fengming, and the three-headed hellhound. Successor. Upon seeing this light, multiple blood strands appeared in Chen Fei's eyes as if they were cracking. His organs had all been devastated by Zhilong's black energy. Although he was suffering in excruciating pain, he no longer could care about his injuries. All he did was worry for Jiang Xiao. Every time the four symbols formation was activated, it would greatly drain Jiang Xiao's yuan qi. She could basically only use it once in a battle. However, Jiang Xiao had used the four symbols formation a second time and nearly without a break. By burning her blood essence and overdrawing on the sacred spirit's power, Jiang Xiao was no longer taking the outcome in consideration. Pang! The final energy blast in the rainbow light exploded out, shooting out in all directions. Woo woo! The hellhound whimpered as it got thrown out by the energy blast. Fengming was also sent into retreat. His clothes were torn and his qi and blood were in chaos, preventing him from gathering yuan qi temporarily. He was alarmed. He never expected that Jiang Xiao still had such appalling combat strength under such a situation. She had managed to stop his combined attack with the three-headed hellhound. After all, Jiang Xiao was more adept at controlling beasts. If there was a powerful beast for Jiang Xiao to control, it was unimaginable how powerful she would become. Jiang Xiao stood on the black mountain that had been mostly shaved off. Her clothes were stained with blood and her face was pale. After burning her blood essence, she was depleted of her qi and blood. This was the result of Jiang Xiao's face being pale. And at the same time, Jiang Xiao's yuan qi was nearly completely expended. The situation could not be any worse. She held a bone staff on one hand. The sharp end of the bone staff was embedded deep into the rock, while the gem on the other tip shimmered with a bewitching blood glow. It was as if she was using the bone staff to support her body from collapsing. Successor. Chen Fei bit his lips open. He felt hate. He hated himself for being so weak. He failed at the simple task of being the core of the Diyin formation. He was severely injured with just one strike from Zhulong. This resulted in Jiang Xiao having to resist all the reincarnators alone. This witch girl seems to be at the end of the road. Someone whispered from the human side. Jiang Xiao's strength alarmed them. But now, with her yuan qi nearly completely depleted, she no longer seemed that terrifying. At this moment, Gongsun Hong amongst the crowd turned and secretly transmitted his voice to the team of 8 he led. Let us take this opportunity to attack together in a battle formation to kill Zhang Xiao. Attack? Us? The members were momentarily stunned. That witch girl is like a candle in the wind. Don't forget of the rewards we will receive for killing her. Just mentioning the rewards they could receive from killing Zhang Xiao made them envious. Right, the rewards. Not only were there rewards, there was the opportunity to make a name for themselves. After the three-headed hellhound and Fengming's attack, she was greatly exhausted, so it was the best opportunity for them. Attack! Gongsun Hong shouted. His shout also brought many Heavenly Blood Union members out of their daze. Yes, what were they waiting for? It was the best opportunity for them to kill Zhang Xiao now. The other Desolate Race members were just small fries. So what if they killed so many of them? The rewards wouldn't be any higher. We should attack as well. Kill that Desolate Race witch girl. We cannot let them do it first. In a blink of an eye, there were 20 Heavenly Blood Union members attacking at the same time. These were the cream of the crop amongst the Heavenly Blood Union. Some of them formed battle formations, while others attack alone. Immediately, there were saber flashes, sword shadows and spear beams all attacking at one target. When they saw this scene, the Desolate Race's elites turned furious. These humans were despicable by taking advantage of Zhang Xiao's perilous state. We swore to protect the successor to our deaths. We'll fight it out with them. With Chen Fei down, the Desolate Race's Diyin formation had been greatly weakened, but with the determination of dying for a greater cause, their combat power was greatly amplified. The Diyin formation activated once again as the gigantic Skyfox appeared, howling towards the sky. And just as the Skyfox was about to pounce forward, Zhulong waved his right hand lightly. Phew! A second black beam flashed. It tore through the sky and short right at the Diyin formation's core. The scene of Chen Fei being injured repeated once again. A white-dressed female in her 20s, who was situated in the core, grunted as she fell it, like a white butterfly that had a broken wing. Blood splattered everywhere as the girl's face turned white, while she was in a breathless state. Senior brother. Chen Fei. The white-dressed female used her arms to support her body while she coughed out a mouthful of blood. She looked apologetically at Chen Fei. She was ashamed of herself. She had not managed to deliver a strike after taking over Chen Fei's position, and she had also failed to protect their queen. Sending yourselves to the death with the exact same formation. Do you think you can use this formation to cause wanton destruction? What foolishness! Zhulong's cold voice rang. He had seen through the Diyin formation, so it was extremely easy for him to crack it. Be it the severely injured Chen Fei or the white-dressed female who replaced him, Zhulong no longer looked at them. To him, they were no different to corpses. Ha ha ha! Young Master Zhulong is impressive. He's invincible. Let us finish her, etching our names in history. The 20 human warriors charged at Zhang Xiao, with Gongsun Hong leading the pack. With a long roar, he stabbed at Zhang Xiao's snow-white neck. Seeing victory at hand, Gongsun Hong revealed a sinister smile. But at this moment, a divine beam illuminated the skies. The divine beam tore through the sky like a shooting star. Even the blood moon in the sky was concealed by the divine beam. Oh! People were alarmed. And next, they heard a thunderous rumble as the divine beam shot right at the 20 people. That was an arrow. The divine arrow was indomitable. The 20 people that charged forward wanted to kill Zhang Xiao, but due to the immense danger the arrow posed, they felt their hair stand and their backs turn cold. If they carried on their attack with their backs facing the arrow, they would receive a tragic end. Block it! About a dozen people at the back turned around. The saber beams and sword shadows that were meant for Zhang Xiao were also shot out at the arrow beam. These elites treasured their lives deeply. They were still hoping to become reincarnators and great emperors of the Tianyuan world. So how could they be willing to die here? But as people turned around, there were people still heading forward. It was the team led by Gong Sun Hong. Ha ha ha, let them block it. They can block it behind us while we take the desolate race which girls head. Gong Sun Hong was in the forefront, so his position was the safest. Furthermore, with the meat shields behind him, and the dozen of them combining forces to defend, even if the desolate race had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, they would definitely be able to resist it. While others defended against the attack, he would gain all the credit. He would no doubt be the greatest winner. Gong Sun Hong was greatly pleased. Just as his sword was about to land on Zhang Xiao's body, he heard explosions behind him. Boom! 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 The Heavenly Blood Union members cried out tragically. What looked like a luscious attack to them was nothing that they had expected. When they clashed with the arrow beam, it was like a piece of snow meeting the brilliant sun, melting immediately. Sword beams and saber flashes shattered as the arrow's divine beam carried on forward without resistance. Those that were on the peripherals of the divine beam's path were immediately injured severely, covering them with blood. It was too fast. It was so fast that they failed to react in time. They only felt a blinding light in front of their eyes, and at the next moment, the arrow beam had passed them. In an instant, the dozen people behind were left scattered. These people scattered like marbles in all directions. And in the center point of the dispersion, the arrow beam whistled through the air, shooting straight at Gong Sun Hong. What? There was boundless killing intent imbued in the arrow beam behind him. Only at this moment did Gong Sun Hong receive the rude awakening. Block it! Gong Sun Hong roared out. His team of 8 people immediately entered a battle formation. However, it was too late. Their battle formation's protective shield was shattered in an instant. It was like glass being shattered by a hammer. The first human warrior to feel the brunt of it cried out tragically as the arrow beam penetrated his stomach. He was immediately split into 2 as his body could not resist such immense power. The others were slightly luckier, but they were still injured by the light beam. They were sent retreating midair. The arrow beam shot straight at Gong Sun Hong. With his life on the line, Gong Sun Hong wailed and he used more energy than he could usually muster. He circulated his yuan qi, forming a slanted protective shield. Gong Sun Hong knew that if the arrow beam struck it perpendicularly, his shield would no doubt be shattered, resulting in him experiencing the full brunt of the arrow's attack. He would be diced into pieces, dying without a whole body. And a slanted shield could greatly reduce the attack's power, allowing him to survive. Pang! When the arrow beam struck the slanted protective shield, the shield immediately shattered as Gong Sun Hong felt a surge of energy hit him. The arrow beam did not lose any momentum, as it carried on pushing Gong Sun Hong backward. His right arm had been sliced by the wanton yuan qi when his protective shield shattered. His arm was completely torn apart as a result. Ah! Gong Sun Hong gave out a heart-wrenching cry. His arm had been sliced to pieces, so it was impossible to join it back. And he knew very well what it meant to a warrior who lost one arm. Despair. Pain. Unbelievable. Just a sudden attack caused him to lose an arm in this trial. How was it possible? Boom! The divine beam pierced through the Black Mountain, about 100 feet beneath Zhang Xiao's feet. Although it penetrated the mountain, it did not injure Zhang Xiao in any way. After it pierced through the Black Mountain, it did not lose its momentum. It carried on far into the darkness, and struck a mountain 5 kilometers away, resulting in a tumultuous explosion. A shockwave rippled outwards, causing the ground to rumble. Smoke and dust scattered everywhere as rocks tumbled down. To think an arrow's power could reach such a stage. Upon seeing this terrifying attack, everyone, be it the human warriors or the desolate race warriors, were stunned. Their impression of such a terrifying attack was that it could only be the result of a battle array formed from a large group of people. Could there be a third faction that had entered the Soul Tomb? Just as people were feeling alarmed, someone saw a young male standing on a mountain peak about 5 kilometers away. He held a golden bow in hand, and he stood erect like pole on the mountain. And beside him was a beautiful young girl dressed in white. The two of them seemed to be standing in an alternate spacetime universe, despite it only being a distance of 5 kilometers. It was quite a shock to the senses. Was that arrow shot by the bow-wielding youth? He had managed to launch such an attack alone? How was that possible? So it was them who caused me to lose an arm. Gong Sun Hong's face was pale as he said through gritted teeth. He could only hold the right arm that had been torn off. He was furious and he felt extreme hate. How could he not feel hate towards the arrow that had severed his martial path? He destroyed my life. I must seek revenge. Wait, no, I can still reincarnate. When he suddenly thought of this, Gong Sun Hong heaved a sigh of relief. Reincarnation. As long as he obtained that Heavenly Tao reincarnation grand technique, it would no longer matter if his body was in shambles. Meritorious deeds. I need to do meritorious deeds. I need to obtain the recognition of young Master Zhulong. Just as these thoughts were flashing through Gongsun Hong's mind, he suddenly heard someone say, "Isn't that the bow wielder Jiang Yidao?" The warriors had extremely good eyesight. Although it was far away and the lighting conditions were bad, they could still see the duo's looks. One of them was Jiang Yidao, and the other person was a peerless woman they did not know. What? Jiang Yidao? Gong Sun Hong was completely stunned. Jiang Yidao had defeated him with one saber attack back when Jiang Yidao had entered the Heavenly Tao Union, causing him to lose all face. How could it be him? How could he be this strong? And I thought he only uses a saber. Everyone knew Jiang Yidao had extraordinary strength, but they never expected him to be so powerful. An arrow he shot out could not even be resisted by 20 Heavenly Blood Union members. Jiang Yidao? Zhulong looked at Jiang Yidao and frowned. Ever since Zhulong appeared in the Soul Tomb, this was the first time he frowned. Previously, he looked calm and indifferent, as if everything was within his control. You have hidden a lot. I have to admit, your appearance has given me quite a surprise. Zhulong also knew of Jiang Yidao early on. Zhulong even knew that before joining the Heavenly Tao Union, Jiang Yidao had managed to retreat unharmed from the combined attacks of the Li Fire sect and Shintu family clan's Yuan opening elders. It was heaven-defying to do this at the Tao Seed realm. Including this time, with Jiang Yidao's appearance, it was appalling how a single arrow of his managed to break through the combined attack of 20 Heavenly Blood Union members. However, Zhulong did not mind too much about these 2 points. He had seen even more heaven-defying geniuses in the Tian Yuan world's long history. Zhulong's so-called "given me quite a surprise" was because of the soul contract. Not only Zhulong, even Wei Chiwei and company, who had been forced to sign the soul contract, were all dumbfounded. How could senior brother Jiang still attack Gongsun Hong? Wasn't this a betrayal of the martial alliance? According to the soul contract's rules, it was most likely that they would be reduced to dust once they showed signs of betrayal. And at this moment, Jiang Yidao was standing completely fine 5 kilometers away. Could the soul contract have lost its effects? Should I be honored to be given the evaluation of surprise from you? Ian held the golden bow in hand, and walked forward midair. Boundless energy was circulating around his body while pure yen flames burned around Iyun, illuminating the darkness whatever it touched. This scene caused many of the human warriors to shudder with fear. There were many things to ponder about. Firstly, the soul contract had lost its effects on Jiang Yidao. Secondly, Jiang Yidao, who always used a saber, had suddenly used a bow. Furthermore, his arrow shooting technique was frighteningly good. What sort of person was this Jiang Yidao? Zhulong chuckled and said lightly. There are indeed very few people in this world that can surprise me. As he said, he turned his head and looked towards a corner in the valley. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes looked cold. What do you think? Third Inspector. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The third inspector Zhulong mentioned was the masked man. At this moment, the masked man was the center of attention of everyone present. 100 pairs of eyes looked over as the masked man stood there unnerved. His cold and expressionless mask sent chills up their spines. Wei Chiwei, the Chu sisters and company were standing closest to the masked man. Zhulong's words gave them a fright. Could the soul contract that the masked man gave to Jiang Yidao be problematic? Could he also be betraying the martial alliance? Author's note: this chapter was a 6,000-character chapter. So there will only be one for the day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, Slash and Kill. Chapter 639, Slash and Kill. Why? Are you not going to speak? The masked man's silence made Zhulong's gaze at him turn even colder. Third Inspector, you are responsible for the signing of the soul contracts with all the Heavenly Dao Union members. Previously, when people betrayed the martial alliance, it was you who chased them down. If I remember correctly, Jiang Yidao was one of those who escaped. Despite being interrogated by Zhulong, the masked man only said calmly, there are no means of removal of the soul contract, but it might be possible the Desolate Race's queen has such means. I can't answer your question. Remove? Zhulong's brows pricked up. Indeed, soul contracts were categorically powerful or weak. A powerful soul contract could bind even peerless great emperors, while for the weak soul contracts that usually bound juniors, they could easily be removed by their seniors. However, the Martial Alliance's soul contract was extraordinary. To remove it? Difficult. Zhulong was unconvinced that such a person lurked in the present Tian Yuan world. However, if it was the Desolate Race's queen, which was Jiang Shiro's mother, Zhulong was unsure if she had the ability to remove the soul contract. Zhulong stared at the masked man, as if his gaze penetrated him. However, the masked man remained calm, and was not one bit flustered. Ian knew that even if he made the masked man give a reasonable explanation, it was still impossible for him to be cleared of all suspicions by Zhulong. However, it no longer mattered. In the Soul Tomb, he was bound to engage in a bloody battle with Zhulong. Jiang Yidao, you traitor! Gong Sun Hong suddenly shouted. He had an old grudge with Jiang Yidao, and now with new grudges piled on after his arm was destroyed by Jiang Yidao, his hate for Jiang Yidao had reached unprecedented heights. To think a shameless wretch like you have submitted to the Desolate Race. You attacked the Martial Alliance to save the Desolate Race's witch girl. Why? Have you become the Desolate Race's son-in-law? Were you smitten by this witch girl? To bend over just like that, be wary of being sucked dry of all your male vitality by the Desolate Race's witch girl, eventually becoming a dry corpse. Ha ha ha. However, you should have no chance of becoming a dry corpse. To not know the meaning of death, and act so absurdly in front of Lord Zhulong, today it will be the day of your death. I'm waiting to see you crippled of your cultivation, and suffer death by dismembering of the heart. Then your soul will be extracted for torture for a millennium. Gong Sun Hong cursed. Only in this situation, with so many reincarnators present in Zhulong's protection, did Gong Sun Hong dare to curse at Yi Yun so blatantly. He had been reduced to a wretched state by Jiang Yidao to the point of having his lungs burst from anger. This anger that was penting up had already formed a mental demon in him. Be it his future cultivation or breaking through realms, they would all be affected. He knew he was no match for Yi Yun, so he could only place his hopes on Zhulong torturing Yi Yun through various methods. You? Yi Yun looked at Gong Sun Hong, as his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent, die. When Yi Yun said that single word, he suddenly strung the bow and shot out an arrow. Pang! The bowstring trembled with a tumultuous explosion. Yi Yun was too fast. Nearly no one saw how he pulled the bow open. All they saw was a blinding divine beam. All the heaven-earth yuan qi from the surroundings was swept up by this arrow. The arrow emitted a dazzling golden glow that seemed like a streaking sun. Gong Sun Hong was greatly alarmed. He never expected Yi Yun to ignore the many reincarnators present, shooting an arrow past all the reincarnators to destroy himself. The arrow beam was too fast and Gong Sun Hong had no time to react. At this moment, a bellow resounded in the valley. Audacious! As the arrow was en route to Gong Sun Hong, a black figure appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the arrow. At the same moment the black shadow appeared, a black dragon roared behind him. The black dragon opened its jaws and swiped its claws. The scales on its body were like black gemstones that looked extremely lifelike. Zhulong! Everyone was shocked. Zhulong was the one to make a move? Ha! Zhulong grabbed the golden arrow like an osprey grabbing a golden swimming fish. No matter how the golden arrow tried to inch forward, it could not escape Zhulong's palm. Boom! The energy within the golden arrow exploded as the arrow was devastated. Then the black dragon behind Zhulong opened its jaws, devouring all the golden energy. And at that moment, swish! A saber beam flashed past, much faster than the arrow beam from before. The time between the arrow beam and the saber beam was separated by less than 1,000th of a second. Zhulong was astonished, for it was already too late for him to stop the saber beam. The saber beam whistled as it slashed at Gong Sun Hong. Ah, ah, ah! Seeing the saber slashing at him, Gong Sun Hong's pupils constricted. He knew that it was impossible for him to withstand the saber attack. He bit his tongue, burning his blood essence as his yuan qi exploded so as to dodge to the side. However, it was too late. Or it should be said that the saber beam was too fast. It far exceeded Gong Sun Hong's dodging speed. Even though he had made the best choice immediately, it was still meaningless. Cha! Gong Sun Hong's body clammed up. His expression froze completely as the saber beam pierced through his chest. Gong Sun Hong was completely stunned. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A heart-wrenching blood gash streaked across from his armpit, as pulsing arteries pumped blood out of the gash. Pang! Gong Sun Hong's bottom half of his body slid off, falling in a curious, disjointed way. He had been split into two by Yi Yun's saber attack. Ah! Gong Sun Hong cried out in pain. The moment he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. His two halves fell as Gong Sun Hong looked at Zhulong in despair. Zhulong was his only lifeline. All he saw was Zhulong's sullen face as he suddenly waved his hand. Phew! Gong Sun Hong's soul was forcefully extracted by Zhulong, as it was reduced into a ball of light that hovered in his hand. Lord, save me, save me! Gong Sun Hong uttered with a miserable-sounding voice. The body he had tempered for more than 2 decades was completely destroyed. He had no other option. He had to cultivate the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Grand Technique or this would be the end of him. Zhulong ignored Gong Sun Hong as he looked at Yi Yun. He was holding Gong Sun Hong's soul in one hand, while the other hand was still grabbing onto the arrow Yi Yun had just shot out. By now, the arrow had mostly exploded, leaving a tiny portion in his hand. Everyone looked at Yi Yun too. Although Zhulong managed to easily halt the arrow of certain fatality shot by Yi Yun, he was unable to stop Yi Yun's secondary attack. The saber beam reached its destination at almost the same time as the arrow, resulting in Yi Yun killing Gong Sun Hong before Zhulong's very eyes. In all the battles before, Zhulong could be said to be overweening with unfathomable strength. This could be seen from him cracking the Desolate Race's ultimate technique, the Diyin formation, or him summoning an ancient life form from the God Burial Abyss. But now, against Jiang Yadao, Zhulong had fallen for his small scheme. Nice saber attack! Zhulong looked at Yi Yun and threw away the broken arrow in his hand. He took out a black glove from his interspatial ring and slowly put it on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Chapter 640, Taking Advantage of the Situation. For Yi Yun to kill Gong Sun Hong in front of everyone, it was considered smacking of all the reincarnators' faces. As reincarnators, they were invincible amongst people their age, but today, they had failed to protect Gong Sun Hong from Yi Yun under the watchful eyes of so many people. Who is this person? The desolate race elites were all dumbfounded. They did not know who this person was. She had suddenly appeared and caused wanton destruction, saving them from certain doom. Members of the desolate race looked similar to humans, but when someone cultivated to a certain realm, it was possible for people to tell which race the person belonged to. For example, back in the Chu prefecture city, Shintu Nantian had managed to identify Jiang Xiao as a member of the desolate race. The desolate race elites were certain that Jiang Yidao was human, but why would a human help them? As for the human warriors, they were still discussing Yi Yun's strength. They couldn't believe that he could be so strong despite not being a reincarnator. Some people were even secretly comparing Yi Yun with Fengming, Xiangqi and company. They even believed that Yi Yun looked slightly stronger. The reaction of the Heavenly Blood Union members did not escape the eyes of Xiangqi, Fengming and company. This caused them to frown. This kid is being too overbearing. Xiangqi narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He had recovered a great deal from his wounds. Standing beside him, Fengming and Sheiji were not feeling very pleasant either. Yi Yun's 2 consecutive attacks may appear shocking, but he had done it through a sleight of hand. Yi Yun's first arrow was indeed powerful. He had managed to scatter 20 Heavenly Blood Union warriors, and seriously injure many of them, but it was not necessarily very difficult to achieve that. These 20 Heavenly Blood Union members did not have uniform cultivation levels due to the differences in their ages. Furthermore, their original target was Jiang Xiao, and they had been forced to defend due to Yi Yun's arrow. It was not difficult for Sheiji or Fengming to defeat the combined efforts of these 20 people. As for the second attack, Yi Yun had killed Gong Sun Hong under the protection of Zhulong through a trick. He had hidden a saber beam behind the arrow beam. This resulted in there being no time for Zhulong to stop it by the time he noticed it. Seeing the human warriors present being stunned by Yi Yun, as if he was invincible, how could Fengming, Sheiji and company feel good? True strength needed an actual fight to determine who was stronger. It was nothing impressive fighting against weaklings or using sleight of hand to take advantage of the situation. Let me test him. I'll reduce some of this kid's impressiveness. Fengming was the first who could not stand idle. His condition was the best amongst the 3 reincarnators. Young Master Fengming, be careful. Don't fight from a close distance, for it can be dangerous. A reincarnator, who wasn't in the ranks of the 4 great young masters, reminded him without much thought. He had good intentions, since Yi Yun's strength was still unknown. Compared to Fengming, Yi Yun still seemed stronger. However, when these words landed in Fengming's ears, it caused a tug in his heart. I know perfectly well. There's no need to remind me. Fengming never planned on clashing with Yi Yun head-on. He wanted to test Yi Yun's strength from a distance, but this was not something someone of lower stature than him needed to expound on. How could he, as a reincarnator, be weaker than a junior like Jiang Yidao? He was unconvinced. Pa! With a clear crack, Fengming spread his folding fan as flower petals circled around him while his yuan qi escalated. But at this moment, a dull voice echoed from beside Fengming, "Stand down. You are not his match." This voice did not have any hint of politeness, but Fengming did not retort because he clammed up while his lips trembled. This was because the person who spoke was Zhulong. Fengming looked at Zhulong, feeling humiliated. He could berate other ordinary reincarnators if they warned him, but he could not say anything if it was Zhulong who did it. I was just trying to test his strength. Feng Ming tried explaining, but when he saw Zhulong's cold demeanor, he did not dare speak further. You won't be able to test anything. Zhulong did not give Feng Ming any face. I will personally handle Jiang Yidao. That guy's stance is too formidable and he doesn't think anything about others. He thinks he is invincible and that no one in our heavenly blood union can stop him. Feng Ming lost the will to be angry when Zhulong said he would personally fight. Even though he was disgruntled, he had to trust Zhulong's judgment. You, Sheiji and Xiongqi are to lead the other reincarnators to kill Jiang Sharo and the desolate race devils, so as to unnerve Jiang Yidao. Zhulong's intuition told him that Jiang Sharo was extremely important to Jiang Yidao. Previously, the fact that Jiang Yidao killed Gongsun Hong with one saber attack might not only have been due to the grudge between the two of them, it was mostly because he had taken advantage of her situation, by attacking her while she was injured. Furthermore, he had insulted Jiang Sharo, resulting in fatal trouble befalling him. Jiang Yidao and Jiang Sharo both shared the same surname, which made it difficult for Zhulong to not think of the relationship between the two. Kill the members of the desolate race? Fine by me. Feng Ming's eyes lit up. Killing the desolate race members was as easy as slaughtering poultry. He had hated the desolate race for a long time. Zhulong and Yi Yun exchanged gazes, becoming the center of attention amongst everyone present. Zhulong was going to fight? No one expected Zhulong to personally handle Yi Yun. Zhulong wore a strange black glove, which he had just retrieved. People felt their gaze being sucked in by the glove, which caused them to fear looking at it any longer. Zhulong began to walk towards Yi Yun on a path of empty air. Black flames began to emit from Zhulong, and strands of black lines emanated out from the black flames. These lines increased in number and they finally condensed into a web of light in the sky, enclosing Yi Yun and Zhulong in a region that had a radius of a few miles. Sealed enchantment? People were shocked because they felt that the region sealed by the sphere of black lines seemed to isolate its interior from everything else. It was as if it was in a different dimension of spacetime, with Yi Yun and Zhulong looking like illusions. At the same moment, Zhulong's killing intent locked onto Yi Yun. Roar! Beside Zhulong, the black-red three-headed hellhound from before appeared. Its fur was glowing as it stared at Yi Yun with its ferocious red eyes. Yi Yun felt like he was facing a primordial beast when Zhulong's killing intent locked onto him. This was the first time he was facing such an opponent ever since his strength had greatly increased. After the great Empress Mystic Realm, Yi Yun had never experienced an intense battle. His expression turned serious, but his heart burned with fighting spirit. He too wanted to take the opportunity to test himself, to know how strong he currently was. And at this moment, his eyes flashed coldly. He saw Sheiji, Feng Ming and Xiangqi slowly creep towards Jiang Sharo from 3 different directions. At this moment, Jiang Sharo was already pale and weakened from using the sacred spirit's power twice and burning her blood essence. She was doomed if the 3 experts attacked her. Protect the successor. This bunch of despicable people. The desolate race's elites were furious. This group of people were taking advantage of the moment Yi Yun was distracted by Zhulong to attack Jiang Sharo. Without the Diyin formation, you are just a bunch of useless beings. Are you even worthy of blocking us? Sheiji could not help but leer at the desolate race elites while speaking sarcastically. Just a bunch of ants. I'll squish them easily. Xiangqi swung his chain hook in circles. The hook was covered in blood, making the weapon look like a torture device, both brutal and gory. At this moment, the human elites felt bolstered. Momentarily, they ignored Yi Yun and Zhulong's battle. In their opinion, Yi Yun was strong, but Zhulong was even stronger. A person who had reincarnated several times and had become a great emperor several times could not be understood logically. What they were most concerned with was Jiang Sharo. If they killed Jiang Sharo, there was a huge reward awaiting them. Brothers, let us attack too. We cannot lose out in killing the desolate race devils. Right, all these desolate race devils are equivalent to rewards. When that traitor Jiang Yidao is killed by Lord Zhulong, we can also strive hard to wipe out the rest of the desolate race devils. Many human warriors laughed sinisterly at Jiang Sharo. Such an alluring beauty without any strength to resist them was about to be devastated by them. Seeing the enemy approach, the desolate race elites surrounded Jiang Sharo, all determined to fight to the death. They could not defend against the nearly 100 human warriors, much less the many reincarnators present. The probability of winning this battle was approaching zero. It was fine if they died fighting, but their desolate queen had been recognized by the sacred spirit. If she were to die here, it would just fill the desolate race warriors with anger and indignance. A desolate race girl, who looked to be about 17 years old, replaced the core position of the Dian formation. Having lost 2 people who could steer the core of the Dian formation, the desolate race's combat power had greatly weakened. As for the girl who was steering the core, she completely lacked the ability to power the Dian formation. She could only burn her blood essence to put up a desperate fight. Just as the young members of the desolate race were about to sacrifice themselves when the Heavenly Blood Union members approached, a light wind blew suddenly. A white-dressed woman, whose face was covered by a veil, landed in between the desolate race and human race while her dress fluttered. She held a sword in hand, with the tip pointing downwards. Her toes landed on the ground, but she wasn't stained by any of the dust. The white-dressed woman was none other than Lin Shintong, who had come to the Soul Tomb. After intensive cultivation in the God Advent Tower and gaining insight in the divine wilderness, Lin Shintong had never had the opportunity to use her full strength over all these years. Your opponent is me. Lin Shintong faced 100 human elites and 6 reincarnators with a sword in hand alone. However, her voice was clear and nonchalant, as if she was not concerned with anything that was happening in front of her. Who is she? The human elites were only focused on Yi Yun, and they did not pay much attention to Lin Shintong, who was behind Yi Yun. Wench, you are courting death, Xiangqi said in a queer manner. They were planning on fighting Yi Yun, but had been unceremoniously put down by Zhulong. This caused them to feel greatly indignant. They could forget about them being disallowed to fight Yi Yun, but now against some weaklings, they were stopped by some white-dressed wench. And from the wench's tone and expression, she did not think much about them. It was unbearable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, 4 Snowflakes. Chapter 641, 4 Snowflakes. Feng Ming was not infuriated when Lin Shintong obstructed him. Instead, he found it amusing. He could forget the fact that he was no match for Yi Yun, but who was this woman? How dare she act so audaciously? Yi Yun, who had suddenly appeared this year, revealing an incomprehensible strength, was already curious enough. Could the woman before them be another peerless genius? If there were so many geniuses hidden in the world, then geniuses would no longer be rare. Feng Ming laughed without any civility. What day is it? Why are there so many people thinking that they are invincible? Do you know how the word death is written for you to hold so many of us off? Sheiji also laughed. Little girl, how old are you? Are you even 20? They shared the same gender, but Sheiji had lived 3 lives, so in her eyes, Lin Shintong was just a little child. For a junior girl to have a demeanor of an immortal, and say things like "your opponent is me" was extremely laughable. Today, let this elder sister teach you how big the world is and what true strength is like. Sheiji gave a clear cry and suddenly attacked. Her figure blurred, as she split into 3 figures, which attacked Lin Shintong from 3 different angles. At the same time, a gigantic azure snake appeared behind Sheiji. It was her aspect totem and it was opening its jaws to bite at Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong appeared calm and nonchalant towards Sheiji. She did not emit any terrifying aura. She only nonchalantly lifted her hand and lightly tapped her sword. Every tap she made resulted in a white snowflake to appear on the tip of the sword. Lin Shintong did it a total of 4 times, tapping out 4 snowflakes. From the beginning to the end, she did not emit any surging yuan qi. It was calm and peaceful, as if she was not brandishing her sword, but just drawing with a brush on an invisible cloth, dabbing and drawing out white plums. Such a move? Sheiji harumphed coldly. The gigantic azure snake behind her spat out a toxic mist, and at the same time, the 3 Sheijis attacked together. One of them held a sword, another held a lancet, while the last one held a Mei daggers. The 3 different weapons also proved that the figures Sheiji formed were not afterimages. They were true avatars. This was one of the high-grade divine techniques from the Martial Alliance's treasury. Yuan Qi was condensed to form a temporary avatar which could aid in her battles. Yuan Qi whistled as they interweaved to form a large web. She was planning on using sword qi and blade beams to completely shatter the 4 snowflakes Lin Shintong produced. But when the pretty but weak-looking snowflakes clashed with the sword qi and blade beams, an expected explosion did not happen. Each of the 4 snowflakes contained different heavenly Tao laws. The structure of the snowflakes formation intercrossed to form an array pattern. The 4 snowflakes was like a mini array. It contained the condensation of pure yin and water elemental laws. Not only was it extremely yin and cold, it was also extremely heavy. It was like 400,000 snow mountains compressed to a point. Ka. Sheiji's sword chi and blade beams froze in place, turning into ice crystals. And behind Sheiji, the toxic mist the gigantic azure snake spat out also froze to become a white ice wave. The frost aura surged forward, and froze everything it passed. Sheiji was greatly alarmed. At this point, she knew she was no match for this girl at all. She forcefully stopped her attack and tried to retreat. However, the ever-burgeoning frost aura was like a maggot that clung onto her, impossible to shake off. Out of the 4 snowflakes, 3 of them struck Sheiji's 3 figures. As for the final snowflake, it struck the gigantic snake behind Sheiji. Only then did people know the reason why Lin Shintong had conjured 4 snowflakes. It was prepared for the 3 Sheijis and her aspect totem. There was not one bit more, showing her absolute confidence. Pa! The moment the snowflakes made contact, a boundless frost chi exploded, forming ice. Sheiji's 2 yuan qi avatars were directly frozen, and slowly dissipated into yuan qi ice crystals within the frost ice. Her aspect totem did not last much longer. After it was sealed in ice, it immediately disintegrated. Sheiji grunted as her face turned white. Although warriors could conjure an aspect totem after it was disintegrated again, they would receive a spiritual backlash as a result, hurting their soul sea. But now, it was not as trivial as a backlash. Lin Shintong's final ice crystal was already in front of Sheiji's body. Careful! Behind Sheiji, Fengming realized Sheiji was about to be defeated, so he charged forward. With a snap, he opened his folding fan, and there were numerous flower petals on one side of the fan. With a flick of his hand, he scattered all the flower petals out. The flower petals twirled around in the air, like sharp blades. It sliced through the frost chi and shattered the ice crystals. A tumultuous colliding sound echoed. In the powerful explosion, the snowflakes shattered, and all the frost chi condensed within surged out. An ice disk shot out in all directions. Fengming used his folding fan to block it while Sheiji circulated her yuan qi to protect her body. However, the ice disk that blasted in all directions contained too much energy. A portion of it pierced through Sheiji and Fengming's protective yuan qi. Pang! Their protective yuan qi shattered and the 2 of them were sent flying back. They were covered in injuries as blood kept gushing out. They did not suffer very serious injuries, and with their cultivation levels, they could quickly stop the bleeding, but to be thrown back by 4 inconspicuous snowflakes in front of so many people, it was too humiliating. They were all extremely proud people, and held high posts in the Heavenly Tao Union. They were respected and idolized by many human elites, but today they had been defeated so badly. How could they accept that? How can she be so strong? Who is this girl? Sheiji's expression twisted. She refused to believe that there was first a Ian who was triumphant in everything, but now, even a woman who seemed like a flower vase he brought around as a cultivation partner was so powerful. The white-dressed female's strength was not much weaker than Yi-Yun. What was going on with this world? How could there be so powerful and unheard-of monsters that appeared so suddenly? Xiongqi, why are you standing there watching? Attack together. Sheiji said exasperatedly. Xiongqi was still in a daze. When he suddenly heard Sheiji's words, he immediately fell into a dilemma. He had not recovered from the internal injuries Jiang Xiao dealt to him. He could act like a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger, but if he really faced such a monster, he was completely incapable of fighting her. And all of you, snap out of it and quickly set up a formation. Sheiji exhorted the Heavenly Blood Union members. However, this exhortation caused quite a number of Heavenly Blood Union members to subconsciously take a step back. They felt fear even before the battle. They were already completely stunned by the power contained within Lin Xintong's 4 snowflakes. This woman was amazing. Her strength was completely unreasonable. They felt thankful that they did not charge forward recklessly, if not, they would probably already be corpses. The ice crystals could even injure Sheiji and Fengming, so if they had landed on them instead, they would definitely have been reduced to a griddle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.